Mayfair apartment with them for a week, during which Aslo supervised Angela's introduction to a variety of sexual practices she had never encountered before, coaxing her until she was proficient in all of them. At the end of May, Aslo kissed Angela goodbye at London's King's Cross station, leaving her on the platform with a suitcase of excellent new clothing and a one-way, first-class ticket to Newcastle. For this, malign Aslo received payment of €1,000,000 to her secondary, believing right from the start that she had chosen Angela. Mark Antony collected Angela at Newcastle station. A flamboyantly effete 60-year-old, he made up in personality what he lacked in stature, introducing himself, without any trace of irony, as Bartram North's girlfriend wrangler. He had an outrageous sense of humour, which Angela immediately warmed to. First stop was Northumberland Interstellar's security division, a 30-storey tower of darkened glass in the city's Manners district. "Why are we here?" Angela asked as their uniformed escort took them across the lobby to the lifts. "Final check-up, sweetie," Mark Antony said, as the lift doors slid shut. "But I thought Bartram and Augustine had split," she said. "They have, but it was an amicable split." The security building had a small clinic on the 10th floor. An efficient nurse took a blood sample. Then Angela had to put on a robe and lie still in a complex scanner mechanism. "Why?" she asked nervously. "It's okay. I've taken dozens of girls through this process before," Mark Antony said. "The blood was to check for any problems." "You mean diseases?" "Sweetie, people get about a lot these days. It's wonderful that we can, but Bartram has to be careful. He can't afford to catch anything right now." "And this?" Angela gestured round at the scanner. "Keep still," the nurse told her. "The Norths have a lot of enemies," Mark Antony explained. "We're just checking that all your side chips really are just for netting up." "I haven't got any cyborg implants yet," Angela said. "I can't afford them. I use interface sets." She pointed to the black earring that linked her to the Transnet. "Good for you. Your body is a temple, especially one as gorgeous as yours. Don't junk jam it with crap. And it's not just communication side chips we're checking for." "Why? What else can side chips be?" "Nasty, sweetie. I've seen the list they keep around here. Arms companies are frightfully inventive when it comes to being downright diabolical. Trust me." They waited in a small anteroom for the results to come through. Angela was confident there wouldn't be a problem. The microscopic nuclei threads embedded along both ulnars were organic-based and currently inert, effectively undetectable. They ought to be. They'd cost enough from the dark sci-tech specialist on New Tokyo. "What's he like?" she asked. "Who, Bartram? A pussycat." "Oh, come on." Mark Antony gave her an expressive shrug. "Okay, he's 109 years old and a multi-trillionaire in any currency you care to name. There's nothing he hasn't seen or done. Happy now?" 109? Really?" "Yes." "Oh, look, I'm not sure I can—" he giggled. "Your face, sweetie. Listen, don't worry. He's halfway through his rejuvenation. It's not too unsightly." He looked from side to side, then beckoned Angela close. "Between you and me, he's not up to much, if you get my drift. He mostly likes to watch now. You've got an easy gig. Just play nice with the other girls and suck a little dick occasionally. We all have to do that in this life." "Right. I still don't get it. If he's so rich, how come there aren't girls who'll just be with him anyway? I saw enough of them in the clubs in London, and those guys didn't have anything like this money." Mark Antony sat back in the chair, suddenly looking very prim. "And that's exactly why." "What do you mean?" "He's not paying you for the sex, sweetie. He's paying you to shut up and leave afterwards. Men, they're all the same, especially the Norths. They don't want to engage with you, to talk about feelings and other people's lives. To them, that crap is a waste of time and energy. Girlfriends and wives are a drag. Norths get on and achieve things. That's what their family is all about." "That sounds lonely." "Oh, no, sweetie, they're not lonely. They've got you. That's all they need to get by. Trust me, I've seen them up close and nasty personal for 25 years now." "Why do you do this?" Mark Antony put on a mischievous smile. "I'm basically unemployable otherwise. A disgraceful incident in my long shady past involving some illegal tox and an indecent vegetable in public." Angela laughed. "I don't believe you."
Well, maybe I was exaggerating the vegetable's importance, but this isn't such a bad job. I get to meet lovely people like you. You know, you have quite the most beautiful green eyes."
She reached over and squeezed his hand.
"Thank you." "Oh, don't. She'll get me all soppy."
The nurse came in. "All clear," she told them.
"Right then," Mark Antony said cheerfully. "Let's get out of this truly dismal weather and into some real sunshine."
A black Mercedes executive saloon drove them straight to the gateway. There was a GE Border Directorate office at the end of last mile. Angela was surprised that all she had to do was put her hand on a biometric scanner and have her EI certify her citizen status to the Directorate's AI. It cleared her for transit immediately and issued her with a small GE visa chip with a return authorization.
"Don't lose it,"
Mark Antony warned, as the Mercedes slid smoothly up the metal ramp that led into the gateway.
"It's not so easy coming through the other way."
The Mercedes drove smoothly along motorway A to the airport. Mark Antony enjoyed her delight at St Libra's rings, even stopping the car so she could get out and have a proper look. She breathed in the exotic air just like everyone visiting a new world for the first time, not complaining about the pervasive pie-oil smell, barely able to contain her excitement at being on St Libra. It was a Hyperlear LV-700 which was waiting for them at the airport. A neat Delta-wing 15-seat executive jet whose P&W Excelsior turborams were capable of pushing up to a cruising speed of Mach 3.8.
"What about everyone else?"
Angela asked, as a stewardess took her bag at the bottom of the airstairs.
"Just us," Mark Antony said.
They didn't fly low and slow through the fall zone. It was probability, Mark Antony explained. A quick dash through at high altitude had the same chance of impact as the commercial flights lumbering along in the murky fog 15 miles below. Low and slow was all down to psychology, keeping the passengers content. It was raining when they arrived at Abelia, thick, dark clouds shielding the coastal town from view as the Hyperlear descended towards the airport. A Jaguar JX-7 convertible, with the roof up, drove them along the Rue de Provence, which took them out to Gironella Beach, where Bartram's mansion sat, on the narrow shelf of land between the deep sands and the steep plateau slope behind. The clouds drifted away north, and the dazzling Sirius sunlight played across the sparkling turquoise sea as the Jag emerged from the tunnel, showcasing the tremendous vista ahead of them. Even knowing Bartram had chosen the Abelia Peninsula out of a whole world didn't quite prepare Angela for the sight. The rumpled slopes at the back of the 2-mile-wide cove were huge and almost vertical, smeared with jade and aquamarine vegetation that clung to the narrow fissures in the rock for the first third before losing traction, leaving dark moss and spore bloom to thrive on the naked rock above. At the far end of the curving wall, a vast waterfall thundered down for over 200 metres, producing a continual explosion cloud of spray that swirled with rainbow diffraction waves in the brilliant sunlight. The grounds around the mansion were neatly maintained, a perfect compromise between formal and natural, planted with carefully chosen luxuriant native trees, providing a colourful arboreous parkland that gave off a musky, sweet pine scent in the humid sea air.
"Oh, wow,"
Angela murmured as she stared at the mansion.
"I know,"
Mark Antony said proudly.
"It has that effect on everyone. Gaudy, but so chic with it, don't you think?"
Uh-huh. Now that he'd said it, she wasn't sure about the mansion on an aesthetic level. It seemed so out of place in this naturalistic setting. Yet at the same time it was so impressive it could actually compete with the magnificent landscape. Bartram's designer had gone for a pyramid with a truncated apex, so that it resembled the urbane modernist version of some Inca temple. The facade comprised huge rhomboid sections of glass, each one a different colour, and framed by beams of matte black metal. Wide horizontal balconies were wrapped round it, supporting long troughs full of high desert plants.
"Wait till you see it at night, sweetie," Mark Antony said. "The frame lights up. We look like a miniature Vegas on the seafront."
The Jaguar dipped down into a tunnel, which took them to a hangar-like garage directly underneath the mansion. The only cars parked there were Jaguars, identical JX-7 models to the one Angela had just arrived in, even down to the silver-blue colour. There must have been 15 of them. Mark Antony just shrugged when she gave them a puzzled look.
"Don't ask."
When they came up a spiral stair into the main atrium with its black and white marble floor, the air was noticeably cooler and drier than outside. Sunlight streamed down from the transparent apex high above, striking the chrome rails on each of the landings stacked between tall, fluted pillars. Two of Bartram's girlfriends were there waiting for her on the broad, casual lounges that gave the place a hotel lobby feel rather than anything homey. Olivia J., with her dark, lustrous skin and Eastern Mediterranean features of wide lips, flattish nose, and hazel eyes. Thick, short-waved hair flowed down over her shoulders. She was wearing a gauzy pearl-white skirt and a breezy, welcoming smile. Cara was less effusive, waiting politely while Olivia J. bounced over and gave Angela a big hug. An interesting restraint, considering Cara was completely naked. Angela's first impression was of a redhead fitness fanatic who would dwarf most women's pro-volleyball team members. "Welcome to wicked Giranella," Olivia J. said. "The overtocks by the sea." Cara kissed her on both cheeks. "It's not that bad," she said in a husky tone. "You'll be all right." "As girlfriends, we stick together," Olivia J. said, "especially when Brinqueur's about." "Behave," Mark Antony warned in a mock-serious voice. "Who's Brinqueur?" Angela asked, because it was the kind of question a naive 18-year-old would ask. It was odd, but she hadn't expected that meeting the other girls would be so tough. She hadn't even considered them before now. But despite their jaunty character, she thought them sad. In fact, she was starting to feel angry that they were here, angry that in this day and age old men still coveted and exploited young girls as they always had, that there hadn't been any social progress since Roman times, how actually opening up new worlds had been a backward step because so much was now beyond the reach of true civilization and accountability. And as they always did, the Norths took the whole scene with girls to its extreme, because they could, because excess defined them, because unaccountability was their god. "You knew all this before you came here," she told herself sternly. "It's why you're here. Come on, focus. There's nothing you can do for them. They're here for the money, just like you." She gathered up her self-control and smiled nervously at her two new friends. "The daughter," Cara said. "She's only in her 20s, and she's already a complete bitch." "Girls, girls," Mark Antony clapped his hands together. "Who are the bitchy ones? Honestly, now, please. Angela needs to get settled. It's been a long trip." "You're in the room next to me," Olivia J. said. "Come on." She started tugging Angela towards the lift positioned discreetly behind the sweeping staircase. Her room was on the 6th floor, a massive square with a split-level polished stone floor and gold velvet walls. A 2-star interior in a 5-star building, she thought in bemusement. But the long external glass wall opened onto her own section of balcony, with a view to the southwest and that fantastic waterfall. "Your clothes are in the closet and indexed in the mansion's net," Mark Antony said. "But—" Angela pointed to her case, which was already standing beside the circular bed. "You don't wear your own clothes here," Olivia J. told her. "And that's if you wear any. Poor old Cara. Naked is part of her contract." "I've procured the kind of garments Mr. Bartram enjoys," Mark Antony said. "They're in your size." "How do you know my size?" "Ms. Aslow sent your details last week." "Oh." "Now, Mr. Bartram won't be back until this evening. He's over at the Institute today for treatment. You can have a rest until he arrives. I don't know about you, but coming through the gateway always messes my body clock." "Yes, thanks. I'll pick out something appropriate for your introduction later." Angela went over to her bag and took out an interface set and her net lens glasses. "Is there an access code for the mansion's net? I'd like to tell my mum I'm okay." "Your mother?" Olivia J. squeaked. Angela pursed her lips in resignation as she clipped the black earring on. "She thinks I'm still at Imperial College. I don't want to let her know I've dropped out. Not yet." "The mansion's an open-area access," Mark Antony said. "Just get your EI to register." "Thanks." Angela waited until they'd left the room, then sat on the bed. Unsurprisingly, it was a water mattress. Her EI placed a call to her mother's Transnet interface address. The unavailable icon popped up in her net lens. Angela told her EI to access the voice message function. "Hi, Mum. It's me. Just want to let you know I'm fine. Studying hard, ha-ha. There's a bunch of us going out to the West End this weekend, if I can afford it. But that company I told you about has offered me more stewardessing work, so I might finally have some cash again. Call me when you're back. Love you. Bye. She flopped down and rode the mattress's slow wave beneath her. There was nobody at the interface, of course. Certainly not a mother. It was a one-way relay. What she said didn't matter. There wasn't even an elaborate code anyone could decrypt. Accessing the interface was the message, a simple one. I'm in. Wednesday, 6th February, 21:43. I'm going to bust out of this place, Angela announced quietly. On the other side of the mess table, Parrish froze up, a fork wound tight with spaghetti halfway to his mouth.
What are you doing? He whispered back. I'm supposed to watch you. Make sure you don't go anywhere unauthorized. Besides, your clothes are tagged.
Oh yeah, I'd forgotten. That's going to stop me all right. Hey, could I borrow your scissors?
Angela!
If you come with me, you won't get into trouble for losing sight of me then, will you?
Huh?
She grinned roguishly and used a finger to push the fork towards his mouth. He didn't resist.
Come on,
she said, with wide-eyed mischief.
A night on the town, just the two of us.
There are decent clubs here, not just the rich hangouts. And you've never truly eaten until you've tasted milliseed and chili sauce. You're crazy.
But smart with it.
Think about it. We're going to be shipped out to Edzell any day now. That's 2,000 kilometers away, and it's only the first camp, a staging post. Crap knows how far we'll be going eventually, or how long for. You think this alien is going to be easy to find? Did you hear something about us being forward deployed?
No, I'm just applying logic.
She pointed out through the sides of the big mess tent, where a Daedalus was rolling along a taxiway towards the end of the runway. There are even night-flying supplies out to Edzell, and they've already got 4 E-rays up on the other side. Yeah, but the last one found this huge mountain range further north. The Eclipse Mountains, so called because the range is so big it eclipses everything. Damn, is there anything you don't know? This place is one giant teenage girl gossip fest. Besides, not even HDA thinks a mountain range is classified information. I access the observation center feed on my grid a lot.
Okay, but a jailbreak?
She sucked on a chunk of watermelon. The point is, we're going to be out there soon, and who knows when we're coming back. So let's award ourselves a little R&R time. You think Passam eats in this tent every night? Fuck, she doesn't even sleep in the airport compound. Yeah, I heard she and her people are in the Morton Hotel. 5-star rating, and all at the taxpayer's expense. So? It'll be no fun by myself. She gave him an entreating look. Oh, hell. Angela borrowed a plain white short-sleeved blouse from Leora and a simple turquoise skirt with a gold hem from Audrey. Her squad mates weren't the same size as her, but the fit wasn't too bad, even though she had to keep tucking the blouse back in. The pink and yellow trainers were also Leora's, worn with 3 pairs of socks to keep them on. Did you remember to swap your underwear, too? Parrish asked. What underwear? Evil, but worth it for his expression. Parrish knew one of the quartermasters in the motor pool. They checked out a Land Rover Tropic, with a patch loaded to suspend its log for the evening. Driving along the Rue Turbigo into town, they were both conscious about how out of place the big olive-green vehicle was, amid the coupés and supercars and limousines on Abelia's roads. But there were plenty of other HDA vehicles about, so... Angela told the rugged vehicle's auto to take them down to Velasco Beach. They walked along the promenade as the dazzle point of the sun slid down towards the horizon. There weren't many people left at this time of day, and the stores along the front were shutting up. Parrish insisted on wearing his smart fatigues. So they can't accuse me of being off-duty, he said. The HDA clothing earned him a few curious looks, but certainly no hostility. There was a marina at the end of the promenade, the Rueda, which hadn't been there 20 years ago. Reasonable enough, Angela supposed. It was strange how the time in Holloway was compressing, reducing to a weird discontinuity, but the memories of her earlier life were stronger now than they had been for a long time. These shops weren't here before, she said as they walked along the vitrified stone. And those ones over there were still being built. All we had behind the beach back then was stalls, like a market. And I don't think the promenade was this long, either. They stopped and leaned on the black metal railing, watching the stragglers making their way off the beach. What was it like back then? Parrish asked. Smaller town, obviously. But I didn't spend much time in this district. I was mainly out at the mansion. She knew that wasn't what he was asking for, that he was fishing about her earlier life. The sweet puppy boy that he was, it had been all too easy to twist his hopes to an impossible high of anticipation over tonight. She almost felt guilty about that. And actually, it had been 20 years. How was that? I don't want to talk about it. She pushed some wisps of hair back from her forehead as she gazed out to sea. Sorry, I'm not quite ready for that. And you don't want me to have a fainting fit again? Not tonight. The promise in the tone was indecent. Sure. I can wait. Parrish, I have to ask, what is someone as nice as you doing in the HDA? Hey, we're the good guys. We defend the human race against the Xanth. No, you don't. Not really. Not defend us. Just organize us when the Xanth swarms. Angela grinned. My turn. Sorry. She stood up on tiptoes, pressed against him, and awarded a kiss to his lips. A casual kiss. A kiss for a friend. A kiss that went on longer than a friend intended. A kiss that meant more, and so surprised her. He could see that in her eyes when she finally parted. The look that said where this evening was going to end, and that she was rather pleased that it would. Thursday, 7th February, 2143. Dawn brought a thin mist creeping in across the sea, to meander around the dunes at the back of Camilo Beach. Saul watched it materialize out of the semi-dark that was a St Libran night, illuminated first by the pale ring light, then the dawn's horizon haze. He was sitting in a chair on the kitchen patio, dressed in a thick white cricket sweater he'd owned for 8 years, a pair of long, baggy cyan-green shorts with sagging side pockets, and ancient trainers. His eyes were red-rimmed, and he was frightened someone would see them and ask why he'd been crying. It would be another couple of hours before his family roused themselves, and Emily would realize he hadn't been to bed that night. 2 hours to pull himself together, to get his rampaging emotions under control, to push down the bitterness and hatred at what fate had delivered to him. The languid St Libra waves made a constant swishing noise that rolled over the empty sands as the small tide started to turn, bringing the waters back. He thought about it as he stared out at the grey water with its white crests. How easy it would be to take his board out there, to settle down on the comforting warmth of the sea and start paddling. Paddle out and out, set course for Ambrose, or maybe the Dry Isle in the fall zone. To leave all this behind, because the strain and shock was going to kill him as sure as drowning in his beloved ocean. And the ocean would be cleaner. His eyes closed to shut out as much as he could of the world, and breath came down in shudders. He couldn't do it, of course. All he could see in the nothingness were the faces of his lovely family, frantic faces as the days stretched out and the lifeguard searches were called off. How lost the children would be without him. How Emily would be broken. How they would never know why, never understand. That sad bewilderment would hang over their lives forever, scaring them. As a husband and father, he had responsibilities. It wasn't that they couldn't survive what was happening, he just didn't want it to happen. Not to them. Camilo Beach, Emily, the children, this whole leisurely, agreeable life, they were his second chance. Beautiful proof that he'd finally moved on and left his terrible past behind. But you could never leave the past behind. Not really. Not a past like his. So that was it. Time to choose. To walk away from everything, or face up to what was happening and try to work out what the hell to do next. Not a choice, really. The only thing he couldn't work out was how Emily would react. She didn't deserve this. He'd promised her a decent life, away from the misery which had threatened to claw her down from happiness. Maybe that was the real reason they'd been drawn together. There he'd been, adrift and alone, trying to recover from the horror of his life, the loss and the terrible uncertainty, not truly knowing what to do. A man on auto. And even then, drawn to the ocean for whatever it represented, the missing segment of his soul. Saul had found her on the old town harbour wall after midnight, a hunched figure sitting on the edge. He'd heard the sobbing before he actually saw her. There had been that long moment of indecision, to turn round and leave her, or do the decent thing. And enough time had passed for him finally to be able to reach out to another human. What with this being Abelia, he basically guessed her story before he even sat down beside her, because when he was settling on the concrete, he saw how young she was, how beautiful. "He kicked you out, then?" Emily turned to face him, cheeks wet with tears. She gave him an uncomprehending look and burst out crying again. It was the oldest human story, but one refined by Abelia. Emily was a model at the start of her glamorous career, growing up on New Washington, and her lover was an older, richer man, unveiling the excitement and freshness of his world to her. He brought her out to Abelia for an exhilarating fun holiday in the family mansion. That was when she realized what the relationship really was, how she was property, this week's amusement. They fought, and he didn't need that kind of shit, not from the likes of her. "I haven't even got any clothes," she sniffled. "He said that as he'd bought them all, they belonged to him, and he wouldn't fly me back to Newcastle on his jet." "Because it costs money," Saul filled in, "and money is all that sort care about. Cheaper just to leave you here than pay for a ticket. After all, there's no law against it. He's not the first, and he certainly won't be the last."
"What do I do?"
Saul could have been truthful, could have told her that someone as young and pretty and female would never lack for anything for long, not if she didn't want to. That all she had to do was sit in the right bar and smile at men. But then she knew that now. That's why she was sitting on the harbour wall in the middle of the night with enough tears to create her own high tide. "I've got a spare room," he said. "You need a bed for the night. And I know it looks like this is the end of the world right now, but trust me, it won't be so bad in the morning. Nothing ever is. Especially not on a St Libra dawn, when the sun rises between the sea and the rings." She gave him a suspicious, sulky look.
"Why would you do that?"
"My own daughter. I'd like to think someone would give her a break if they found her in this kind of state."
"Really? Where is she?"
"She died. Very young. Long story, and full of sorrow. But it's for the best, or so I keep telling myself."
"Oh, I'm sorry."
And with that, she allowed him to walk her to his flat in one of the converted harbour warehouses. The whole building was pulled down 3 months later as part of the developer's plans to turn the harbour into a swanky leisure complex, now that the newer, bigger cargo port had been built further along the coast. Emily was still with him when they moved into a new apartment complex in Los Geranios Valley. By then, she wasn't using the spare bedroom anymore. Saul never did fully understand why it had happened. There were much better catches than him, even among Abelia's service contract staff, let alone the middle management types, all of them younger, smarter, richer. But they had something together, and he could actually trust her, which wasn't something he expected to do ever again. And in one tiny way, age acted in his favour. He'd learned enough over the years to recognize a genuine chance at happiness. For the first time in his life, he didn't blow a relationship. Until now, he reflected bitterly. But once again, age was on his side, because, if nothing else, he'd learned how to be a stubborn little motherfucker over the years. And what happened last night didn't have to decimate his life and family. Not if he just held his nerve. Saul thought back across the last few hours, carefully reviewing what he'd done and said and heard. None of it was particularly incriminating, not from a legal perspective. It was Emily he worried about. If she knew, what would she think? After all, this was his past life. For 20 years he'd never believed for 1 second that could ever be an issue. So, maybe just not tell her. though she'd know something was up, which he could always blame on Duran coming back into his life. He nodded slowly, convincing himself it wasn't as bad as he'd thought. The shock had dazed him, muddled his thoughts. All he had to do was keep his mouth shut and stop acting like a neurotic wreck. I can do that. I can. A communication icon expanded in his grid. He studied it for a disbelieving second. "Confirm caller identity," he told his EI. "Duran." "He's got to be fucking joking," Saul grunted. It was all he could do not to jump up and search round to see if the big man was out there among the dunes, spying on him. He took a moment to calm himself. Storming in all riled up was never going to be a good idea where Duran was involved. His hand reached into the key space his iris smart cells were conjuring up, twisting the icon. "This is too damn early," he said. "Attack first. Keep your opponent on the defensive."
"I know, man," Duran replied. "I wouldn't call unless it was really important. You know that, right?"
"What the hell is important at this time of the morning?"
"We need to borrow your boat."
"What?"
"Your boat, man."
"This is ridiculous."
"I wish it was, man. Really, I do. But we need it. Now."
"What for?" But even as he asked, Saul knew he wouldn't get an answer. Leastways, not the real one. His decision was let them use the boat, yes or no. Reason was irrelevant.
"We just want to get out to sea before everyone else. If you release it to us now, you'll get back home without disturbing your family."
Bastard. Motherfucking bastard. But Duran and Zebediah and Zula were the perfect way to deflect Emily's attention. He could get back from the marina and confess how Duran had crash-landed back into his life. Rueda Marina was at the opposite end of Velasco Beach from the old harbour. With Sirius just starting to shine through the edge of the rings, the marina's curving concrete sea walls glowed in a bright pink-wash light. This early in the morning, it had taken Saul barely 20 minutes to drive to the entrance. There were only a handful of cars in the park outside the clubhouse. Keen boat owners had been out to sea all night. Duran and Zula were standing beside a big old Renault pickup truck when the Rohan pulled up beside it.
"Man, good to see you,"
Duran said, smiling broadly as he gripped Saul's hand. Saul gave Zula a nervous glance. She was wearing wraparound sunglasses, but seemed on edge. What could put her on edge? "Sure," he said. "Let's just get you in there, shall we?"
"My man."
Duran gestured casually at the fenced-off lawn in front of the clubhouse, with its broad locked gate which led to the wharfs.
"Good security here, huh?"
"There are meshes everywhere," Saul agreed. "The boats aren't as fancy as most in Abelia, but they still cost."
"Good. Hate for anyone to steal one."
And with that, Duran reached over into the back of the pickup. He lifted out a surfboard bag. Saul stared at it in growing dismay. The black bag was maybe 2 meters 30 long, right length for a board that'd suit someone Duran's size. But staring at the way it bulged along most of its length, Saul knew there was no way it was carrying a board. Then he saw how even Duran's muscles were straining from the weight of the bag, veins standing proud from his leathery skin, and the nightmare was complete. Holy shit, what the hell is in there? "Let's go," Zula said, carrying a small shoulder bag. Without a word, Saul walked over to the gate. His EI confirmed his code with the marina's network, which checked his biometric pattern with the smart dust woven into the gate and fence. The gate lock clicked, and it slid back. Duran and Zula followed him wordlessly down Jetty 2 to the berth where the Merry Moons was waiting. The yacht was 10 meters long, with a telescoping mast and fully automated sails, which could also be crew-rigged. He'd wanted the children to know how to sail properly, and always regretted how few weekends they actually spent out on the sea. Duran was sweating from effort as he dropped the surfboard bag onto the wood-ribbed decking. It made a dull thud. Not the noise a board would make.
"Thanks, man," Duran said. "I personally appreciate you loaning the boat and all. I'll make sure it's back okay by tonight."
"Right," Saul said. Duran gave the yacht a significant glance with his red glowing eyes.
"The network code?"
"Oh, yeah." He told his EI to give Duran the network code for the Merry Moons, adding silently, "Sorry, girl." Though right now he didn't even care if he never saw the boat again. There was nothing linking him to any crime. The surfboard bag. Just a man lending some out-of-town friends a boat. The surfboard bag. No reason he should ask them where they were taking the yacht while standing where the jetty meshes could see him. The surfboard bag. Take care of her. We will, Duran said. He opened the main cabin door and vanished inside. I'd like you to get me some things, Zula said. Huh? Was all he could manage. He was starting to wonder where Zebediah was. Nowhere near anything too dangerous. Leaders never were. She gave him a small folded piece of paper. When he started to open it, her hand closed around his. Nothing urgent. I'll call you in a few days. Her body mesh quested a link to his EI, and a money transfer to his account flipped up into his grid. Here's some cash. That'll be enough to cover it. No need to show me any receipts. I trust you to do a good job for us. She took her sunglasses off and peered at him closely. Judging. Always judging. You won't let us down, will you? Saul shook his head, swallowing pitifully. No. I'll call you in a few days. Store it in the Hawaiian moon for me until then. Don't want to impose on your family home. Saul couldn't see anything but the transfer pending icon. Take it, Zula said. Instinctively he told his EI to open one of his ancient secondary accounts, one he hadn't used for 20 years. Nobody in Abelia had secondaries. They didn't need to because there was no income tax. He reached up and flipped the transfer icon, and the money twisted away into a Vietnamese bank. Zula gave him a satisfied nod. Be seeing you. Saul turned sharply and walked away, not looking back. They thought they'd hooked him in with the payment, but it wasn't that easy. There were things about Saul Howard they could never guess at. Whatever else happened from now on, he wasn't going to be the placid, obedient victim they were anticipating. Corporal Parish Evitts regained consciousness by slow, painful degrees. First he was only aware of how much his head hurt. Every beat of his heart brought another hammer thud on the inside of an aching skull. Vision was grey, except for the terrible electric red sparkles which bloomed with every thud. Mouth was dry, and tasted of what he imagined must be camel dung. Skin, cold and damp. Fever flesh. Right leg, dead. Nothing at all. No sensation. He tried to move it from the odd bent-up position, and promptly groaned at the stab of pain that motion brought. Blood was flowing into oxygen-starved muscles again, bringing life back in a wave of fire, which made him very aware of how his stomach was feeling. Oh, fuck! He rolled onto his back, and his cheeks bulged. He couldn't actually lift his head. He was too frightened that the migraine pulse would split his forehead open and spill his brains out across the sheets. Sheets? He blinked back tears and self-pity to try and focus on his environment. Some kind of hotel room. Yellow walls, grey carpet, white ceiling. Windows with shutters on the inside, leaking St Libra sunlight round the bands. Door to an ensuite, which someone was using. He could hear the hiss and splatter of the shower. What? Parish finally managed to raise himself onto an elbow, which was pretty unpleasant. Okay, so he was on a big bed. There were no pillows, though he could see a couple scattered on the floor. No duvet, and he was naked, really completely naked. Some kind of dark, wet stain on the sheets. Shit, is that blood? No. Okay. Actually, make that several stains. A bottle of champagne on its side on the nightstand. Another bottle of red wine on the floor, and a smaller bottle of raspberry vodka liqueur. Some suspicious empty silver-grey top sacks lying beside them. And clothes. His uniform had been thrown round the room along with... Parish squinted. The white blouse Angela had been wearing was hanging over the back of a chair. Blue skirt on the carpet next to his pants. Oh, holy crap! Parish moaned and flopped back on the bed. He didn't remember. That was terrible. In his life, there had been a few, actually only a couple, one-night stands when he'd woken up the next morning and genuinely couldn't recall the girl's name. That was mortifying enough. But this... They'd been to some bars last night. He remembered that clear enough. A beer or two as they talked, like a real date. Then the restaurant. The Rufus. Yeah, he remembered that. And the milliseeds. No way could he forget that course. Angela had insisted on ordering that dish. The things really looked like terrestrial millipedes, only with fur. But they were seeds from the cachoa tree. When they were ripe, they dropped off and crawled away to germinate nearby, their movements slow and graceful. Until you dipped them in chili sauce, which made them wriggle frantically. You were supposed to pop them in your mouth and swallow whole. Angela had wolfed down a bowlful. He tried two before giving up, and she'd laughed at how he wasn't the big tough soldier after all. Then they'd hit the club. No. Clubs, plural. Multiple. A few more memories were creeping out sheepishly. She could dance, could that Angela? Hoo, boy! And each lithe movement made him stare bewitched at a body that was downright fantastic. He'd been getting hotter and hotter all night long, despite the beer and wine they'd drunk. She knew how to party, too. But he matched her bottle for bottle, glass for glass, tox for tox. The nanny smart cells in his mouth flashing all sorts of warnings across his grid until he shut them down. Then she folded her arms round his neck and whispered, "Please, Parrish, it's been 20 years. Can you imagine 20 years without sex? I need you so badly." They must have teleported to the hotel, because that was the next thing he remembered. The two of them standing at the end of the bed, his tongue down her throat, hands pushing up inside the blouse, groping her fantastic tits. "Give me 1 minute," she'd said, and scuttled off into the ensuite. "And Parrish?" "Yeah?" "You better be naked when I come back in here." That was it. That was the last thing he remembered, which was unbelievable. You don't fuck the night away and remember nothing. But they must have. He stared round the room again. The bottles, the stains. Even his arm had raspberry vodka lick marks on it. Parrish Evitts wanted to cry. The door to the ensuite opened and Angela stepped out, damp hair combed back, wrapped in a red hotel towel. More than anything, Parrish felt relief that it was Angela, and not some other girl, which was just pathetic. She was giving him a wicked smile. "How are you feeling?" You know." He couldn't take his eyes off her. She looked amazing. Everything a man could ever dream of. Smart, beautiful, sexy. Angela licked her lips provocatively and slowly opened the towel. Her skin was still glistening wet. "So is it?" "What?" Parrish croaked. She walked round the bed until she stood over him and let the towel drop completely. "You remember?" No, I fucking don't." "Last night," she said, and drew down a deep breath, showing off perfect abdominal muscle tone. Parrish thought dying right now was about his best option. You said you thought I'd look even better in daylight." Her hands began to move sensually down her sides as she swayed her shoulders. "So do I?" "Yes." She smiled again, and she was so happy it was like a flash of Sirius sunlight. Happiness he'd given her. Then she was on the bed, on all fours, on top of him. A teasing tongue licked at his cheek, his ear. Her hand curled round his cock. "We made up for 1 day last night," she murmured hungrily. "So now you need to start taking care of the other 19 years, 364 days. He'd never known humiliation like it. This incredible woman had her sensational naked body on top of him, eager face centimetres from his, hand round his flaccid dick, begging him for sex, and his hungover, overtoxed body couldn't even produce a twitch of arousal. "Sorry." He struggled out from underneath her. "Sorry." He couldn't look at her. The shame was far worse than the physical pain. "Hangover. Feel sick. It's not you. Not you. Really." He blundered into the ensuite and slapped the bolt across the door, looked at the waiting toilet, and promptly threw up into it. Friday, 8th February, 2143. A wide blanket of unbroken cirrus had sealed off the sky, producing an odd omnidirectional light across the jungle. It had been there when Angela walked up the rear ramp into the dark cylindrical fuselage of the Daedalus, reducing shadows to small grey spectres flitting across the ground. There was no wind, not even Abelia's usual sea breeze. Of course, the cloud did nothing to kill the heat, and with the humidity building, physical activity had been difficult. Half the time she felt she was sucking down spray, rather than simply breathing. It had taken the squad over an hour to pack up their tent that morning, and they were all sweating and cursing by the time they'd finished. Orders to forward deploy had come down without warning from Lieutenant Pablo Botin as they were eating their breakfast. They bagged their kit, voices filling the wet air with taunts and bullish jokes, eager at the prospect of moving up country at last. Their tents were folded down into neat, shiny black bundles on top of their respective modules. And there the squad sat in the mud, surrounded by their bags, everything and everybody waiting for a logistics corps loader truck to come and collect them, starting them on the route out of here. All that sweaty, busy activity made it easy for Parrish to not talk to her, continuing the theme of yesterday. When they got to the Daedalus, it was configured to carry cargo, with passengers strictly subsidiary, cheap meat fitting in around the important pallets and equipment. Its cavernous interior was a whale's gullet, sculpted from metal and composite. Seats were simple strut frames, which folded down from the side of the fuselage, with a nylon mesh to sit on. Even Vance Elston had to make do with one, stuffing audio null foam into his ears and grimacing at the smell, engine roar, poor lighting, vibration, and 2 toilets shared by 60 people. Angela suspected he rather enjoyed the hardship. It was all very macho. She couldn't see what Parrish thought of the plane. He'd chosen to sit on the other side, with the mobile biolabs taking up the bulk of the interior between them. Her poor puppy boy was suffering deeply, for which she felt a mild amount of guilt. She'd actually been looking forward to some decent sex in the hotel that morning. After that didn't happen, they'd both sneaked off back to Abelia Airport in a subdued mood. The rest of the squad was dying to know if they'd made out, but neither was saying anything. On the 2.5-hour flight, she read more of her history and politics files. Not just to maintain her cover anymore, but to gain a real understanding of what the hell had happened on Ramla during the last 20 years. 10 minutes from landing, she cancelled the files and used her grid to look out through the plane's external meshes as they started to descend towards Hetzel. The runway had been extended since the first successful Daedalus flight, the dozers and compactors working round the clock. Not that Angela could really see much difference. It still looked like a tiny streak of mud from the air, although there were definitely turning circles at both ends now. Their undercarriage clunked down. Angela saw Josh trying to crush his seat's metal struts, and grinned. Then they were on the ground, and bouncing about wildly, decelerating hard. Everyone winced as the pallets and biolabs strained at their hold-down straps. The straps held, though, and soon the plane had taxied off the runway. The ramp lowered, letting the bright St Libran sunlight flood in, making them all blink and scramble for their sunglasses. A wash of hot, humid air replaced the conditioned atmosphere they'd been breathing, bringing with it a strange, musty spice scent. Spores from 1 billion native plants, Angela recognized warily, the sentinels of the jungle, a clear warning to humans that this was alien territory. Milliseeds she liked. The smaller reproductive microorganisms from the planet's astonishing zebra botany she could do without. Human tissue was a real attractive nutrient source to some of it. She trooped down the ramp, several obedient paces behind Vance Elston. Today's odd cirrus cover was still above her, motionless in the becalmed air. Despite the brightness, it was a gloomy way to arrive, another portent in collusion with the vegetation odour, adding to her mistrust of the forward base. She took a tube of sunscreen from her pocket and applied it to her arms. Her T-shirt was an HDA-issue scoop neck. 1 minute in the jungle and she'd already weakened. The long-sleeved T-shirt she'd brought from Burke Unwin was somewhere near the bottom of her bag. They were just too damn hot to wear. She proudly stuck with the garters, though. Hetzel was a miniature version of the HDA compound at Abelia Airport. A cluster of quick cabins formed the centre of the camp, housing the new observation centre, alongside the logistics corps offices and a field hospital. Rows of the black tents were lined up behind, along with another big mess tent. Engineering shops had been set up. Big, open-ended hemispheres of plastic, where mechanics checked over ground vehicles. But mainly, Edzell was an equipment staging post. Rows and rows of pallets were already starting to build up, along with helicopters and vehicles, scheduled to fly onto the next forward camp as soon as the E-rays found a suitable site beyond the Eclipse Mountains. However, the biggest single cargo Edzell stored was bioil. Huge bladder tanks had been laid out on the other side of the runway. Thick, rubbery cubes that were pumped full by the expedition's single Daedalus tanker every time it touched down. That was all it did now. Fly continual circuits night and day, bringing bioav and bioil to the thirsty vehicles and helicopters and fuel cells. Once the mobile biolabs had lumbered down the ramp, a self-loading pallet truck went inside the Daedalus to extract the remaining cargo. Parrish's squad was detailed to put up everyone's tents. "That's what I'm here for," Gillian Kowalski grumbled. "Fucking servant for the science prats." "We're security," Parrish told them as they tramped along after the self-loader truck. "But while we're here, we're also general aids to whoever beckons. You'll soon be doing a lot worse than putting up a tent. Get used to it." Attio moved up beside Angela. "What did you do to him?" he asked in a low voice. "He's been like this since the two of you got back." "Nothing." "Ah, well, no wonder then. Man had his hopes up high." "Man drank too much beer," she said. Attio laughed. Angela helped to put the tents up, adding to the rows of shiny, black, heat-junky triangles already lined up. Nobody hurried, not in the stifling humidity. They were distracted by the ground crew, readying the last E-ray for launch. The E-ray AD-7090 EW-50 AAV, Autonomous Airborne Vehicle, was built by Niti Aeronautic and was a sensor-laden drone intended to provide HDA with a decent, comprehensive backup sensor coverage during a sandstorm when satellites were being knocked out of space. A simple pinched delta planform, 12 meters long, with a 10-meter wingspan. Its upper fuselage skin was a single black photovoltaic collector, providing 10 kilowatts to power the trio of motors that drove a large twin-blade rear propeller, augmented by a dozen helium bubbles, incorporated within the fuselage, providing extra lift, making it half dirigible. Angela and the squad started applauding as it took flight. The black triangle jutted its way upwards. When it was 5 meters off the ground, the big rear propeller started turning, adding some stability. It would take 10 hours to reach its operational station on the other side of the Eclipse Mountains, 2,000 kilometers away. But once there, it would loiter, flying a long, lazy figure-8 pattern, constantly for up to 500 days, without needing maintenance, relaying communications all the way back down the chain of its sibling E-rays to Abelia. The squad finished putting up tents by mid-afternoon, and the lieutenant hadn't detailed them with anything else. Up above, the single roof of high cloud was starting to break up in the strengthening winds. "Can we go swimming?" Omar asked. "The lake's only half a click away." "No way," Ramon said. "I'm not getting my balls bitten off by a 10-meter native shark." "There are no fish," Angela said. "Like there are no animals or insects." "And Ramon has no balls anyway," Mohammed chuckled. Parrish checked with the lieutenant. "We can go swimming," he announced. "But there's a briefing at 1800 hours. We're going to start perimeter patrols tonight." "What? Angela just said there's nothing here." "Hey!" she protested. "I said there aren't any fish. I didn't promise you anything else." "We're on perimeter detail," Parrish said. "Maybe the monster's not here, but we need to keep sharp, build up some appreciation for the jungle and how to operate here. Be ready for it. And tomorrow, when the xenobiology teams head out to do their sampling shit, we escort them too. Come on, people, this isn't a fucking holiday. Get real." Subdued, the squad pulled towels and swimwear from their bags and headed off towards the lake. Out here, the native plants seemed to have more vigor than they did around Abelia Airport. Vines were already twining eager tendrils up the support legs of the quick cabins. The route to the lake was worn, with tramped-down brown-green grass budding new blades from every break, brighter blue-green shoots stabbing upwards like fine bristles. "Are you avoiding me?" Angela asked. Fine alert soldier Parrish made. She'd sneaked up on him along the path. He wasn't walking with anyone else, and nobody wanted to walk with him. "No," he said grumpily. "Then what?" I don't know what happened." "I do.
We both got stupidly toxed. No big deal.
He waited until Audrey and Josh walked past, both of them half smirking as they looked on curiously, eager to watch the lovers' tiff.
"Oh," Angela said in exasperation. "Stop." "I didn't say anything." "No, stop walking."
He did as he was told, and Angela stood beside him while the rest of the squad passed. "Catch you all in a minute," she told Dirito, who was at the back of the line. He grinned, saying nothing.
"That's never happened before, right?" Angela challenged. "The morning part, I mean."
Parrish's face twisted up, angry at first, then just plain miserable. "I guess I had more than I realized."
"Uh-huh.
You do get that I'm a lot older than you, don't you?"
"Yeah. It's difficult, you know. You look like you're maybe 20, but I get it. Even before jail, I'd lost count of how many men who had their first never happened before. So, either I'm like a human damping rod, or it might be a little more common than you guys like to admit. Either way, it doesn't bother me."
"Thanks." Said, but not really meant. She sighed. The male ego.
"Is that the monster over there?"
"What?" He looked around in alarm.
"I thought I saw something move, Colonel."
"I'm not a...
Over there, in those bushes."
His own grin was returning. "Those thick bushes?"
"Thick bushes, away from this path, that nobody can see through."
"Could be dangerous."
"Very dangerous. They look quite prickly to me."
"I've got a towel."
"Me too. Shall we investigate?"
"I think we ought to." They walked away from the track to the lake, then started running. By the time they reached the sprawl of bushes and thin-willow trees, they were both laughing. Angela wiggled her way past the tight-packed branches of hain leaf, making the mauve seed pods pop and the ruddy screw-like spirals zip out in short arcs. There was a flat patch of ground inside, and they sank down to their knees, kissing urgently. Angela put both arms up, letting him pull her T-shirt off. Then her hand was inside his fatigue trousers, feeling his cock stiffening.
"I get to go on top," she said.
"Yes, ma'am."
"Call me ma'am again, and you're dead."
She pushed him down and straddled him. Sirius shone down at them, a glare-point ruler in the vast cobalt empire of St Libra sky. It was gloriously hot on her naked skin, crowning her body. She adored the moment, adored the bright heat, adored the other heat which came from finally having a man inside her again, adored being here amid the trees and bushes, being free in the wildlands. This was where her real new life began, the start of the fight back. Returning to Abelia with its wealth and skin-deep glitz had too many memories shackling her to what had been. But out here in the jungle, this was different to everything that had gone before. There were 5 resident girlfriends in Bartram's mansion in 2121. Angela had tried to keep her emotional distance from them, as Bartram did from her, aiming for being colleagues rather than building up any friendships. That wasn't so easy with Olivia J. That sunny girl personality was switched to maximum all the time. Angela suspected all the effusiveness was covering up for some deeper insecurity or low self-esteem. But if it was a mask, if she truly loathed what she had to do, Olivia J. never let it slip. So it was hard to keep pushing her away. After a while, Angela didn't bother. It turned out that having Olivia J. as a friend was quite useful. They let the Jag's auto take them into town in the morning. It had rained not an hour earlier, so the roof was up to keep the spray out. Another 30 minutes and the bright Sirius sunlight would have burned away the last of the moisture. As it was, Angela could see steam rising off the tarmac.
"I talked to Machine last night,"
Olivia J. said as they turned onto the Rue de Montessu, which would take them along the Ossuan Valley, almost all the way to the old town itself.
"Oh?"
Angela wasn't that interested. Machine had been one of her predecessors, leaving the mansion a couple of months ago.
"She started a history and politics course at Istanbul University."
"That's great. Good for her."
"Do you think you'll go back to Imperial College?"
"Not sure.
"Haven't really thought about it." "Oh. But when you go back to Earth, you'll have enough money to live properly and study."
"Yeah." Angela smiled at the girl. Trouble with Olivia J. was she truly believed in happy endings. She had so many plans for what she would do afterwards with all the money. Her middle-class background was never more obvious than when she daydreamed about the future 10 years hence, settling down on a new world, getting married, and having 5 kids. That was when Angela had to lock her own mask into place, and not unleash a torrent of scorn at such bourgeois delusion. Olivia Jay would have been too hurt by a friend shattering her dumb illusions. Maybe that whole ridiculous white knight scenario she was holding out for was the one thing which kept her smiling through. Though Angela had her suspicions about that. Olivia Jay was just a little too uninhibited in bed to put any real meat on the whole dippy routine. Bartram seemed to believe it. Or at least he'd never called her out. But then Bartram wouldn't bother. That would have meant engaging with his girlfriends, showing an interest. Mark Antony had nailed it when he said there was no true involvement. With the whole billionaire mansion retreat, Bartram had crafted himself a specific fantasy, whereby girlfriends draped themselves decorously around the lounge he was using, or the dining room, or poolside, or bedroom. They were there to complement the mansion's decor and grand artwork. That and fuck when told to. The topics Bartram did discuss with them were politics, music, medical science, market economics, and sports, specifically the English League One football. That was why the girlfriends were all recruited from universities, so they could hold their own in conversation, and even put forward their own opinion. Cara, surprisingly, was a first-year genetics student, with her eye firmly on an Ivy League med school scholarship, which was in her contract as the final bonus. Lady Evangeline, the fiery politics student and token lefty, was going to be a GE commissioner one day, if she didn't bring about the downfall of the whole corrupt establishment first. Coy, the sharp as nano-finance analyst, whose net-lens glasses brimmed with figures from dawn till dusk, was destined to run either a national treasury or a transstellar bank. So it was Olivia Jay who turned out to be the musical prodigy, able to play the antique Steinway grand piano in the 7th floor's lounge with a virtuosity which had quite startled Angela the first time she heard it. She was equally adept at guitar, but her true talent lay with a voice that was smooth and husky as 20-year-old malt. That left Angela as the sporty tomboy. She knew every League One player, their club, position, and form for the last few seasons, and could argue for hours about what formation play managers should and shouldn't use. It had taken months of reviewing classic games, memorizing results, players, managers, League One gossip, but she could now talk the great game with the best of them. There was being a whore, and then there was just plain debasing yourself. But it had paid off. Apparently, the football girlfriend position hadn't been filled for a while. The first thing Bartram had said when Mark Antony introduced them was, "So, explain the offside rule to me, then." The Jag pulled into the car park behind Velasco Beach. It was early afternoon, and the southerly wind and shepherd moonlet's conjunction was raising a reasonable swell on the ocean. Angela and Olivia Jay stood on the new promenade along the back of the sands and watched surfers riding the curls. "Can you do that?" Olivia Jay asked, her expression going all wistful as she watched the lean, beach-suited figures showing off. "I haven't for a while," Angela admitted. "I'm way out of practice." "Will you teach me? We could get some boards delivered to the mansion." Angela had just known that would be her response. "I suppose we could." "Oh, thank you." Olivia Jay gave her a big hug and kiss. Angela kissed her back, smiling at the girl's simple glee. "I don't know what I'd do without you." "You'd survive." Angela put her arm round the girl's shoulder. "Now come on, let's make the most of our time out." They wandered into the narrow streets of the old town. The buildings close to the sea were mainly old warehouses and engineering shops, all metal frame and cheap panelling, their original purpose modified by sharp developers into bargain apartments and small individual stores. It wasn't the rich who used them. They had their own grander streets with exclusive malls and arcades and spas. This part of town belonged to the lowly contract workers. Angela led them into Maslin's Café on Le Sueur Street, where the owner favoured East European synth pop from 30 years ago. She ordered a mint tea, while Olivia Jay asked for an espresso with a syrup shot. Both girls looked at the row of amazing pastries and cupcakes that Maslin himself baked in the kitchen out back, but the notion that they might get to taste one was a rebellion too far. All their food was carefully measured and prepared at the mansion, and they had to log on daily to the gym machines or use a monitor band to record a jog round the grounds or a swim. He might be a gossip, a tox-soak, a fibber, and a shameless vanity merchant, but Mark Antony took his job very seriously. The girlfriends had their weight limit written into their contract, along with fitness levels and general physical appearance. Even tan shades were detailed. Olivia J. had to sunbathe nude for 90 minutes daily, a clause requiring her to turn over every 10 minutes to maintain her dark complexion, while the Celtic-skinned Cara couldn't risk going outside without full-block cream on. Lady Evangeline wasn't allowed to trim her waist-length raven tresses. Angela herself was required to exercise twice as hard as the others. He did like his stereotypes, did Bartram.
"The surfboards are on their way,"
Olivia J. announced happily, as Angela chose a white plastic table by the window to sit at. Angela put her jazzy orange and black beach bag behind the chair and picked up her Japanese-style teacup with both hands, blowing at the surface to cool it.
"Don't say I didn't warn you," she said.
Olivia J.'s behaviour, the impulse buy, didn't bother her any more. The boards would be ridiculously expensive, since everything in Abelia was either flown or shipped in, adding to the cost. It didn't matter. Anything the girlfriends wanted was just loaded onto the mansion's general finance tab. Should they want to, they could keep the things they bought afterwards. Though loading up with jewellery from Abelia's fanciful brand showcase emporiums earned them a 10-minute diatribe about gratitude in Mark Antony's office. Someone sat at the table behind Angela. She paid them no attention. Olivia J. leaned forward.
"Lady E. is leaving next week," she confided.
"What?
How do you know?"
Angela was certain Evangeline had another month to go on her contract. 4 months was standard.
"I overheard Mark Antony and Luana talking about it yesterday."
"I see." Luana was the wardrobe mistress, who before she worked at the mansion used to glam up celebrities for a Hollywood Zone production company. Hating herself for asking, for being part of it all, Angela said, "Why?" Olivia J. rolled her eyes.
"One too many ideological rants to Brinkel."
"I thought that was why she was here, to give Bartram something to shoot down."
"They weren't expecting someone quite so committed to the socialist cause. Brinkel is worried she gets Bartram a little too worked up."
Angela shook her head in disbelief. Bartram always started the politics argument at their evening meals. It was his preferred topic, animating him more than the other discussions. The more heated the ideological argument, the longer he kept Evangeline in his bed afterwards. Angela suspected revenge sex was his favourite, which made Brinkel's motivation highly questionable.
"It's just jealousy. She has a lot of daddy issues."
Olivia J. giggled wildly.
"I always think you'd be better off talking politics with him rather than Lady E."
"Really? And can you imagine Evangeline telling him how Gilmer should play fullback and Dewey ought to be on the other wing?"
"Got a point there. See, you're the smart one, Angela."
She just smiled airily. Don't even get started on that discussion, however light-hearted.
"Come on, time to go."
She picked up her beach bag.
"No rush,"
Olivia J. grumbled.
"He's having treatment today. He never wants us around after that."
Angela had reluctantly come to admire Bartram for his dedication to the treatment. The Biomedical Institute, which he'd founded, was devoted to one thing: developing a human rejuvenation process. Like every branch of science, genetics had suffered a major slowdown when transspatial connections had unlocked the new worlds for settlement. In the new era, money did what money always did, and went for the fastest payoff. With the gateways opening, that was investment in entire planetary economies, familiar corporate growth patterns and government bond schemes, but in markets that didn't suffer from Earth's heavy regulation and harsh taxes. It wasn't cutting-edge tech companies which brought the big, quick profits anymore, but the old staples of utilities and farming and distribution networks, and, of course, the algae paddies. The money loved that. It was familiar and low risk, with margins greater than gleaming short-lived technological breakthroughs. All the science-rooted consumerism corporates had suffered in the decades that followed publication of one high-chance theory. The money didn't want maybes when it could have certainties. That was why the three North brothers had eventually split. They had the money and the drive to break the stagnation, each pursuing their individual vision of the future. For Augustine, it was the straight corporate route, continuing to grow the bio-oil giant that had the fiscal and political clout to shape destiny. His greatest accomplishment to date was the cartel which had broken the futures market and brought some much-needed stability to the transstellar economy. Constantine chose isolation supported by self-sustaining high-tech replication technology, hoping to achieve a human-machine synergy, elevating himself to the singularity. No one knew what kind of progress he'd made, but no new cyborg deities had yet materialized in Jupiter orbit, while Bartram lusted for the oldest human dream, eternal life. Out of the three, it was looking like Bartram would be the first to fully succeed. To begin with, the Institute had given him a genuine daughter, the first and only genuine offspring to be born to the three brothers. She was the family and future they had been denied before, supplanting all the twos. And now, by painful increments, his body was being returned to its youthful ideal. Even better, this time round, his reconstituted genes would have the 1 in 10 sequence factored in. The process was phenomenally expensive. Some organs could be regrown for him. The heart, lungs, kidney, liver, spleen, bladder, muscles. A long, useful list that modified stem cells could shape themselves into around pre-molded scaffolds of tissue, producing a viable body part ready for transplanting. But that still left the remainder of the human body, the all-important skin and bone and blood vessels and nerves, all of which had to be rejuvenated in situ with gene replacement therapy. Then there was the brain, for which Bartram's Institute had pushed neurogenesis techniques to astonishing new heights. It wasn't just the cost which was staggering. The combined procedures took time. A lot of it. Rumour around the mansion was that Bartram had begun that stage 12 years ago. Angela didn't know, and didn't really care how long or how much it cost. The results were clear enough. Today, Bartram, at 109 years old, was more like a spry 50-year-old, unexpectedly struck with arthritis. He resented the painful stiffness, but was resolute in his determination to overcome it. "So we can spend even longer in town, then," Angela said. Olivia Jay gave her a sly look. "Are you seeing someone?" she asked, breathlessly. "Don't be ridiculous. I wouldn't get anything if I did that. Exclusivity is clause 1 in the contract. It's the only one that ever matters." "You are, aren't you?" Olivia Jay was almost bouncing with excitement. "No, I just want a bit of time to myself. That's not unreasonable, is it? Now come on." They went to Burke Unwin first, much to Olivia Jay's obvious disapproval. It was trying to push itself as a quality department store, but its pedigree showed in its accommodation. A revamped single-story food processing factory with awkward stanchions running the length inside that couldn't quite be disguised by fanciful marketing displays. Nor did the location help, halfway down Marbeuf Avenue, several blocks from where Abelia's real glitz and glamour began. For all its aspirations, Burke Unwin was always going to be reasonably priced, last year's model merchandise for the middle-income patron. So Olivia Jay sighed theatrically as Angela dragged her between counters. Eventually, she found what she was looking for. "You've got to be kidding," Olivia Jay said as Angela got an assistant to unlock the jewellery cabinet. "No?" Angela held up the gold banana-shaped cufflinks, turning them in the light. They were the kind of deliberately gaudy trinket a low-rank manager would wear to demonstrate independence from the corporate machine. Maybe something his fiancée had bought him. "I'll take them," she told the assistant. "Angela!" Olivia Jay protested. "I know what I'm doing, thanks." "Clearly you don't, because if you did, come on, let's go to Tiffany's, or Gerrard's, or anywhere. If you really loved him, you would." "I don't, so flip it to 0. She told her EI to pay Burke Unwin's account, using her own money, not the mansion's tab. "Gift-wrapped, please," she asked the assistant. Tying a purple ribbon round the box took an extra 3 minutes. Longer than it should, but then the man was sneaking glances at the pair of them while he wrapped and tied. "I'll catch you back at the Jag later," she told a mildly pouty Olivia Jay once they were outside. "Suppose so." Angela let the girl take the first taxi. She wouldn't put it past Olivia Jay to try and follow her. Once she'd seen the cab turn off at the end of Marbeuf Avenue, her EI called another one for her. "Montreal Beach," she told the auto. They pulled away from the curb, emitting microwave and laser pulses, which the road guide cables and other autos deciphered. Vehicles the length of the avenue adjusted their speed and positioning, allowing her cab into the modest flow. Angela peered down into her bag. She took out the gift box, unwrapped it carefully on her lap, and removed the gaudy cufflinks. Then she reached into the beach bag and found the palm-sized black cardboard box that had been dropped in while she was sitting in the cafe. It contained a pair of cufflinks identical to the ones she'd just bought, as well as a pair of gossamer thin grabber gloves. She took the gloves out carefully, remembering to hold them by the blue tag on the rim. They were so thin it was like holding mist. When she held them up, they swayed about in the air-con streams with all the sluggish inertia of seaweed. As they moved, their refraction shimmer painted a phantom outline in the air. It was about the only way she could tell they existed. Frightened they would tear, she carefully slid her hand up into the first one. She needn't have worried. Their molecular structure had been carefully designed. When it was on correctly, she peeled the blue tag off, activating the adhesion process. The grabber glove melded to her skin. Even when she held her hand 10 centimeters from her eyes, there was no way she could tell the glove was on. She rubbed her cheek. It felt like skin. Satisfied there was no way anyone could detect the grabber glove outside of a spectroscopic analysis, Angela pulled the second glove on. After that, she opened the gift box from Burke Unwin and swapped the cufflinks round. Monturial Beach was a small cove with deep rocky headlands on either side. The land at the back was taken up by the Ibanez condominium, a sweeping white concrete and dark glass structure with 8-tiered balconies along the front and living walls at both ends, producing elaborate vertical gardens. Apartments inside started at 8 million euro francs, with full valet services on tap, making it the nesting place of hard-edged bachelor types, the kind of executive who provided all the management and financial service support which the true corporate overlord didn't like to be separated from. The cab stopped by the main gate, the auto lacking authorization to proceed. Angela's EI gave the gate manager her identity certificate, and the cab rolled forwards again. It stopped 30 seconds later under the Eagle Wings portico, and Angela climbed out. Behind her, the Burke Unwin cufflinks were wedged down the side of the seat cushions, unlikely to be found for months, if then. She'd swallowed the blue tags. Angela took the lift to the 8th floor. There were only 4 apartments at that level, all penthouses. The door of number 3 recognized her and opened. Berkeley North was waiting in the big open-plan lounge, with its balcony overlooking the deserted beach. Angela gave him a coy grin. "Hi," she said, all husky-voiced. "Hi yourself. You look great." "Thanks." She did a little twirl, which sent the short, flimsy skirt fabric rising up. That morning she dressed specifically for Berkeley. Not that it required much thought or effort. Short skirt, tight white T-shirt without a bra, simple pumps, hair tied back, moisturized skin but no makeup. A slightly cheaper version of the clothing Mark Antony and Luana made her wear at the mansion. They knew what Bartram liked. She'd been chosen for her toned-up athletic looks, and their clothes emphasized that. And, of course, what one North liked, all the others did too. It wasn't exactly trans-spatial connection science. The 12 finished up with her in front of Berkeley. She dropped her bag and wrapped her arms around him, kissing hungrily. Berkeley was 31, and already appointed as Abelia's Civic Administration's comptroller, the kind of position Bartram insisted remain within the family domain. His age meant he was almost the last 2 North to be born before Brinkhell. There would be no more of his kind. Bartram was expecting to walk away from his treatment with fully functional gonads. All future offspring would be like Brinkhell, a concept which made Angela shudder. It also made Berkeley not a little jealous and resentful of his little sister, which made things easy for Angela from the first moment she started flirting with him. The kiss finished. Still grinning, Angela pulled her T-shirt off, warming her face into a sultry I-can't-wait expression. "I've got something for you," she purred. Berkeley could barely look away from her naked torso. "Yeah?" She took the ribbon-tied box from her bag and offered it to him. He opened it up, mildly curious. When the lid came off, there was a flash of puzzlement, quickly and professionally hidden. "Thank you, Angela." His lips twitched in genuine appreciation. "I know it's not much," she said, her face tilted up, all youthfully serious now. "But I wanted to give you something. I want you to know how much you mean to me." His smile was proud, as expected. He was the one who bought trinkets for girls, not the other way round. Like all men, especially ones as powerful as the North's, he liked to believe a beautiful girl would fall head over heels for him. And that's what must be happening, because she had so much to lose personally if Bartram ever found out about their affair. So she must like him for him, not just his money and position. "They're quirky," he said. "I like that. I'll put them on right away." "No, don't." She slipped the skirt down her legs, then wiggled out of her thong. "At least, not right away." They did it in the jacuzzi first, which he always liked. Then they took a break in the sauna, followed by more thrashing about on the lounge's big cream-leather couch. One time, she let him have her up against a wall, legs and arms spread wide, all nicely submissive, the way a North enjoyed. Her hands were open, with his pressing up against her, pushing her hard against the wall, fingers to fingers, palm to palm. She triggered the grab, allowing the glove circuits and receptors to record his complete biometric pattern. After the wall, he collected a bottle of champagne from the kitchen, and they finished up in the bedroom with him licking the icy fizzing drink off her abdomen and thighs, just like his brother-father. Monday, 11th February, 2143. The Zone Theatre's City Virtual showed the city cab taxi pulling in to the curb outside the Suffering Club on Carliol Street, just a few hundred metres from the Market Street station. A man walked backwards out of the club and got into the taxi with a weird, gravity-defying hop. "Get me his ID," Sid told Laurel Burdett in the control room. "Running a recognition routine now," she assured him. The taxi pulled away from the club and manoeuvred backwards onto Warswick Street, moving in the half-time, which the detectives had found was the easiest way to follow vehicles reversing along Newcastle's ancient tangle of streets and through the dead coverage areas of ripped meshes and pulsed smart dust. This was the 74th they backtracked, and Sid was starting to worry about human error creeping in. It was tedious work that had so far produced nothing except for short tempers and growing resentment. Probability alone meant that they'd find the right taxi soon enough, and discover where it had picked up the unknown North's body. 20 minutes later, the taxi was driving backwards along George Street towards the vast fort in Singletown, a carbon-black macro building built in 2105 that had evicted the college and all the commercial units between Scotswood Road on the south up to Elwick Road, with George Street making its eastern wall and Maple Terrace its western. At 30 stories high, it dominated the surrounding districts, looking like a nest of manufactured coral, soaking up the sunlight as part of its low-energy commitment, inset with 10,000 blind silver windows. A self-contained community with housing, shops, offices, schools, theatres, and fully protected by agency police. Connected to the metro network, and with a recognised civil council that made sure local taxes were low, it was both inclusive with and separate from the rest of the metropolis. Single towns were the best possible way forward for Earth's cities. Its developers championed them back then. Projects that would eat up GSW areas, banishing urban blight, providing homes and jobs for everyone. Indeed, 3 other single towns had been built in Newcastle around the turn of the century. With low property taxes and a screening policy to keep out undesirable residents, they became havens for the corporate middle classes, the ultimate gated communities, shutting out the rest of the world's problems. Sid watched the taxi back its way down George Street, getting ever closer to the ramp junction which led to one of the Fortin's underground road access ramps. "Come on, down you go," he murmured. If the taxi had come out of there, picked up the passenger from inside the Fortin, that would effectively eliminate the vehicle. The surveillance systems in the single town worked. Privately funded, any rip, glitch, or damage was repaired immediately. They could grab a full history of the man. Once again, the investigation had no luck. He watched the taxi roll past the ramp junction and into Blandford Street. From there, of course, it wound up in the dead gap of the junction with St James's Boulevard. "Why did it take that route?" Laurel asked. "Who knows?" Sid replied, and told her to centre the junction. Sometimes they got lucky, and a mesh further down the road would give them a bad visual angle on the blanked-out section. Not this time, naturally. So Sid had to study the busy junction for several minutes, working out which of the taxis that drove through it was the one he was following. And that was why this was getting dangerous. They decided that each investigator was limited to a 2-hour shift. The level of frustration, combined with the finicky detail required, meant that shortcuts and assumptions were too tempting. Sid wanted to backtrack every taxi himself, to be absolutely sure. But that was a physical impossibility, so he had to trust his colleagues. The nightmare scenario was they finished all 207, only to find somewhere down the line they'd made a mistake, that someone had overlooked a gap because the route appeared obvious, or they were tired, or they'd been distracted for a couple of seconds. If they didn't find which taxi it was, they'd have to start over. Actually, that wouldn't happen. O'Rourke would make very sure of that. Sid confirmed the taxi travelled all the way along the boulevard to the junction with the A186, and handed over to Ava at 11 o'clock. His 2 hours were up, and the relief was as strong as the guilt as he walked out of the theatre. The state of Office 3 was a perfect reflection of the team's morale. He still had a full complement of detectives working their way through data at each of the consoles, all of them in sweaters against the poor aircon. Fast food wrappers and disposable cups were piled up precariously in the bins. The carpet had acquired additional unidentified stains. Cushioning on the arm of Abner's chair was held on with black gaffer tape. Pausing by the door while the blue seal came on, he found the drabness and apathy to be supremely depressing. What a difference a month made, back when they started with their unlimited budget and big-time political pressure to get this solved. People had arrived early and stayed late, bringing a surge of enthusiasm to the monumental task. Now this. And he couldn't even find it in himself to deliver a decent pep talk each morning. He felt like a 5th Division club manager at the end of the season, faced with relegation to oblivion. All his clever talk, keeping Ava and Ian tight to deliver the killer clue, had been pissed away in a drizzle of mediocrity. And from the way Chloe Healy and Jensen Sand regarded him in the canteen these days, like alligators watching a duckling, he was pretty sure O'Rourke was up on the 6th floor, sharpening his knife. His Iris Smart Cell grid produced a communication icon that made him frown. It was the Newcastle Metro emblem, a dark yellow square with a stylized red M in the center. He twisted the icon and watched the text unfold from the Metro management system, telling him his day rover ticket was now active. Just to prove how blue his thoughts were, it took him a good 30 seconds to work out what it meant. He collected his jacket from the inner office. "Out for lunch," he told Ian as he walked away. Light snow was falling from a dark grey sky, precursor to a heavier fall within a couple of hours. He trudged up Grey Street towards the metro station at Monument, the closest to Market Street. It was like early evening. The light level was so depleted. Sludge clung to his ankle boots as he went down the steps to the underground entrance. Kanisha Saeed was there, a ball of navy-blue mohair with a green tartan scarf and matching hat. She wandered over to a big map of the metro network, stuck on the wall opposite the bank of escalators. He stood beside her, and she shuffled sideways until she was facing a hologram poster for a Parsec resort in the Mediterranean, where girls in bikinis played slow-mo volleyball on the beach, a white marble hotel glimmering in the background. A constant stream of people walked along behind them, tramping the slush and jostling their backs. "No mesh on this," Kanisha said. "No lip-reading software," he finished for her. "You're growing it in your job, detective." "Thank you. Do you have a name for me?" "No." "Crap on it, Kanisha. What is this?" "I picked up some words. Something's happening. Something big." "Okay, man, what?" "I don't know that, moron. I'd have to be inside to know." Sid glared at the exotic beach with its brilliant sunlight and emerald palm trees. "Fuck's sake," he hissed. "It's a big deal going down. Think what that means." "Low odds on 2 major corporate ops running simultaneously." "Well done, pet. Whatever the murder covered up is reaching its end game." "Can you find out?" "No." Her round head shook from side to side. "This is your way in. You need to work through the gang task force. They're idiots, but they're not totally useless. The evidence will be in their intelligence somewhere. A pattern, a name. You have to find how it hooks into your case." "Yeah, right."
We're through now, Detective. Goodbye.
Take care, man. Sid had never liked the 5th floor. For a start, it was home to the Police Standards Division, which ran in-house investigations against Newcastle's officers, and he'd spent enough time in their office last year. But it also housed 3 of the city's major task forces, who regarded themselves as the elite. Sid had his own views on that. Detective First-Grade Hafer Fullerton met him in the lobby outside the lifts. No one was allowed into the task force offices unescorted. A lot of smart dust scattered around had suppression functions, making sure the 5th floor's networks remained secure. Hafer herself was in her 50s, with a tired-looking face to which she'd applied a minimum amount of makeup. Her dark hair was cut short, a style that required little upkeep. Helped by a grey, mid-priced department store suit, she successfully projected the image of a drab bureaucrat, too busy filling in expenses to deal with anyone. The greeting was professionally courteous, and nothing else. She showed him to her office. A corner office, Sid noted, the one directly underneath O'Rourke's, though considerably smaller.
"So, what can I do for you?" she asked, once he'd sat down in front of her desk.
"You've heard about my case. The North carjacking. Word is you're not making much progress. We're running a simulation that should produce our principal suspect."
"Right. The taxi backtrack HDA forced on O'Rourke. He's not pleased, Sid."
"Name a time you've seen O'Rourke happy." He gave her a cards-on-the-table grin, which was a masterclass in smooth. She was one of O'Rourke's devotees, a real solid block of the support pyramid, which kept him in his office. "Whoever killed my North had to have gang support." Logical. The taxi was one of theirs, and ripping the meshes took organisation. "But if I knew anything, I would have given you the data. I mean, screw the memo on inter-department cooperation. I could do with the credit." "Take the credit. I just need to survive."
"So why are you here?"
"There's a big play coming off. I think the two might be connected. I'd like your intel on it."
"Uh-huh." She gave him a neutral stare. "And how did you come by that notion?"
"My own investigation. A source dropped a word."
"That's a big word to drop."
"So there is something happening."
Hafer took her time, making a show of deciding, pushing home just who was alpha here. "We're picking up some activity on the street," was all she finally admitted to.
"Unusual activity?"
"Only in scale."
"So there is something going down?"
"Could be. We don't know yet. Best guess we can make from the money that's being splashed round and the low lives it's buying, there's some kind of shipment coming in."
"Okay. Who's been loose with their money?"
"Good question. That's what my people are trying to find out.
I need the data they've gathered. The AI can run correlation on it."
"Our sources need to remain secure."
"Aye, man. I wasn't thinking of broadcasting this."
"I'll ask which of your team has clearance to handle this. It's sensitive. If any of them make the grade, we'll talk again."
"Appreciate that."
Sid got up to leave. "How is the HDA connected to all this, Sid? Why the pressure?"
"It's a North,"
he told her.
"Bollocks."
"What's going on?" He couldn't help himself.
"If you like, I can find out if you've got clearance."
"Screw you."
"Sure. But I'd like you to get that data to whoever you clear out of my people by tomorrow morning at the latest. You don't want me to go over your head on this, trust me, man. I'm swimming in shit. Don't get in with me."
The blue seal around Hafer's door died away as it opened, and she gave him a V sign. Monday, 18th February, 2143. "Our survey was approved by the City Architect's Office," Jacinta said over breakfast. "It cleared the Civic Administration network last night."
"Aye, brilliant, man,"
Sid said. The survey was the last legal obstacle to selling their Walkergate house. An official report by a ridiculously expensive building structural analyst that concluded 4 walls and a roof existed, but guaranteed nothing else. Sid had already sorted out the mortgage with a company registered in Cambodia, who'd agreed to loan them money for the Jesmond house based on a combination of their salaries, and provided a certification to that effect to his solicitor. That would allow the money to be legally transferred on completion of the sale. As far as his UK bank and GE Tax Bureau would know, and could prove,
The Cambodia Mortgage Company held the deeds and received monthly payments. In reality, Sid owned the mortgage company, and it had taken a loan from another finance market in Vietnam, a much smaller one, because they were using a big slice of Sid's secondary savings as a down payment on the new house, as well as the equity from the old one. So out of the official monthly mortgage repayments, half would pay off the Vietnam loan at a reasonable rate, and the rest would go direct to Sid's secondary. They'd legitimately wind up with a bigger house and have more spending money per month than before.
"Does anyone want this house?" Zara asked anxiously as she spooned up her porridge. 15 virtual viewings so far, Jacinta announced proudly. The agent said 3 have requested a visit as soon as the data work's cleared. She and Sid clasped hands and shared a look. He didn't have the heart to tell her just how bad things were with the case right now. No taxi, and no overlap between all their data and Hafer's, plus he suspected Hafer hadn't downloaded everything. And O'Rourke wanted to reassign 5 of the team members. "So, you two are going to have to keep your rooms tidy," Sid warned the kids. "Mine is,"
Zara said immediately. For the first time, Will dragged his gaze from the screen, which was showing the news from St Libra. The expedition E-Rays had successfully flown over the vast eclipsed mountains, and were relaying the astonishing images of soaring snowy crags and valleys.
"And mine,"
he protested. Sid eyed the lump of porridge on the front of Will's Monday morning clean school shirt and pulled a dubious face. "Aye, well, let's keep 'em that way, shall we?"
"I'll take 'em in this morning," Jacinta said. "If you can collect them tonight. They both got clubs, so it'll be 6 o'clock.
"Sure." Their hands finger-played again.
"I know you like to get in early after a weekend."
"Thank you," he grinned. Will said. His nose was wrinkled up as he gave their hands a dismayed stare.
"What is wrong with you two?"
"Nothing. Everything is fully functional, actually," Sid said. He smirked at Jacinta, who started giggling. Will gave his sister a perplexed glance, then shook his head dismissively and scooped up some more porridge. Sid and Jacinta exchanged one last glance. He knew they wouldn't be able to get away with that kind of behavior in front of the kids for much longer. That, moving house, the case, however it ended, it was definitely the end of an era. The world had that feel to it these days, as if he was marking time. He suspected it was the eternity of the zone theatre simulation, which he had to return to day after day, which was conjuring up the sensation. Aye, well, only 109 of the little bastards left now. Today, they'd reached the halfway point. Somehow he knew he wasn't going to convince the team it was all downhill from now on. Sid let the Toyota's auto make the drive to the Market Street station. It hadn't snowed for 5 days, and the roads were reasonably clear, allowing traffic to flow as it always did when the majority were on auto. A heatless low sun shone brightly out of a clear sky, glinting off the ice which gripped the buildings. He let the official police overnights roll down his grid, keeping current with how the city had behaved over the weekend. As badly as usual by the look of things. Assaults, drunken brawls, burglaries, 2 arson burnouts, 3 murders, a medium-sized tox bust at a club, a whole column of car smashes from faulty autos, drunk manual drivers. Why do they do that still? And not enough grit on the roads. As the Toyota dipped down into the station's underground car park, Sid frowned and asked his EI to bring up the file on one of the murders. The name was vaguely familiar. When the file started to expand, he wished he could close it all down again. Jalwell Cavane had been found on the Heaton GSW site. Actually, a passing agency patrol car had seen him at 4 o'clock in the morning. It wasn't difficult. Someone had doused him in bio-oil and set it alight. When Sid got up to Office 3, he used the secure net to run a check. Jalwell Cavane had been mentioned in the information Hafer Fullerton had sent down from her task force. He was a long-time police informer who was due to be contacted by the task force. Hafer Fullerton wasn't at all pleased to see him when he stepped out of the lift on the 5th floor. She never said a word as they walked down the corridor to her office. Sid took a guess that she hadn't been up to see O'Rourke yet. The murder of a police informant was going to bring down a pile of grief as well as a formal investigation. "So what happened?" he asked.
"You tell me.
Everything was going along fine until we shared our intelligence with you. No, don't even try that one. I accessed the file. Cavane was one of your actives on this. You were working him. Maybe. We'll never know now, will we? So do you handle the murder investigation, or does that get kicked downstairs? Downstairs. I don't have time and money to waste on crap like this. Crap like this? Sid snarled. He was burned to death, man. It doesn't get any worse. That's the point. It's how the gangs deal with snitches. That's why they do it in public, too, not just bump them off in some cellar where nobody will ever find them. It's a warning to everyone else. One you don't ignore. All our contacts will be diving for cover today. Whatever the hell was going down, we won't find out about it until after, if then. This is over now, do you understand? We blew it. Ah, crap on it, man. Still no taxi, huh? Still no taxi. Okay, look, we're both going to get our asses kicked on this. If you find the taxi, let me know. Why? Sid asked suspiciously. You said it. These two are probably connected. Find the taxi, see who gets in and out with the body, and I'll run them through our AI. We both know they're gang members, and we have hundreds of names, confirmed and suspected. If anyone can identify them for you, it'll be my task force. He didn't have to consider the deal for long. Okay. I'll keep you in the loop. The message came through at 11 o'clock, issued from O'Rourke's office. He was to report to the senior briefing room on the 6th floor in 10 minutes. Sid thought he was getting hauled up before O'Rourke for a bollocking. Then he noticed who else was included on the message. Every detective above grade 4 in the station. He shared the lift up with 3 of them, all exchanging puzzled glances. They trooped into the briefing room and waited until O'Rourke came in. He was flanked by Jensen San and another man Sid didn't recognize, but who wore the kind of stiff attitude and dark suit that nailed him as a senior bureaucrat. Manipulative, negative, self-serving. This is a GE-wide interagency alert, O'Rourke said, and is classified global restriction. Sid was icy alert now. Another global restriction. Crap on that. Mr. Scrupsis is from the GE Bureau of Alien Affairs. He'll explain what's going on. The bureaucrat stepped forward. Thank you, Chief Constable. This is basically a missing persons alert, and I'll explain the importance of it in a moment. We are issuing this to every local and national law enforcement agency in the GE, and their equivalent colleagues are doing the same all over Earth. As of last Friday, a Professor Sebastian Umbright and his family, his wife and 2 girls, aged 10 and 7, have gone missing. They live in Switzerland, just outside Geneva, and the alarm was raised by work colleagues late last Friday. The local police investigated and found no sign of a struggle. As far as we can determine, Mrs. Umbright picked the children up from school as normal, 1600 hours on Thursday, and returned home. Local traffic records confirm this. Professor Umbright left the institute at 18:17 that evening and also drove home without incident. Both cars were in the garage when the police arrived. We have not yet determined the exact time or method of abduction, but it's clearly a very professional operation. Sid was glancing cautiously round the room to try and see Hafer Fullerton and what her reaction to all this was. Surely this couldn't be the big operation the gangs were mounting. As to the reason for the high level of the alert, Mr. Scrupsis continued, all I can tell you is that Professor Umbright works for the Swiss National Nuclear Research Agency. His knowledge could be extremely dangerous in the wrong hands. So, his profile will be loaded into the civic AIs who will scan every surveillance system for him. In addition, you will be issued a basic file on him, which you are to pass on to every member of your team. His field of expertise must not be revealed under any circumstances, not to them, or friends, or family. I hope this is understood. He stared round the room for emphasis, meeting as many gazes as he could. Very well. Thank you for your cooperation. Stay behind for a moment, Jensen San said quietly to Sid, as everyone started to leave. Sid waited where he was until the room cleared. Even Jensen San bailed, clearly glad not to be a part of the smaller meeting. The blue seal came on around the door, and the windows turned silver. O'Rourke stayed up on the small rostrum, directing an inscrutable stare at Sid. For once, his face had lost its ruddy flush, not that Sid could detect any nervousness. "So is there a connection?" Sid asked. "To your case?" Scripsis said. "We don't know, obviously. But this is the second major transstellar criminal incident in 5 weeks. Actually, in 20 years. That's pushing it for a coincidence." "What was Umbright's speciality?" "He is head of a D-bomb design team. You know what a D-bomb is, don't you?" "Oh, crap on it." Sid grunted in complete dismay. "Yeah, I know. It's the nuke they fire into a Xanth swarm. To be specific, it's the nuke they fire into the space-time rift that the Xanth use. It distorts the rift at a quantum level, and makes it useless, for a while anyway. The Xanth adapt to everything we throw at them. That's why the designs have to be constantly improved. As a rule of thumb, what worked last time won't work next time." "Aye. Look, man, I can see what a huge deal this is, but really I don't figure a connection with my case." "What do you think your case is, Detective?" "Find the alien who murdered the two North." "And you believe that?" Which wasn't a question Sid had any intention of answering. "It's a very unusual case, and that's why it has the resources it does." "Good answer. If there are aliens running round Earth, then they might well be trying to acquire our advanced weapons technology. Speaking for myself and my department, I believe that to be a pile of crap. This is vile corporate maneuvering, conducted on the grandest scale, and we intend to expose it for what it is." Sid turned to O'Rourke, as if he was appealing to a priest. "So what do you want me to do?" "Continue exactly as before," Scrapsis said. "Run down the gang which killed the North. When we have them, we will have their corporate paymasters. Then we will step in and close this whole shoddy enterprise down permanently." "Aye, I can do that." "Good man." "Give me updates as soon as you have anything new," O'Rourke said. "I'll liaise with Mr. Scrupsis." "And what about Ralph Stevens?" Sid asked levelly. "You continue to report to him," O'Rourke said. "After me." "Aye," Sid said. He glanced back at Scripsis. "You and Stevens, you don't work from the same office, do you?" "No, Detective, we do not." "Got it." He turned to leave. "How's the taxi hunt going?" O'Rourke asked. Sid's EI quested the door to unlock. The blue seal light faded. "Absolutely bloody nowhere, ma'am." Friday, 22nd February, 2143. By 8 o'clock in the evening, the last of the day's thin clouds had blown away over the North Sea, leaving the stars shimmering harshly in the thin, clear sky. The temperature had been dropping all across the city for hours. It was going to be a cold night even by Newcastle standards. After he parked his car at the end of Falconer Street, Sid pulled the jacket zip right to the top and put on a woolly hat. He could make out his cloudy breath in the pale streetlights as he walked along to Ian's place. It was so tempting just to forget all about this and go home. Immerse himself in the noise and fun chaos of the kids. A meal together with Jacinta. Some time alone after the kids went to bed. A good answer to a week that had been pure hell, starting with Cavane's gruesome murder and the alert over the Umbright kidnapping. He absolutely hated the politics of it all. Ralph's office against Scrupsis, neither of which he could control. O'Rourke's involvement, too, made him more wary. Then he'd had a meeting with Aldred. It was the same little Jamaica Blue Cafe on John Dobson Street as their very first encounter. It had taken a while, and some delicate investigation, but Sid finally discovered why Aldred didn't mind having a conversation in broad daylight with him. Northumberland Interstellar owned the franchise. All the smart dust was deactivated while they were sitting together. Nothing was recorded, so no lip-reading software could ever be applied. It gave Sid an appreciation of just how extensive the North family's influence was. Aldred had come in on the Wednesday morning, and they sat in their usual corner booth, away from the door. "I take it you want to talk about Umbright?" Aldred asked. "And Scrupsis." "Ah, the man from Alien Affairs. Bad name, I always thought. Makes it sound like they're shagging them rather than investigating them. They think your brother's murder and the kidnapping are connected. Scrapsis believes it's all part of some big corporate scam. Aldred's eyebrows rose. A D-bomb scientist is part of corporate manoeuvring. Did he say in what way? Are our rivals going to Newcastle? Aye, man, don't you start in on me. Sorry. Aldred grinned as he blew gently at the chocolate-sprinkled foam on top of his cappuccino. But it is funny. 2 government agencies in a jurisdiction war, and they accuse the corporates of arming up as an excuse to cage fight. So who does want a D-bomb scientist? The distant worlds, most likely. The what? Distance. Planets like New Persia, or Kophon, or True Jerusalem, or Georgia. Worlds that don't have gateways to Earth, that were opened by nationalist societies that want to propagate colonies made up entirely of believers. Pure cultures taken from the old country. They need protection from the Xanth just like everybody else, and as they're distant, the HDA can't help them. I thought True Jerusalem was just a rumour, and I hadn't even heard of the others. Are they real? Who knows? As you and I aren't Jewish, we'd never get the secret invitation handshake, would we? And I'm certainly not Chinese nor Muslim, so same goes there. The much better rumour is there's another US world out there somewhere. Apparently their government will evacuate to it if we ever lose Earth. I don't need this, man. I really don't. Look, you're here for my advice, right? Aye. It doesn't bother us who gets involved higher up the ladder, okay? It's a government turf war, irrelevant to what's actually going on. You are the one finding out who killed our brother, and you're doing it properly. That's what matters. So, kiss the arse of whatever idiot is putting the most pressure on O'Rourke. Flog your team, file your reports with everybody, but don't slow the investigation. We're relying on you, Sid. The Norths are about the only people who were, Sid reflected that night as he made his way to Ian's flat. Everyone else was waiting for him to screw up so they could initiate stage 2 of their conflict. As he opened the front gate on the little terraced house, he contemplated exactly what he should tell Ian and Ava. It might just be time to cut them loose, make sure their careers weren't tainted too badly by the case. Even as he thought it, he realized he'd all but given up on the taxi simulation. "Evening, detective," Sid jumped. There was a dark blob in the shadows of the tiny front garden, only visible as it moved forwards. "Kenesha! Oh, man, what the hell?" He couldn't make out her face at all, just another shade of darkness between coat and whatever hat was pulled down over her hair. Even her wisps of breath were faint. "Jarwell Cavane used to be my informant," she said with a thread of anger in her voice. "I recruited him back in the day. I ran him for 7 years. He was a perfect snout. He didn't know what was going on at the top, but everything else he told me was solid gold. I owe him a couple of promotions at least." "I'm sorry, I didn't know." "He was reliable, Sid. He would have told his controller whatever he knew. You don't pressure people like Jolwell to find things out. That's not how it's played. You listen to what he says, you hear the names, and you turn the heat on them because they're new nobodies, the expendable ones, not Jolwell. He's not an expendable. They knew that. That bitch Fullerton and her crew. They knew it, and they didn't fucking care. They were too greedy. They wanted things fast. That's not how it works in intelligence. You put a case together slowly. Take years if you have to. But this mad North murder, it's fired everyone up so hot they can't think of anything else but the prize at the end. So, they put pressure on him, and they got him to ask, when it should have been them doing the asking. See, Pet, everyone knew Jolwell didn't ask about things he wasn't involved in. He was never the curious one. He was a solid gang lad. A dependable who didn't fucking ask. And when all that changes, when he's different, you know he's grassing you up. I don't want to make it worse, but Hafer's intelligence hasn't given me anything. I'm no closer to solving this. Aye. And now everyone is ducking for cover. That stupid father-fucking bitch. She couldn't organise an orgy in a brothel. How the hell did she ever wind up in charge? Sid was getting more than a little curious why Kenesha was here. Not just for rant therapy, that was sure. So he humoured her, quietly confident this was going to be the gold he'd been praying for since the beginning. "Oh, Raug. How else? Aye, crap on it. When he's gone, this city'll see the sun again, I tell you. I expect so." Kenesha let out a long sigh. "Marcus Sherman." "Who?" "Marcus Sherman. He's the one you have to watch. He's the organiser. The one with the contacts and the muscle and the money. He's putting this together. Not that it's his operation. He's not that high." "Never heard of him." "He wasn't in any of the intelligence reports." "Of course not. Nor will he be in any database you can access. He's not as stupid as Fullerton. He used to be in Northumberland Interstellar Security before he went freelance. That's how come he's the contact point, Mr. Go-To. And the corporate boys trust him because they know they can disown him faster than shit falls down a sewer. There's no way he'll ever turn on them if he did get charged. He'd know about a warrant being granted before the case detective, and if that ever happens, he'll disappear. He's got the money for it. He only stays because the game is in his blood." "Nobody is going to apply for a warrant, Kenesha. Not with this." "Good man." She held out an envelope. "This is a photograph of him." "Thanks. Kind of primitive there, man. Kind of cautious, detective. If you ever were stupid enough to try and build a case, his lawyer would be entitled to your log. They'd work the devil's own backtrack. He doesn't get my name, Sid." Which is why she was waiting for me here, because she knew this night would be off log. Jesus, that's smart paranoia. "Okay, I understand. I hope so. You have to be super careful, Sid. Marcus doesn't need proof. If he even hears your name, there's going to be trouble. Big trouble. None of this will go through the station. That's not how I'm working the case. All right. Final details. He's got a lot of houses around town, and he never stays at one for more than a couple of nights at a time. But he does have a boat called the Maybury Moon, berthed at Dunstan Marina. He's sweet on it. Maybe too sweet. Apart from that, he's hot on smart dust and software security. If you're going to hack him, you'll need a bite head a lot better than anyone at Market Street. Thanks, Kenesha." She opened the gate and stepped out into the gloomy frozen street. Stupid thing, this. Man, I didn't even like Jolwell. Nobody did. But then nobody deserves to die like that. "What's up?" Ian asked, when Sid walked into the flat. Ava had claimed her usual place against the wall, sitting on a pillow and holding up a shot glass. "Brennivin," she said. "Decent Icelandic schnapps. I thought we'd toast the death of the case in style. It's been a long time dying." Ian couldn't stop staring at Sid. "What is it? What's happened?" "Put the bottle away," Sid told Ava. "We just got our first break." He drank 2 bottles of beer by the time he'd finished explaining everything. Umbride, Cavane, and Scripsis. The bureaucrat fight. Aldred's distant worlds theory. Sid cracked open his 3rd beer. "So, what we have is a wild connection that'll probably be completely wrong, but it's a connection. Like I said, I'm not interested in the reason. All I want is the bastard who stabbed the North to death." "And Marcus Sherman could give us that?" Ian asked, dubiously. "If my source is right, he probably organised the cover-up afterwards." "Hey, that might explain why there is such a gap between the murder and dumping the body," Ava explained. "If the murderer hadn't planned on killing the North, then there wasn't a plan in place to dispose of the body," Sid carried on. "And it took time to set up. Saturday and Sunday, to be exact." "So how do we tackle Sherman?" Ian asked. "Like rancid plutonium." Sid ripped the envelope open with his forefinger and pulled out the photo. It showed a man in his mid-40s, dark skin and black hair, stylish stubble on his cheeks and a tiny goatee. Sid couldn't ever imagine a face like that, smiling. "So, we start with low-level observation, and that means finding him. He's fond of his boat at the Dunstan Marina, which is where we'll begin. Once we have him in real time, we can track remotely. Ian, can you set up a secure link to the police network, one that doesn't register? Leave it with me. There's an access code I can use which can't be traced back to me. Sid took a good guess why he had that, but didn't voice it. Fine. I'll get us some basic equipment. Once we're following him, we build a pattern of movement, get a list of where he stays in town, find out who he's seeing. Somewhere along the line there's got to be some crossover. Once we have that, we can refocus the official investigation. Saturday, 23rd February, 21:43. Her name was Jen. Ian knew that because her name was in the quick memo section of his Iris Smart Cell grid when he woke up. He loaded it in the cache when he went out after Sid and Ava had left. It took a while to get Jen out of the flat. More time than Ian normally allowed for. The normal routine was fuck as soon as he was awake, make the toast and tea while the girl was having a shower, then the phony fix-up-to-meet-up agreement, call a cab and show her the door. That was Saturday Morning Standard. Maybe Jen had started to have regrets about the night. Maybe she was needy, or had issues, or maybe her place was a tip, or she couldn't afford to heat it, so she simply wasn't in a hurry to go back there. Whatever it was, she lingered in bed after he got up, fired off casual questions, even propositioned him again while the kettle boiled. Well, he wasn't going to say no and disappoint a lady now, was he? They were doing it on the lounge floor when the toast popped up, which made them both laugh. That was bad, a shared moment. She took another hour to leave, asking him about himself, telling him stuff he didn't want to know about her. Nothing he didn't know, anyway. He'd harvested her profile days ago. All of which meant he was late for the gym, which was a large part of his Saturday Morning Standard. Ian had membership of 5 gyms and health clubs strategically placed around the city. His biggest thing was for girls who were serious about keeping themselves in shape. Thanks to clingy Jen, it was after 10 o'clock when he arrived at Harley's fitness machine, on St George's Terrace up in Jesmond. The main hall had a decent range of modern equipment, and smart dust packs that could complement a standard body mesh to monitor heart rate, oxygen consumption, and muscle performance. Ian didn't need the packs, as he already had an extensive suite of smart cells which constantly watched over every health aspect of his body. He went for a full 90-minute workout, with his body mesh linked to the equipment, making sure muscles were used to full capacity, while checking that tendons and ligaments didn't get near a tear point. Hydration level, blood sugar, toxins, endorphins were projected into a simple multicolored graph whose sine waves danced elaborately across his grid. The patterns were second nature to him now. He could read them and adjust his body tempo at a near autonomic level. At the end, he requested a full physiology analysis, making sure body fat was down to the accepted minimum. Sid and Ava had stayed longer than expected last night, so he'd had a couple more beers than he ought. 6-pack continuity assured, he hit the shower. 2 girls were signing in when he left the changing room. Joyce, who was marathon runner thin and tall withered, asking the receptionist about the midday disco workout. "Aye, man, I've missed that," Ian complained in cheeky dismay. Joyce smiled back, and they started to flirt talk about favourite pieces of gym equipment and city jogging routes. She was a dancer with the Sage tour group, he found out. Her friend Sammy became all sullen when Ian told them he was a policeman. Genuine police, not agency, he promised. That made no difference to the sulk. He liked that. A challenge made success so much sweeter. He wished them both a good time at the disco workout and caught the metro back down to Monument. Ian's shift started at midday. He went to the locker room to change into a suit. Sid was in there, also changing. They had the same dark green shoulder bags, and when their lockers were open side by side, they made the switch like a pair of pro dealers working a club full of celebs. It was an effort to walk into Office 3 these days. He and Sid had spent time discussing what to do about the despondency crystallizing round the case team, and hadn't produced much of a strategy to reverse it. With the taxi backtrack still ongoing and barren, they now thought the whole idea was a complete waste of time. All so very different to the crackle of excitement when the whole city simulation came online the first time. Now it was just a drudge routine, performed evenings and weekends purely for the overtime. Ian sat behind his desk and waited as the console screen curved round him. Sparkly laser light, synchronized, producing sharp 3D images. Once again he called up the Marcus Ancetal case. His EI loaded a small file into the office network. It was coded as his follow-up on the investigation, officially declaring all avenues of inquiry had been followed and exhausted. He certified the case as closed, but when his virtual hand reached for the program status icon, he flipped it to inactive. The data shrank back into the network, but didn't close. Ian called up the North case and ran a quick overview. Nothing new, of course. He closed down his console and went down to the Zone Theatre on the second floor, where Abner, Laurel, and Rihanna were spending a miserable Saturday afternoon, and joined in backtracking taxi number 116. He signed out at 6:30, handing over taxi 117 to the evening shift with all the enthusiasm of a janitor facing a flooded bathroom. 10 minutes later, he was back in his flat. The green shoulder bag contained a brand-new Apple console with a huge memory and processing capacity. Sid had assured him last night it wouldn't be a traceable purchase. Ian admired the smooth white rectangle with its tiny purple and green LEDs, wondering just what kind of contacts Sid actually had to be able to afford something like that on a secondary. He pulled a cranberry-flavoured water from the fridge and sat at the edge of the bed, plugging the gadget in. The boot-up and owner interface took a couple of minutes, a process run by his EI. He didn't have a screen or zone booth in the flat. No use for them. Instead, he put on a pair of old-style net lens glasses. They were late model, with a very high resolution. Ian pursed his lips in appreciation. The image was just as sharp as anything a modern zone could produce. His EI connected him to the Market Street station network by a long, complex route, with trace-proof cut-offs at each cell. Once he was in, he used Vance Elston's code to request a secure link to the Office 3 network. Ian had acquired it the first morning Elston had turned up to lord it over the investigation, using a simple phishing mask over the network's interface protocol, when the spook had registered himself in Office 3. Secure networks were set up to prevent illegal access from the outside, but they weren't geared up to protect themselves from illegal patches to be inserted from inside the firewall, at least not on a system as cheap as the one used in Market Street. With Elston's authority established, he set up a new section of the network with full visual recognition and AI tracking. Next was location. The police network accessed all the surveillance meshes in and around Dunstan Marina. Sherman's image he had to scan in from the photo, which was so unbelievably old world, but once he was in the software, would be able to catch him in the marina. That was all he needed to begin the operation. Once the software tagged Sherman, it would harvest the Transnet code from his body mesh and run an orthodox follow-observe program that would track him across town. Probably not very well. Ian had loaded in a lot of restrictions given how Sherman was supposed to have plenty of digital security. They would have to be cautious, accepting that the software would lose him pretty quickly after he left the marina the first few times. But it would slowly learn and improve, allowing them to harvest a profile of movements and associates. Once they had something concrete, they could start to take over monitoring Sherman themselves, running the surveillance like a proper operation. It was 7 o'clock when he'd finished loading parameters and safeguards, making sure there would be no comeback, even if some bitehead did uncover the operation. Feeling better than he had all day, Ian went for a shower. He'd have a meal with a couple of the lads from the station, as arranged, and watch where the night took him.
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook, so please check your library for the next part of this audiobook.
Audible hopes you've enjoyed this program. This is Audible.
Great North Road, by Peter F. Hamilton. Read by Toby Longworth. Part 1. Sunday, 24th February, 2143. Angela had spent a couple of evenings in the Edzell mess tent, listening to a pilot called Ravi Hendrick, simultaneously bitching and bragging about bridgehead in Camp Savar. He'd recounted every minute of the helicopter flight's hazardous progress through the Eclipse Mountains, dodging wicked razor ridges and towering peaks and violent microburst squalls and zero-visibility cloud swarms. It had been entertaining stuff. The old pilot had a way of making it sound like the most difficult flying any human had ever done across the transstellar worlds. All good entertainment before she and Parrish sneaked off into the ring-lit bush outside the camp perimeter. Entertaining in a dusky camp, sure. Unnerving now that she herself was flying over the eclipse pinnacles. She spent most of the 2.5-hour flight with her body mesh linked to the Daedalus fuselage meshes, watching the colossal mountain range beneath. First it was a forward view, because they were visible ahead almost from the moment the big strategic airlifter took off from Hetzel. Then, for a good half-hour she was looking down directly as they passed overhead. Just. Their Daedalus had a cruise ceiling of 14 kilometers, which put the white glitter of the eclipse's major peaks disturbingly close as they traversed the range. The E-rays that had been sent out scouting ahead from Hetzel pinpointed a dozen mountains soaring up over 10 kilometers high. Finding them had triggered a whole surge of macho rhetoric among the expedition members, particularly the legionnaires. There had been a lot of talk about climbing the tallest peak and planting the HDA flag on top. So much so that Commissioner Passam had officially requested clarification from General Khurram Sheikh, the predictable answer being wait and see what else the expedition finds. Then we'll think about it. The tallest peaks weren't even the worst of the flight path problems. There were hundreds of peaks over 5 kilometers high. Given that the Berlin helicopters had a maximum ceiling of 4,300 meters, reduced considerably when carrying an external load, their route through the range had to be plotted with extreme care. Ravi had flown the Pathfinder mission, verifying the crazy zigzag course determined from E-ray optical and radar data, flitting along 10-mile canyons barely wider than a New York avenue, occluded in a permanent twilight unusual on St Libra, then swooping over the fortress ridges, battling the uprush of thermals that came shrieking like a banshee out of deep crevasses without warning, testing the relatively safe areas earmarked for refueling. Naturally, the section of the range directly between Hetzel and Savar was the widest part, where it bulged around the split. The Eclipse Mountains had erupted out of the planetary crust as a vast Y-shape, stretching over 2,500 kilometers from east to west, forking halfway along. The northern spur carried on the main range, stretching it due east, while the slightly shorter and lower spur, now named the Umbra Range, curved away southwards. For most of the time, as the Daedalus flew over them, the image of the mountains seemed to be etched in monochrome. All Angela could see was white snow and dark rock. For once, St Libra's ubiquitous zebra vegetation had been banished. The range was as barren as the Ambrose continent's long-dead desert. Watching the deep blue, mile-wide glaciers curve round the hulking prominences, she could only smile at the Legionnaire's ridiculous dreams of setting up any kind of camp to challenge a 10K peak. They were lucky their aircraft allowed them to surmount the range. Talk among the xenobiologists was that this might be the dividing range, the one that separated branches of planetary evolution. She supposed it was possible. After all, the monster had to come from somewhere. But for the life of her, she couldn't imagine it trekking through the mountains. It would have to go around, if there was an around. Nobody knew what lay to the east. Even the E-rays from their precarious 18-kilometer operational loiters couldn't see past the distant Sentinel summits. But when the Daedalus finally cleared the northern extremity, and the land sank back to a jumble of sharp valleys and rumpled plateaus smothered in tortuously thick jungle, she saw the beginnings of the massive River Dolce tributary network. All the frozen water that was eventually pressure-goaded out of the Eclipse Range, the slow march of the glaciers, the avalanche spills of the mountainsides, the icy rivulet trickles and leaky lakes that oozed out into the rock clefts, finally combined into irresistible torrents that came thundering out of the foothills, gathering speed and warmth as they surged northwards, where every fold in the land was bisected by a river that merged, then merged again and again, until the raging tributary river eventually spilled into the Dolce itself, which swept down to the coast, merging with other rivers as it went, until it became the Jaslin Estuary, which had been visible on the original survey pictures. The humidity of the Dolce tributary basin was incredible. Permanently shrouded in vapour, only fragments of the land could be glimpsed through brief tatters in the boiling white blanket that capped the entire area. After the Eclipse Range, this was the next hindrance St Libra had thrown at them. Angela gave up watching when the mountains were behind them. The bland, bright homogeneity of the churning mist was boring and depressing. She knew if she allowed herself to watch it, she would begin to overanalyze its sameness and size, think where she was, how far from civilization, how utterly dependent on the HDA and people like Ravi she was to get back. That would make her brood. Best not think about anything. To be a simple tourist, content with travel alone. 2.5 hours of nerves and forced ignorance, then the landing gear clunked down with alarming abruptness. "Thank crap for that," Parrish murmured from the seat next to her.
"You okay?"
she asked quietly. The flight seemed to have drained the usual snappy verve out of the entire squad. Nobody looked relieved the flight was ending. Nobody was eager to see what awaited at Camp Sarvar. "Those mountains were big," he said, which was quite expressive for Parrish, who was a man who liked to keep his world simple and easy. It wasn't the mountains, she knew. It was the distance they'd accumulated, and the knowledge that before long they'd be flying northwards again, to one of the front-line camps that were the designated next phase. The third batch of E-rays was already being deployed to hunt down suitable locations. Parrish was experiencing the dependence she'd done her best to suppress, the knowledge of just how tenuous their link back to civilization had become. How nobody was going to come to their help out here if they did find the great St Libra monster.
"We're over them now," she told him reassuringly.
Once again the Daedalus landed on a strip of raw, compacted ground that looked way too short to be attempting anything so foolhardy. Once again Angela gave quick, silent thanks to the pilot's skill. The rear loading ramp hinged down, and the passengers disembarked ahead of the mobile biolabs which had accompanied them. Angela looked around. Apart from a different skyline, with higher mountains surrounding them, there was practically no difference between Sarvar and Edzell the day she arrived there. Similarity even extended to layout. "Tense," she announced. Parrish gave her a curious look. "What?" She smiled a superior smile. Lieutenant Botin came over to Parrish. "Corporal, your squad is on tent duty. I want them up by 1700 hours. Consult the quartermaster on location." "Yes, sir." Parrish gave the lieutenant a fast salute. He turned to Angela and gave her a rueful grin. "Tense," he agreed. Monday, 25th February, 2143. The alarm, which his EI allowed through established nighttime information filters, was both audio and visual, sending smart cells buzzing in his ears and flashing a subdued blue light into his retinas. Vance Elston lurched upright on the cot in his tent, adrenaline firing his thoughts. His body was on some kind of small time lag, lacking coordination. "What?" he asked his EI. "The field hospital has logged time of death for Chet Mullane. 06:11 hours today." "Damn it." Vance struggled with the zip on the sleeping bag, trying to extract himself out of the thin sock of lightweight material. While he untangled himself, his EI was calling up Mullane's file. Chet Mullane was one of the Sarvar command staff, a low-rank HDA soldier assigned to administration. Not critical, not even outstanding. Background information didn't reveal any important family. Just another grunt from Dublin signed up to serve and save the human race, escaping from his no-future city estate. The AVV team were filling another E-ray with helium in the quiet air which accompanied dawn as Vance hurried across the dew-damp camp to the compact block of 3 quick cabins containing the field hospital. A strong citrus tang permeated the air as he half-jogged, the scent the result of jungle spores which drifted over the camp whenever it wasn't raining. "At least it isn't mint," he thought. He went inside the air-conditioned building, wiping the sweat from his forehead as the chill atmosphere inside made goosebumps rise. It might have been daybreak, but St Libra's heat had barely abated overnight. The body on the emergency room gurney was covered in a tough blue sheet. A couple of paramedics were slumped against the wall, despondent with their lost battle for life, their disposable plastic coveralls slick with blood. Dr. Tamika Conniff stood at the foot of the gurney, methodically checking bits of equipment, some kind of auto running her body. It was non-work to mitigate the failure. "What happened?" Vance asked, and even his discipline couldn't prevent him from crossing himself. Conniff didn't seem to notice it. "I couldn't save him," she replied. "Half his torso was crushed.
It was only the resuscitator which made him technically alive when they brought him here.
Brought him here from where? Vance turned on the paramedics as his EI quested a link to them, running down their files. Where did you find him?
Cargo row, Mark Chitty, the chief paramedic said. Some of the pallets fell on him. We had to get the logistics corps guys to lift him.
When did this happen?
About half an hour ago. His body mesh was firing off medical emergency pings the second it happened.
Right.
An accident, then. There'd been several on the expedition. Broken limbs, nasty gashes, burns, a crushed foot. Nothing remarkable in that.
Everyone was in a hurry. Everybody was tired, especially logistics corps personnel. It was really only luck nobody had been killed until now. Commander Nye strode into the hospital, his face grim. A fatality in his camp wasn't something he wanted on his record.
I'd like to review this, Vance told him.
Nye's face registered shock, then annoyance. He gave the doctor a quick, guilty glance.
You think it's suspicious?
No, she said. He suffered massive blunt force trauma. He could not have survived.
I don't doubt his injuries, Vance said. We just need to be sure of the circumstances.
All right, Nye agreed. But discreetly.
Understood,
Vance said. While the commander talked to Dr. Cunniff, Vance went over to the corpse and held his hand over the head. He told his EI to recover Mullane's visual memory. The dead man's smart cells responded poorly. The visual data was a series of colour smears, revealing nothing. Doctor. Cunniff turned to him, her eyebrows raised impatiently. Yes? His smart cells seem to be glitched. The body mesh log has been corrupted. Fairly typical. We hit him with the defibrillator half a dozen times. That kind of charge tends to scramble smart cells. Surely smart cells are designed to withstand that level of punishment. One of their major functions is to relay medical information during an emergency. They complement our senses, yes. You'll find the smart cells themselves are functional. You just need to reboot them. It's their software which the electric current disrupts. And if I reboot, I'll lose any existing data. She shrugged at the lack of how that concerned her and returned to her conversation with Commander Nye. Vance made his way over to the other block of quick cabins which made up Sarvar's official headquarters. They were split into tiny cubicle offices, of which his position entitled him to one that had a bench for a desk and could fit in one extra chair. The walls were thin composite, making genuine privacy a joke. Once he'd squeezed himself round to his seat, the console screen curved round his face and produced a perfectly focused wraparound image. His EI quested a secure link to the camp's primitive network.
Get me Tramelo's tag log,
he told the software. As well as the crude network, the camp's sensors were minimal, but sufficient to keep watch on the woman. Back at Hetzel, he'd noticed all the regular nocturnal excursions. Most nights she walked half a click outside the perimeter, stayed in one spot for about an hour, then came back. The third time he'd used a copter bug, half the size of his hand, that whirred off silently into the night, tracking her. What the little spy gadget's excellent sensors revealed in infrared didn't surprise him. After all, she still looked hot. That's why she was in Bartram's mansion in the first place. Nor was he particularly surprised to see it was Corporal Evitts fornicating with her, but he was disappointed. The corporal had been specifically warned she was a threat to discipline, yet he'd allowed his animal lust to take precedence. They were too far into the mission for a formal reprimand and demotion, since that would disrupt the squad's efficiency, for Evitts was a popular leader. But when they got back to Earth, the corporal was going to have some serious demerits loaded on his record. The tag log showed him Tramelo had stayed inside Sarvar's designated perimeter since they all flew in yesterday. More importantly, she'd been in her tent when the accident occurred. At least, all her clothes had been. His EI called Corporal Evitts. "Yes, sir," the corporal answered. "I want to confirm that Tramelo is in the tent with you right now." "Yes, sir, she is. We're getting ready for breakfast." "Was she there all through the night?" There was a moment's hesitation, enough to show Evitts was worried about the direction and implication of the question. "Yes, sir, she was." "You were awake then, watching her?" "No, sir, I was asleep." "Then you don't know. Please ask everyone in your tent if any of them saw her there during the night." "Yes, sir." Vance wondered if he was taking paranoia too far. But there were too many unknowns here. And he was still furious about the last report from Ralph Stevens, that Scrupsis was trying to sabotage the Newcastle police investigation and divert it to his own wretched office. Firmikia should have squashed that the instant the issue arose. Perhaps he was just taking his anger out on Evitts, but the corporal needed a serious reality check. Vance wanted a dependable squad when they went forward to the next camp, and the mission began in earnest. "Sir," Evitts said. "Yes. Everyone who woke at some point last night confirms Tramelo was in the tent. That's about 5 or 6 sightings between 2300 hours and 6 this morning, sir." "Thank you, Corporal." He cancelled the link. In all probability, Tramelo wasn't involved, but Vance just had to be sure. The accident bothered him. He couldn't help questioning the timing. Why here and now? Everyone else seemed to be ignoring the true purpose of the expedition, that there was a high probability of hostile aliens out here somewhere, intent and capability unknown. Vance called up Chet Mullane's log from the administration network, reviewing his work record, the files which the man had worked on yesterday in a cubicle not 5 meters from where Vance now sat. The log was blank. Goosebumps returned along Vance's arms. A quick extended check showed it was only yesterday's log that was missing. He called 2 of the camp's administration staff, asking if Mullane had spent the day working as normal. He had, they confirmed. They were buddies. They'd been in the cubicles on either side, and the 3 of them ate in the mess tent together. It was a perfectly normal day, which ended in Mullane's death, Vance filled in silently. He went across to Mullane's cubicle and started examining it. The tiny space was empty of anything personal. If it hadn't been for the number stenciled on the door, he wouldn't have even known who'd been assigned it. A further review of Mullane's work log for Friday and Saturday didn't produce anything useful. Boring days spent on rotas, trying to juggle available skills to requests coming in from officers and NCOs, adding notes as to real abilities, grading people according to what they actually achieved, rather than what their file claimed they could do. Vance called Antronel, arranging to meet him on Cargo Row, where Mullane had his accident. Standing orders for the HDA were that fatal accident sites had to be left intact until cleared by the investigating officer. When Vance arrived, a logistics corps squad was waiting beside a couple of self-loading pallet trucks, surveying the clutter of fallen pallets. Vance actually recognized the corporal in charge. Corfus Sandresh, a small, wiry Egyptian who had little appreciation for the expedition or the wild wonder of the jungle surrounding them. Corporal Sandresh lived simply for the job, for loading, moving, stacking and reloading packages wherever and whenever they were required. That was probably why he looked so miserable. "Talk me through it," Vance told him. In its entirety, the row of airload 350 DL pallets was 120 meters long, stacked 4 high and mostly 2 deep. It was the front rank of what would soon be a regimented field of similar rows, flown in by Daedalus. The stack on the end of the row had toppled on top of Mullane. That was when his body mesh yelled for help. Each stack of pallets was tethered by cables, attached to the highest pallet, making sure they would remain stable. After all, Sandresh pointed out, the ground wasn't perfectly level. Some of the stacks leaned over, not much, but they were definitely veering away from the vertical. They were designed to withstand a 15-degree tilt before tethers were necessary, as opposed to a precaution. In Sava, no stack was tilting over 4 degrees. "So what happened to the tethers?" Vance asked. Corporal Sandresh looked desperately unhappy. "They weren't correctly secured to the anchor posts, sir," he said. Vance examined the tethers, slim carbon cables with a huge braking strain, wrapped in a high-visibility red and yellow sheath. They should have been threaded through the end of the anchor pins, which were driven 1/2 meter into the ground, then looped and clipped. Someone hadn't checked the clips. "Who is responsible for this stack?" Vance asked. "I am, sir. It's my responsibility. I'm sorry. I really thought they'd been clipped properly." And Vance knew that a man like Sandresh wouldn't make that kind of mistake, no matter how big a hurry he was in. "Which other stacks are you responsible for?" "Most of them, sir. Corporal Wertheimer is also authorized to certify the cargo, They're split between us, depending who's on duty at the time. Show me. I want to see 5 stacks that you personally signed off. Sir? You heard. So they followed Sandresh along the row, stopping to peer at the anchor pins whenever they came to a stack which his log confirmed he'd examined and cleared. Vance wasn't in any way surprised to see all the tethers were correctly looped and clipped. Halfway along the row, he stopped and looked back. The camp's ground vehicle park was 50 metres beyond the end of the row, with 3 of the self-loading pallet trucks and the dozers and compactors which had carved out the runway, along with the mobile biolabs and a couple of MTJs, multi-terrain jeeps, the entire complement of Sarvar's ground vehicles. It wasn't laid out anything like as neatly as the pallet row, with the vehicles parked in roughly the same area. Vance looked from the cluster of vehicles to the 2 self-loading trucks which the Logistics Corps personnel had used to lift pallets off the fatally injured Mullane. "What's the theory, Corporal? How could the stack have toppled?" Vance asked. "He must have tripped on a tether cable, sir. It was just coming up on dawn, and they're not that visible in ring light." "He tripped and pulled the whole stack down?" "That's some trip." The corporal shrugged. "No other way it could have gone, sir. Something had to act as a trigger." "Can a man pull a tether cable that hard?" "He was probably jogging, sir. Mullane liked to keep himself in shape." "Yeah," Vance said slowly. "Hit it at speed. That would most likely do it. Thank you, Corporal. You can tell your people to clean up now." "Sir." The corporal saluted and headed back to his squad. "So?" Antronel asked. "What are you thinking?" "I'm thinking there's no way tripping on a tether cable is going to bring a stack of pallets down on top of you." "You've got the same problem with someone pushing the stack," Antronel said. "Those 350 DLs can weigh up to a couple of tons. An elephant might be able to shove one, but I'll bet whatever you like a man couldn't." "No," Vance said. "They used a self-loading truck. The damn things are parked right next to the row, and they're fuel cell powered. In other words, silent. Mullane wouldn't have known it was on. He certainly couldn't hear it. Probably didn't even see it parked right up behind the stack. So, when he walks up to the designated meeting point, our murderer just tipped the throttle, and the whole thing comes crashing down on top of him. 10 seconds later, the truck is parked back with the others, and nobody can ever prove different." "A murder," Antronel said. Vance was pleased with his deputy. There was no hint of skepticism in his voice. "Mullane discovered something yesterday. Something in the files. His log has been wiped." "And that got him killed?" "I don't believe in coincidence," Vance said. "Mullane deals with personnel, so whatever he found must relate to the information HDA has compiled on them. Presumably he was on his way to meet the person with the discrepancy." "So it was a blackmail threat which went wrong," Antronel said. "After all, he didn't report the anomaly, whatever it was. Instead, he arranged to meet his intended victim out here to load up his secondary." "And didn't realize how big a deal it was for someone," Vance mused. He looked round the camp as the glare point of Sirius began to rise into the sky. People were making their way over to the mess tent, with plenty of curious glances being aimed at the cargo row. The local net seethed with microlinks. Everybody knew. "And we're stuck out here with them." "Do you think it's related to the alien?" Antronel asked. "I don't see how. The only person who has even a tenuous connection is Tramelo, and she was tucked up with a squad of legionnaires, probably in a very literal sense." "So what do we do?" Vance gave the mobile biolabs a long look. "I want you to check our primary cargo. See if anyone tried to tamper with it. Also, see what you can do to increase security on the biolabs. Maybe some extra smart dust applied to the vehicles. Don't use anyone apart from your own team. We don't know who we can trust out of the rest of the camp." "Yes, sir." "I'm going to round up the first people to reach Mullane. We'll interview them together. I want to construct a timeline." Vance had to borrow Commander Nye's office in the quick cabins block. It was the only one which could hold more than 2 people. As it was, with himself behind the desk and Antronel, along with the interviewee crammed in on the other side, space was severely limited. The first to shuffle into the airless cubicle was Mark Chitty. His file said he was 28, but his short beard made that hard to determine visually. He wore the shapeless grey-green half-sleeve scrubs of all medical personnel. As a uniform, it suited him, bestowing a degree of assurance. You'd be glad to see him arrive at an emergency. The worn-down attitude possessing him in the hospital that morning had now turned to a more resentful air. "You were first on scene?" Vance asked.
Yes, sir.
Vance frowned. Chitty had already decided this was an us-and-them interview, which was a big mistake. Curious, too. He must have undergone enough inquests since he qualified as a paramedic. "Did you see anybody else around the body? I don't mean someone running away from the cargo row, just someone up at that time of the morning. Or maybe a shadow or movement you couldn't identify and didn't waste time on."
No, sir. There wasn't anybody else. All right, so you got there first with Juanita Sakura, yes? Juanita is my partner. He's still training for his full paramedic qualification. Fine. What did you see? Mullane, or at least the top half of his torso. The rest of him was crushed under the pallet. Did you think he would survive? Not really. But that doesn't matter. You always do your best. I couldn't be certain how bad the damage was until we got the pallet off him. So you called for help? Yeah. Corporal Sandrash. I know him, and he's in charge of the camp's cargo. Quite the logical choice. How long before he arrived? Maybe 5 or 6 minutes? So did Mullane say anything in that time? No, sir. We rigged him up to the resuscitator. It's important to keep the brain oxygenated. The neck was easily accessible, so we could pump artificial blood into his brain through the carotid artery. All right. Who turned up? Sandrash and 2 of his squad. Casing and Piskowitz, I think. They made good time. And they got the loader trucks. Yeah. Who turned up next? Larry, Bernstein, and that North who's with us. They heard the noise, and they helped get Mullane free. Piskowitz and Larry helped me and Juanita carry him back to the hospital. Vance glanced over at Antronel. Bastian North was there? Yes, it was me, Bastian 2 North said as soon as he sat down. I did what I could for the poor man. Is that a problem? And you were there this morning because... There was a lot of shouting. The kind that says there's a big problem. Yes. Can we go back one? What were you doing near the cargo row that early in the morning? Taking a walk. It's so damn hot I find it hard to sleep. And you went over to help? Of course. Is there a reason I shouldn't? Not at all, no. And thank you for that. So what was going on? Your guy Mullane was trapped under some pallets. It wasn't pretty. There was a lot of blood on the ground. Some paramedics were working on him, and a couple of squaddies were using the trucks to try and get the pallets off. Everyone was frantic. But they got him out. Maybe they shouldn't have, I don't know. If it had been me under there, with that much damage, man, the pain must have been incredible. Mullane was conscious? Pardon me, no. All I'm saying is they weren't doing the bloke any favours, you know. Yeah. I saw the body in the hospital. So, did you see anything else? Like what? Like someone heading away from the scene? No. Bastian drew the word out, giving Vance a hard stare. Why would someone be doing that? It's hard to topple those pallet stacks over. All right, let me rephrase. Why would they topple onto Mullane? I've never met the man, but he's just an admin guy, right? Yes. He deals with personnel, so if anyone isn't who they claim, he'd be the one to find out. Bastian North ran a finger across his brow as he pondered the statement. All right. You know why I'm actually here. Officially, you're Brinkell's observer. That means politics. You say it like that's a bad thing. I've never met a good politician. Ah, man. Standard cynic response, and very appropriate in this day and age. But there's a difference between the incompetent, corrupt zealots who run government and the interactions and accommodations which soothe and control human dynamics, which is what we have in Abelia. Brinkell sent me along because we have a stake in this expedition, a far more personal one than anybody else. That and she controls the Bioil and Brogel. Politics. But you do acknowledge our concern. Yeah, you have that interest. So what I need to know at this juncture, Colonel Elston, is if you have any suspicion that the alien which murdered my father and brothers is in any way connected to Mullane's unfortunate death.
And let's not forget your father's staff as well, I believe. Vance didn't know why he was pushing, just that something about the North's attitude rubbed him wrong. If allowed, Bastian would talk and talk, taking control of the conversation, denying anyone else a say. A common enough practice among politicians, though according to his file he was mainly involved in civil engineering management back in Abelia.
My father's staff as well,
Bastian conceded.
though obviously I don't have the personal connection with them. However, I am concerned with the instrument of their destruction. So I ask again, was the alien involved in this?
I don't see how it could be, Vance said. If Mullane's death was deliberate, the only clue we have points towards a very mundane human motive.
Sex?
Money.
Would have been my next guess. Thank you, Colonel. If there are any developments, I'd like to be kept informed.
Of course.
I see Angela Tramelo is here at Sava.
She is. She's here under my supervision as a technical advisor. Is that a problem? It took Bastian a while to say anything.
No, I don't suppose it can be, given what has subsequently happened to my cousin back in Newcastle. She should be given the benefit of the doubt, despite what Brinkow believes. After all, it was always a stretch to think a girl could have physically slaughtered all those people.
Once again, Vance's thoughts went back to the insubstantial image the brain scanner had extracted from Angela's thoughts. It had featured in his mind a lot recently. That doubt is one of the major reasons the expedition was approved.
Yes, and it would seem she is a 1 in 10. We didn't know that at the time.
Nobody did.
Did you ask her about it? I find it curious such a person would be recruited as one of my late father's girlfriends. Actually, that's not true. I find it highly improbable. In fact, unbelievable.
And yet she was.
Do you have any theories why?
No. Obviously it wasn't for the money.
Information, then. She was some kind of spy, perhaps. No, that doesn't make much sense. The techniques developed by our clinic in Abelia were always made freely available. And that was all my father had an interest in.
Vance could see how troubled the North was by Angela. I have to ask you not to confront her. She's not the most stable of people right now. 20 years in jail for a crime you didn't commit is quite a burden for anyone.
You believe her to be innocent? You believe in the alien?
I believe it's possible, yes.
A politician's answer, Colonel.
Bastian smiled.
Bravo. I will restrain myself from any encounters with Ms. Tramelo.
Antronel waited until Bastian 2 North had left the block of quick cabins before speaking. Damn, they are weird. The North clones? That's kind of inevitable. I wish we didn't have them with us. That also is inevitable, Vance said. They have a right to be with us. Somebody killed Bartram and the rest. Either it was Tramelo or something out there in the jungle. Marvin and I didn't find any genetic variants at Hetzel. Hetzel is close to Abelia as far as this planet is concerned. Besides, we're on the other side of the Eclipse Mountains now. If there is variance, it might begin to show up here. The biolabs are scheduled to start local sampling in a few days, once the tanker Daedalus has built up our fuel stocks.
All right. So who do you want to interview next?
Send Omar Mahambo in. I'm curious what he was doing so close to the cargo row at that time in the morning.
I couldn't sleep, Private Omar Mahambo said. That's all.
Vance regarded the hulking young man squeezed uncomfortably into the chair opposite and relaxed. The poor private was clearly unhappy at being called in. Didn't know why he was here, suspected nothing. An innocent. The smart dust Vance had spread on the arms of the chair confirmed his heart rate and perspiration levels were those of someone close to panic. He had no control over his impulses. Even his youthful face was open, a veritable playground of emotion. Unless, of course, he was a 1 in 10 like Angela. A trained agent making a mockery of Vance's improvised lie detector. A corporate black ops infiltrator, part of the same operation that murdered the Newcastle North, and Sid's suspicions were right. Vance shook his head in annoyance. Focused. And you heard the commotion?
Yes, sir.
Who was there when you arrived? Omar Mahambo stared at the ceiling, brow furrowed with the effort of recall, the need to satisfy.
The paramedics. Some of the logistic corps boys. But they were going for the trucks.
Where were the trucks?
Really close. It didn't take them long to get them over. Trouble was lifting without making the damage worse.
His lips pressed together.
Malene's ribs were pulped. You could tell as soon as they got the pallet off he wasn't going to make it. He was just mashed up meat from the chest down.
So who arrived next?
I'm not sure. The North was there, I know that. And Dorchov. Some of the catering people. I don't know their names. It was a crowd by the time they took him away.
What about before? When you ran over, did you see anyone else in the area?
Not really. There were a few of us heading for the paramedics. We all got there more or less together.
Nothing odd?
The monster? No, it wasn't there.
Vance almost envied Mahambo's simplistic version of the universe. Tell me about Angela Tramelo.
What about her? She wasn't there.
You mean you didn't see her there?
No, sir,
Mahambo said defensively.
I did not see Miss Tramelo there.
All right, Private, calm down. Corporal Evetts asked people if they could confirm she was in the tent that night. Were you one of those who confirmed that?
Yes, sir. I told you. I couldn't get to sleep. I just dozed. It's the heat. Quartermaster should never have given us black tents. It's stupid. She was on her cot each time I looked round.
All right. What about the rest of the time? Are you getting on all right with her?
Yes, sir. She's one of the good guys. What they did to her in prison was plain wrong.
You do know what she was accused of, don't you?
Yes, sir. First thing she told us. She didn't do it. That's why we're here, isn't it? To find the alien that did.
Yeah, that's why we're all here.
I wondered when you called me in, Angela said as she sat in the chair.
Her eyes narrowed, and she frowned down at the armrests.
That's a strange place for a mesh. Oh, unless you want to monitor the body signs of anyone who sat here. Now, why would you want to do that, Elston?
Vance resisted a groan. For someone who'd come out of prison without any smart cells or EI, she'd managed to upgrade remarkably well. People lie about many things. About their age.
You didn't ask a lady how old she was, did you? I'm shocked.
Where were you when Mullane was killed?
Killed?
She gave him an accusing stare.
So it wasn't an accident?
Accident stretches credibility. Not that I can prove anything. So where were you?
In the shower, where I was getting fucked by Parrish. He enjoys what you can do with a little bit of soap and water.
Clever. A gangbang is always a good alibi, especially for the star of the show.
I'm strictly a one-man woman, Elston. If I did it, so did he.
She choked down a laugh.
Oh, my, you actually considered that for a moment, didn't you?
Not really.
Lucky for you, there aren't any meshes on your seat, right?
Had you ever met Mullane? Talked to him?
Christ, no. Some HDA nonentity? Why would I bother?
Quite.
Why am I here? You don't really think I was involved?
No. I need a different angle on this. Something outside the usual command structure. You've bedded down nicely with your squad.
Ouch. Elston, that was quite sophisticated for you.
So is there anything going down that I should know about? Black market for kit. Tox.
Angela shook her head slowly. No, nothing like that. Not yet. We've only just arrived. It'll happen, though.
I know it will. I need to know if it already has.
No. Sorry, I can't give you a motive.
Rumor? A fight over a woman? A man?
Hell, you're desperate to explain this. No rumors.
All right. Thanks. He gave her a dismissive hand gesture. She remained seated.
Omar said he was a mess when they found him, Angela said.
Yeah.
So what did the post-mortem say?
There won't be one, not here, Vance explained. The body bag's on the next Daedalus flight out.
They'll take him back to Earth. I expect there will be an inquest in Newcastle.
You're kidding, right?
What's wrong? She let out an exasperated hiss.
Scrap that. You're an alien monster with blades for fingers. You've just stabbed Mullane through the stomach, eviscerated him. How do you cover that up? Perhaps you'd consider pulverizing the corpse?
Shit! Vance glanced up to see Tramelo was looking as shocked as him. Angela got to her feet.
You really are crap at your job, aren't you?
Thursday, 28th February, 21:43. As the night's mellow ring light was supplanted by the sharper glare of Sirius rising, the hillside teeming with Venice vines began to change colour, the air itself turning thick, smearing the slope of glossy olive-green leaves with an oily orange haze. As the stronger light struck the vine, the underside of every leaf shook and shivered, casting loose the minute spores which clotted their surface. Venice vines always released their spores at dawn, so the day's turbulent thermals would carry them as far as possible before the stiller night air permitted them to drift down. The cloud expanded quickly, oozing down the gradient to sweep out over the flat land beyond, thinning and spreading as it went. By the time it enveloped Camp Sava, it was more tenuous than smoke, but still cohesive enough to contaminate the sunlight. Angela was oddly entranced by the uneven orange stain swirling through the sky, though she detested the constant urge to sneeze which the granules inflicted upon her. So she steeled herself against the discomfort as she stood at the edge of the expanse of battered grass which was Camp Sava's helicopter landing field. 50 metres away, the Berlin's turbines started up, sending a shimmering haze out of the no-tar exhaust grids at the end of its tail. There was a moment when she wondered if the spores would affect the turbines, reducing their efficiency and cancel the takeoff. But Ravi Hendrik fed power to the big coaxial blades, and both sets began to spin up to a blur. She could just see Elston's head through the curving cockpit transparency, disguised in a sturdy helmet with a broad, dark visor. Her hand raised in a mocking salute as the Berlin lifted and moved slowly across towards the end of the cargo rows, where a bulldozer was waiting. It took several minutes for the logistics corps team to fasten and check tethers, but eventually the helicopter rose again. There was a slight pause as the tether took the strain. Then the yellow bulldozer was tugged off the ground, wobbling about in the powerful downdraft. The 5 squad members who'd gathered round to watch with her cheered half-heartedly.
4 days without him, Parrish said with a sense of satisfaction. Angela didn't share the relief. There were times when she thought she and Elston were the only people on the expedition who took the aliens seriously. Now Elston was flying up to Wukang, the first of the 3 forward exploratory camps, 2,000 kilometres to the northwest, assuming his post as camp commander. If they kept to the kind of high-pressure schedule used to establish the existing camps, then it would be 3 days before the dozers and compactors would have finished preparing a runway. Angela and the squad would then fly out in a Daedalus. A simple civilian advisor didn't rate a helicopter flight. In the meantime, Elston had told her, Tramelo would be supervising her. She'd seen the tiny lapel pin that was always on Tramelo's fatigues. Another gospel warrior. Another religious fanatic to whom facts and reality took second place to dogma. He'd been keen enough to have the autopsy on Mullane, and they'd all been relieved when Doc Conniff had found no signs of a 5-blade stab wound among his tattered entrails. Despite that, Elston had pushed Commander Nye into increasing the camp's security. Smart dust meshes were smeared everywhere, watching over the whole area inside and out. Legionnaires patrolled the perimeter at all times. That hadn't gone down well with Parrish's squad, nor any of the other Legionnaires. They were used as a general workforce by the rest of the camp, and now they had additional duties. Parrish himself was particularly upset. The opportunities to be alone with her were reduced still further. For 2 nights she'd been virtually alone in the oppressively hot tent. A shower together was a rare event, and there was no leaving the camp on foot for a little privacy. Still, at least it made him more appreciative when they did manage to snatch a secluded moment to couple.
"When do you go out on patrol?" she asked.
40 minutes.
We'll be out for 6 hours. Captain Chormick wants us to familiarise ourselves with the whole area. Possible infiltration routes, counter-tactics, observation points. We're to make it our home turf.
He's taking things seriously, thankfully. I wish I could make you do the same.
Hey, I know they're out there.
You just tell me that so you can get laid.
No. I know you well enough now to know you never killed anyone. So it has to be real, right?
Yep, that's good enough to get you laid today.
When did you say your patrol finishes? Parrish couldn't quite keep the happy gleam from his face. We'll be back around 1700 hours. Then I'll have a debrief with the lieutenant.
6 o'clock, then. That gives me long enough to find somewhere private.
She looked round at Savar in its ginger pallor, the cargo rows that were still lengthening with every deedless flight, the fuel bladder store, lines of parked vehicles, and the tent town.
This camp is big enough now.
I wish we didn't have to skulk around like this. We're grown-ups, for heaven's sake.
I know. But the HDA has its rules. The last thing I want is to damage your career. We'll cope just fine. Then, when all this is over, we'll talk about the future.
That last was to stop him doing anything stupid, like declaring how much he loved her, or wanted them to walk off into the sunset together. She wouldn't put it past the puppy boy to blurt it out. His worldview was that simple. And if he did go and make an ass of himself, she'd have to play along, which ultimately would mean hurting him badly when he realized how he'd been manipulated, that he was simply a commodity she'd traded. 20 years in jail must have given her more of a conscience than she'd realized. That or she'd become weak. It had never bothered her before, certainly not with Barclay, who, by letting her into his life, had unknowingly supplied her with all the codes she needed. It was balmy that long-ago night, as all nights were on St Libra. The air was ripe with the scent of the sea as Angela walked down the gallery that ran the length of the mansion's 7th floor. She was naked except for a lace-trimmed black velvet choker and a towel from Bartram's bedroom slung over her shoulder. There was nobody else awake at this time, so her only real worry was that she might leave some telltale oil smears on the marble floor as she went. Earlier that evening, the other girlfriends had taken it in turn to give her erotic massages, while Bartram voyeured their sapphic performance. Each one had applied more oil, and now her skin was simply covered in this stupid stuff. But she had to take the risk. There wouldn't be a better opportunity than this. There were no security sensors on the 7th floor. Bartram was quite obsessed about his privacy, and didn't want to risk some bite-head punk hacking into the mansion's network and watching him through his own sensors. Security in the mansion, therefore, was perimeter-based, geared up to make sure nothing untoward got inside and up to the 7th floor, which was where Bartram actually lived. Along with the mansion's senior staff, Angela and the other girlfriends had their rooms on the 6th floor. Most nights they would be dismissed from Bartram's bedroom when they'd finished satisfying him, and have to go back downstairs to sleep. There were a lot of nights when they were back down on 6, after they'd showered and changed, that they'd all congregate in one of the rooms, without Mark Antony hovering as he did all day, every day, and they'd wind up drinking an unauthorized bottle of wine and chattering like sisters. Angela had resisted at first, content with Olivia Jay's friendship, but after 2 months at the mansion she was so bored with the daily routine she gave up and joined in. But not tonight. Tonight, Cara, Coy, and Mariangela, Lady Evangeline's replacement, had been sent back down to the 6th floor after getting all hot and slippery with Angela, leaving her and Olivia Jay with Bartram as a threesome. 40 minutes later, Bartram was snoring softly, with Olivia Jay curled up beside him, also sleeping soundly, as well she might after combining that much tox with champagne. Olivia Jay only had another 10 days left on her contract, and she was trying hard not to show how disappointed she was about not being offered a renewal. Angela rolled off the bed and went into the ensuite for some towels to rub as much oil off her legs and feet as she could. The big windows at both ends of the gallery were open, and all the lights were off, leaving dusky silver ring light alone to illuminate her way. There was a moment when she thought she heard someone else moving about. No one else should be anywhere near the 7th floor at that time. The dark weapon implants in her hands switched to semi-active status. She simply couldn't risk discovery, not yet. But it was just the gauzy drapes fluttering slowly as the mellow sea breeze gusted through. Bartram's study was halfway along the gallery. Angela stopped in front of the tall, dark wood door and checked both ways. Nothing moved. No alarms sounded. She opened the door and slipped inside. The study was decorated in the same faintly retro-Egyptian style that pervaded the rest of the mansion. Bartram had a thing for the lifestyle of old royalty, and believed that the stark, expensive aesthetics of the pharaohs contained an elegance and impact which the lavishly opulent palaces of later European monarchies lacked. There weren't many ornaments in the room, but those that did rest on pedestals and in alcoves had been acquired from auction houses for tens of millions of euro francs. Angela smiled bleakly at them, immune to their beauty and history. Bartram's slab-like ebony desk had 3 big console panes set into its surface, resembling windows into interstellar night. Angela took the choker off and slid her thumbnail along the slit on the inside. The velvet peeled apart to reveal the tiny interceptors hidden inside, like fat silver needles. She put the towel down on the floor and lay down on it, shuffling her way underneath the desk. The undersides of the consoles were above her now, and she began to apply the smart needles against the correct locations on the casing of the middle one. Data began to flow across the contact net lenses she was wearing, showing her what to do, the progress they were making. It had taken months of practice to perfect the procedure, more time even than she'd spent memorizing football crap. She muttered instructions to the little systems as they wormed their way into the console's internal circuitry and optical pathways, bypassing the inbuilt activation security systems. The subversion took an achingly long 10 minutes. Angela wriggled out from underneath the desk as the central pane came alive, showing the console's basic management architecture. A tunnel hologram with icon levels stretching down towards the bottom of the universe. A key space projection materialized above and to one side of the pane. Angela smiled down at it and pushed her hands into the floating array of sharp red symbols. The console read the biometric pattern of the hands and agreed they were Barclay's. A new layer of icons materialized in the pane, and she let out a long breath of relief. The mimic gloves she'd put on as she got dressed that evening had not only survived all the oil, they'd replicated the pattern which the grabber gloves had recorded weeks before. She started manipulating the key space. Barclay's codes allowed her into the finance office of Abelia's civic administration. Barclay's codes, exposed by the little processors in the banana cufflinks, following and recording every tiny movement of his hands and fingers as they flicked through key space. Once she was in, she called up a list of pending civil engineering projects. A quick review showed her several that were suitable, but she chose the Delgado Valley development purely for the timing, which was excellent. The project was due to move into Phase 1 in another 5 months. Once a road tunnel had been drilled through the base of the surrounding mountains from the Rue de Grenelle, 5 miles of valley all the way down to the sea would be open for development. There were over 50 contractors bidding for the basic infrastructure project, starting with the tunnel. Angela established a link to the Vietnamese legal office she'd set up before arriving at Imperial College, and Barclay's all-important authorization certificate confirmed the legitimacy of one last bid. This was from Giulio Transtella, whose profile as an established construction and management company was included in the bid data work, along with financial guarantees from the HKFD Bank. Giulio Transtella was one of 27 fake companies they'd fabricated in readiness, whose specialities covered a whole range of products and services that Abelia was always issuing contracts for. Extricating herself from the finance office systems took as long as getting in. She went carefully, checking each stage to make sure she'd left no trace, that no monitors were raising queries. With the bid secure, she dived back under the desk and cautiously extricated the interceptors from the console's physical systems, leaving no trace of the violation. A final wipe of the floor to make certain there was no trace of oil to betray she'd ever been there, the choker fastened back on, and she slipped back out into the long gallery as silent as the fluttering shadows thrown by the drapes. The Delgado Valley contract wasn't due to be issued for another month. coinciding with the end of her contract. The money for the winning company would be transferred to Abelia's main civic account 4 days prior to the award, ensuring sufficient funds were available. That would be her window, which was cutting things fine, but establishing a legitimate-seeming contract was the procedure they'd agreed to. It was sophisticated and took time, but it had a much greater chance of success. The finance office network and North Security was always watching for crash-and-burn raids. All she had to do now was pull off another intrusion like this one and use Barclay's certificate to nominate Giulio Transtella as the winner. The money would transfer in microseconds, and then nothing else mattered. Nothing at all. If they caught her, it would be bad. Realistically, a brutal interrogation and possibly execution. The Norths were not known for forgiveness and charity. Hopefully, she'd be able to get out of the mansion and back to Earth while the finance office was still trying to figure out what had happened, and their security division did their best to trace the money. They never would find it, of course. There were too many cut-offs and anonymous accounts built into the route, through over a dozen banks and 4 planets that had been designed to deliver the prize where it was so desperately needed. And then there was the definitive safeguard. She didn't know the final segment of the trail, so it didn't matter what they did to her. Would they be surprised she was prepared to make that ultimate sacrifice to ensure the theft's success? Yes. But then they were used to dealing with organized criminal gangs and sophisticated con artists and quiet, sneaky biteheads, not people like her. Bartram and Olivia Jay were on the big bed where Angela had left them, lying close enough to appear a normal couple. She dropped the towel in the ensuite and slid gently onto the gel mattress beside Olivia Jay. The girl let out a sigh, suspiciously like a whimper, her thick mop of raven hair stirring. "Shush," Angela whispered. "I'm here, darling. I'm here." She kissed the back of Olivia Jay's neck tenderly, closing her arms around the disturbed girl. Olivia Jay snuggled back into the embrace and relaxed once more, falling back into a deeper sleep pattern. Angela grinned for everything she'd achieved and listened to her racing heart begin to calm. 1 more month. 1. That's all. Friday, 1st March, 21:43. Ian went home during his lunch break. It was becoming routine. He didn't speak to anyone as he went down to Market Street's underground car park. But he did curse the overcautious auto as it crawled through the rain-slushed roads and delivered him back to Falconer Street. He almost cursed Sid and Ava for including him in their mad, doomed scheme. There was no real reason for him to be doing this. It was only another murder, a police case. He didn't give a shit, not outside the station and overtime hours. Except this one, the North slang, had tweaked that little demon of curiosity that lurked and whispered and goaded every genuine detective. Ian had to admit he was intrigued by the complexities in politics. So, back home he went to keep a check on their surveillance operation. Sid and Ava both acknowledged that they really needed to run the whole thing with a real person monitoring and controlling the software. The police routines Ian had acquired were intended to keep an eye out for thugs, hookers, street scum, and known snatchers working the city's stores. Trying to follow a vanilla criminal trained by corporate security and alert for any law enforcement activity was always going to be a stretch. None of them could spare the time for that. Even if they did, their absence would bolster Market Street's thriving gossip culture. Questions would murmur on rumour-greedy lips. They couldn't afford questions. But the original code had been cutting edge back when it was written. Newer, more expensive versions had undergone multiple improvements until they'd risen beyond the budget of ordinary police forces. Now they were mainly used by agencies on contract. However, the core functionality remained sound. So, slowly, hour by painful hour, the software began to harvest a profile on Marcus Sherman, unofficial main suspect for the North murder. Ian had launched the operation on Saturday. The surveillance, quietly riding Dunstan Marina's meshes, didn't even spot and confirm Sherman until Tuesday evening. Since then, it had followed Sherman as he was picked up in a black Mercedes every morning, using Elston's HDA authorization to slip through the traffic macro mesh, examining Transnet cell records for his EI access, learning codes and compiling a list of contacts. Marcus Sherman kept some interesting company. Firstly, there was Gede, who seemed to be his lieutenant, always there shadowing the man, always the one you had to speak to before you could talk to Sherman himself. Boz, who was straight muscle, and took that job definition way too seriously. Illegal steroids and obsessive gym sessions had produced a caricature of a bodybuilder physique. Ian completely disapproved. Fitness was about gym work, healthy eating, and body awareness, factors which combined to sculpt and maintain a toned athlete physique. Boz was just a loser grotesque. Not that Ian ever wanted to go one-on-one with the freak. Ruckby was Sherman's second bodyguard, an enforcer. A man who took a more normal approach to achieving an intimidating presence by bulking up on bad food and possessing a nasty temper. The only other regular was Valentina, a 17-year-old beauty from Canada who was chauffeured to Sherman every night and took a cab back to her flat just behind Quayside the next morning. So far, Ian had established that Sherman slept at the Maybury Moon, a flat in Heaton, and a house in Benwell. Details where he went during the day were difficult. Twice he'd changed cars after stopping at a cafe, but the profile was growing. Ian put on the net lens glasses and examined the morning's information. So far, Sherman had driven into town from the Benwell house and gone to an office block in the centre, not far from the gate. He'd stayed there less than half an hour. That didn't matter. It was another location to watch. Ian's EI supervised a whole string of search bots running in the new Apple console, tracing ownership of the office, monitoring links in and out, capturing images of everyone who visited the office, harvesting basic profiles for them. After he left the office, Sherman had gone straight to the city's ring road and driven north up the A1. He'd turned off just before Alnwick. That was where coverage ended. Ian knew the area well enough. A maze of little country roads, with an invisible maintenance priority level as far as the Country Highways Bureau was concerned. What there was of any macro mesh would be covered by ice and snow that wouldn't see more than one snowplow a month. Tracking Sherman's Merc by remote was a lost cause. Ian loaded a search and notification order into the road traffic management network, which would alert the observation software as soon as the Merc ventured back onto a main road with a functioning macro mesh. Even though Ian was enjoying the feeling of superiority their whole covert operation provided, he had to admit it hadn't turned up any kind of overlap with the North murder investigation. He knew what Sid would reply if he ever voiced that particular doubt. "Aye, man, give it time." Ian was starting to wonder how much time he could afford. But he couldn't help the interest developing in the elusive Mr. Sherman. The man was a true player, the kind that had never featured in any of Ian's normal investigations. Satisfied that the surveillance software and the search bots he'd added were going to contribute a reasonable-sized file to the growing profile they were building, he left the flat and headed back to Market Street. Tuesday, 5th March, 21:43. The flight from Sarvar to Wukang didn't bother Angela anything like the previous Edzell to Sarvar flight had. Perhaps it was a level of fatalism creeping into her mind, induced by the dark monotony of St Libra's rampant zebra vegetation. Or more likely, she admitted to herself, simply the lack of any meta-feature like the Eclipse Mountains to fly over this time. Their flight took them 2,000 kilometres northwest from Sarvar to another of those now familiar strips of compacted naked soil with a little cluster of tents and quick cabins and vehicles at one end. Wukang was the first of the 3 projected forward camps, arranged almost like compass points, northwest, due north, and northeast from Sarvar, which was now being relegated to supply base status. Varese, the camp due north, was already having its landing strip bulldozed, while Uamaru, away to the east, had just received its first successful Berlin landing yesterday. No more forward camps were scheduled. This was as far as the expedition was going to venture, as far as the budget would take them. Reasonable enough, Angela thought, as the Daedalus rear-loading ramp lowered itself amid a chorus of high-pitched whining from electro-hydraulic actuators. If the xenobiologists couldn't find any sign of animal life this far away from Abelia, then they weren't going to find any, period. She half expected Elston to be waiting for her at the bottom of the ramp, but he wasn't anywhere to be seen. Antronel had been doing a discreet but competent job of watching her at Sava. As she stepped out onto the muddy, compacted soil, she settled her sun hat with a quick flourish. The morning rain had left the air muggy. Mist was rising from the jungle vegetation, which lay a couple of kilometres away from the flattish ground around Wukang. Away to the north, where the land rose sharply again, stationary clouds lurked amid the steep hills. "End of the line," she said. "You make that sound kind of sinister," Dorito said. "It's not meant to be. This is simply as far as we go. The next time we get on a Daedalus, it'll be for the flight home." "You don't think we'll go any further?" Angela indicated the mobile biolabs filling the centre of the fuselage, which the plane's flight crew were now uncoupling from their lockdown latches. "They'll travel out from here, maybe even 40, 50 clicks, but that's it." "The owls didn't see anything round here," Omar said. "Did they know what to look for?" Angela countered. "That thing I encountered was intelligent, and they've had 92 years since humans arrived on St Libra to prepare for us. No, for once the HDA's right. Genetic variance testing is the way to go." She watched as Antronel climbed into the cab of the first biolab. His attitude towards the machine was almost protective. The fuel cells fired up with a mild gust of white vapour from their exhaust vents on the side of the big vehicle. "Uh-oh," Parrish murmured. "Tense." Angela followed his gaze. Lieutenant Pablo Botin was heading their way. "Tense," she agreed. High up in the sky, another Daedalus was circling round to line up on the runway. More equipment, more personnel. Each of the big airlifters was flying 3 times a day out from Sava. Passam and the command staff were throwing everything at establishing the forward camps as fast as possible. Wukang and its 2 cousins were the HDA's statement of intent to the vast planet. They challenged the eternal jungle, making it very clear that humans were going to uncover its secrets one way or another. Angela couldn't help wonder what would happen if they succeeded. For some reason, that scenario had been missing from every general briefing HDA officers had made. She knew they'd have one. She could only hope that it was going to be good enough. All she'd had was a single blind survivalist impulse. Run like hell. They were tight white shorts. Hot and sexy on a blonde babe with a fit body. Clingy. Quality fabric with a sparkly sheen. Designer label. Cheeky cut to emphasize taut buttocks. Mark Antony and Loanna had stood back and admired their choice, especially when those shorts were matched by a low-slung, ebony mesh halter top. The top had been left behind when Angela sneaked back to Bartram's 7th-floor study. And now the shorts were ruined. Blood was to blame. Blood soaking into that expensive, absorbent fabric. Mary Angela's blood. Coy's blood. Bartram's blood. Benson 2 North's blood. Blake 2 North's blood. Blood that had come teeming out of ripped flesh and shredded hearts. Enough blood to turn the mansion's marble flooring into a slippery lake of the stuff. Angela had slithered and skidded into the lounge, falling over repeatedly. Her bare flesh was covered in blood, hair matted with the stuff, and the funky shorts had turned to a glistening scarlet belt, becoming sticky and restrictive as they were heated. And her skin was very hot by now. She'd run. Of course she'd run. But there was method to it. She still possessed just enough presence of mind to snatch a small bag from her room on the 6th floor. A bag that was always casually ready for a quick departure, with those truly important items she'd need if things went wrong and she needed to make a fast exit. Not that they'd ever considered it would be like this horror. The bag was now gripped by fingers with white-stressed knuckles as she fled down the rest of the stairs, trapped within the mansion's silent gloom. The silence frightened her more than the treacherous glimmers of ring light that seeped across the stairs, distorting their size, stretching out deep shadows to fool her. Again she'd fallen, tumbling hard down the unforgiving marble, leaving long smears of blood in her wake. Her grunts and muted cries absorbed and killed by the silence. But she was the only one making any noise. There should have been alarms blaring out across the night, waking everyone, summoning guards with weapons. Alarms that banished the silence. Comforting alarms. Instead, the silence engulfed her, followed her as she fled in terror down the stairs to the huge ground-floor atrium. More silence was waiting as she took the next flight of stairs down to the basement garage. Not even ring light ventured down here. It was pitch dark. Within the sensory absence she stretched her arms wide, fumbling against the walls to give some illustration of where she was. Blind, running for her life, hoping, praying there was nothing sharing the darkness. Below and in front, a hint of light. 4 slim lines, a rectangle, door. Angela burst through it into the garage. Here, at last, was light. Ceiling strips shining a bright, universal green-tinged light. She blinked in the comfortless glare, hyperventilating wildly, looked down at herself in numb dread. The blood that painted every part of her was congealing, darkening, flaking, molting off her own skin like some obscene scab membrane. Her wretched wail echoed round the garage. 2 long rows of silver-blue Jaguar JX-7 coupes were lined up on either side of her. She thought she heard something in the stairwell behind, and jumped, whimpering. "Get a grip!" Angela screamed at herself. She ran for the first Jag and vaulted over the door into the driver's seat. Her hand slammed down on the dashboard, and she winced at the sharp flash of pain from the dark weapons in her fingertips as they hit the walnut veneer. The tips had come sliding up out of her flesh just behind the nails, tearing her own flesh as they rose. The little gashes were still raw. Despite the presence of those extraneous tips, the Jag's auto read the biometric as Berkeley to north. The joystick telescoped out of the dashboard, and the seat's fat shoulder harnesses hinged round to hold her comfortably. She flicked the car to manual and twisted the joystick hard, demanding full acceleration. Wheels spun fast, sending up tire smoke, and the machine leapt forward. Auto override kicked in, assisting her steering as she turned to avoid the other rows of Jaguars and the concrete stanchions. Then she was aiming the car at the ramp, racing up into the night. Headlights came on, cutting through the drizzle outside. The coupe's roof started to slide up. Angela hit 170 kilometers per hour by the time she reached the short tunnel connecting Gironella Beach with the Rue de Provence on the other side of the hills. There was some skid as the traction control fought with the rain-slicked road, but Angela refused to ease up. In the tunnel, shock finally caught up with her, and she started shaking uncontrollably. Tears flowed then, as the numbness and focus of instinctive self-preservation ebbed. Breath was taken down in convulsive gulps. They were dead, all of them, slaughtered. Everyone she knew in the mansion, butchered mercilessly. The Jaguar zoomed out of the tunnel and she let go of the joystick, switching back to auto. Driving was just too much now. Amid the shock and fright, her mind was trying to grapple with what had happened, to be rational. It was difficult. Death on such a scale and with such visceral ferocity wasn't something she'd ever considered. But now it had happened, and had to be dealt with. Had to. The contract had been awarded. She'd managed that, actually pulled off the heist. The money transfer had gone through. Abelia's Civic Administration Finance Office had paid Giulio Transtella 108 million euro francs as a deposit for the infrastructure contract. Right now, all that binary code money would be percolating along the route they devised, twisting and changing at every bank and finance house. Identity and currency would morph a dozen times before vanishing into the digital event horizon at the end of the route, the void of which she knew nothing. Full completion would take a couple of hours. Anything involving that many exchanges and owner switches was by necessity complex. She couldn't afford to be caught, not until she was sure it was complete. That single notion cooled her thoughts to an icy calm. Nothing else mattered. She was still on mission, no matter how ludicrously fucked it was now. Ring light shrank away, smothered behind a wall of thick cloud that frothed across the sky. Drizzle turned to a torrent of rain which splattered down across the tarmac, forcing the auto to slow. Angela slammed the brake on, making the car fishtail as the wheels fought for grip. She opened the door and scrambled out to stand under the monsoon, tipped her head back to let the heavy drops sluice her clean. Hands scraped urgently at the disgusting drying blood that caked her skin, and red rivulets began to trickle down her legs. She stripped the shorts off and flung them away across the verge. An obsession to be rid of the gruesome contaminant consumed her now. She scraped and scraped at her skin until she was scratching and grazing herself. Completely naked, saturated in the swirl of water, she was shaking again, from the cold this time. When she looked back at the car, with its orange interior lights glowing, the driver's seat was tarnished with blood. She opened the boot and pulled out a blanket to sit on. Only then did she set off again, ordering the auto to take her into town, all the way down to Velasco Beach. The monsoon was lifting by the time the Jag arrived at the car park behind the beach. It was 3:30 in the morning. She knew there'd be no one about. She didn't even bother checking. Down to the beach itself, 15 paces from the bottom of the promenade steps, 1 pace out from the wall, and dig. Don't think what you'd look like to some accidental observer, naked, in the rain, clawing desperately, trying not to cry anymore. It took a minute, burrowing into the sand like some mad dog, before her fingers scrabbled against the emergency package. Just lifting it out of the hole sent a jolt of relief through her, like a bump from a sanity tox. She got back into the Jag, passenger side this time, wiping sand off her legs and arms with the blanket, then ripping open the polythene-wrapped package. Everything she needed for a quick exit was there. First, the sack, bumped hard against her jugular so the deactivants would circulate fast. She held her hands up, looking at the small, still oozing scabs on her fingertips, where the tips had retracted into her flesh again. The dark weapons would take a few days to dissolve back to their basic nuclei threads, and she'd feel like crap while they did it, so the new Tokyo specialist had warned her. Irrelevant. There were 3 interface sets, all preloaded with identities. She picked up the first and took a steadying breath as she called the emergency transnet address. "It's me," she told the voice message function. "The transfer has gone through. Okay? Really, it's through. There was enough money, more than enough. 108 million, and Christ, darling, it was so easy. Everything we planned, everything we wanted. We did it. We really did. We pulled it off. But, oh shit, I found... afterwards... shit. God damn it, they're all dead. Dead. Bartram, the girls, others. Dead. Just wiped out like animals. Torn to pieces. It was monstrous. Yeah. That's what, a monster. A monster is loose. I know that sounds crazy, but I'm telling you the truth. There was nothing I could do. Really. Nothing. I swear, really swear, nothing. When all this nukes the transnet, when you see for yourself, believe me, I didn't have anything to do with it. You will do that, won't you, my darling? You believe me? I know no one else will. I'm going to run for it now. Try and make it back to Newcastle. They'll come after me. So this next bit is really hard. I can take it, all right? If they catch me, well, that'll be the price. I'll owe it, and I'll pay it. I don't mind. It's worth it. The money's safe, beyond them, completely beyond them, beyond the bastard Norths, beyond the police, beyond the judges and the lawyers and the agents. Now you have to make sure that's how it stays. You have to be safe too. You have to stay hidden. Don't break cover. Don't risk anything for me, not ever. If you love me, promise me this one thing. Promise me, please. I'm begging. There's so much I want to say, to tell you. I know I'm a bitch, that I forced you to do this, that I screwed up your life, but... And shit, I know this is going to sound wrong. I'd do it again. All of it. We never had time, you see. Not the time I wanted. So, yeah. I'd do it again because that would be some more moments we'd have together. One thing. One thing always. I love you. Angela cried again. There in the Jag, naked and wet at 4 in the morning. Alone with the drizzle pattering softly on the roof. Knowing she would never see anyone she loved ever again, no matter what happened next. Cried for several minutes, until she reminded herself that loitering like this was going to screw things up even more. That she had to get going, had to face down the universe and all the crap it had dumped on her. So, take the 2 clean interface sets. Dump the one you've just used down a drain in the car park along with the spent sack. Clothes.
There's a pashmina in the bag. Wrap it round your torso so tits and ass don't show. And that'll have to do for now. Cash, that's okay. There's a coded account that one of the interface sets can link with. Car. They'll trace the Jag fast, so drive it round the back of a nearby warehouse, then order a complete power down. Follow that with ripping the main power cables from the buffer batteries. A little spray can squirting onto hands, and the molecules of the mimic gloves disassociate. Wipe the residue away on the wet grass. Walk out onto the street, and use the interface set to call a cab. It arrives 90 seconds later. Airport, she told the auto. There was no way Angela should have got as far as she did. Anywhere apart from Abelia, and she probably wouldn't have. Chaos helped her. Chaos and severe emotional distress. The bodies were found eventually as the rest of the mansion awoke. Staff who had rooms on the 5th floor never went up to the 6th or 7th unless summoned or the daily schedule required it. It was 7:30 in the morning before one of Bartram's aides finally went upstairs and promptly threw up as he saw the congealing pool of blood that had spread out of the lounge. Security personnel started arriving minutes later. The sight that greeted them in the lounge and Bartram's bedroom and senior staff bedrooms on the 6th floor stopped them cold. Training just didn't cover this. Angela booked her plane ticket as the taxi sped out along the Rue Turbigo towards the airport. A standard Air Brogel commercial flight, scheduled to take off at 8 that morning. The taxi pulled up outside the airport's solitary terminal just after 5. Angela walked straight along the concourse, loosely clad in the pashmina, carrying her small bag, looking unwaveringly ahead with complete disregard for any startled glances thrown her way. That, at least, was something she could do with perfect ease. The haughty aristocratic indifference to anyone else's opinion. She had a right to be wherever she wanted to be, doing whatever she wanted to do. Those people who did look at her saw just one more appalling trustini in a town full of them, recovering from another wild night. She paused only for a few moments at a cyber-serve clothes store and a chemist's before heading into the women's washroom. Angela Tramelo never did come out of that washroom. The girl who did emerge 50 minutes later had the identity of Helen Anicio, and she had short rust-red hair, not long blonde, and she wore jeans and a black T-shirt with red sneakers. At Bartram's mansion, 5B2 Norths had arrived. The brothers were distraught at the carnage, the pain of loss. Everyone was looking to them to take charge. Orders were slow in coming. It didn't help that Abelia had no real police force. Corporate security handled most problems, and their priority was contacting the surviving Norths, establishing they were alive and warning them a maniac was on the loose. By 8:45 a proper head count was taken at the mansion. Brinkel arrived at 9 o'clock, anguished and furious, shouting at her brothers that she was in charge. By then, security was getting its act together. She was informed that Angela Tramelo was missing, and shown poor-quality sensor recordings of a Jag tearing off into the night. "Find her!" Brinkel screamed. At 10 o'clock, 2 black helicopters landed on Velasco Beach. Security guards fanned out. It took another 12 minutes for them to locate the inert Jag. The Abelia Civic Authority officially announced Angela Tramelo was a fugitive, and alerted both the airport and the dock. 2 passenger planes and 5 private jets had already departed that morning. Airport security reviewed images of all passengers embarking. None of them matched Angela. All further outgoing flights were cancelled. Coast Guard helicopters began searching the sea for any boats that might be carrying Angela away from Abelia. Back at the manor, it was clear to the security officers with a police background that the murders were seriously weird, the result of a very disturbed mind. The best guess they could come up with to explain method was someone wearing a muscle amp suit with powered blade fingers. That meant it was pre-planned. Given the only vehicle leaving the mansion that night was the Jag carrying Angela, the suit had to be close by. A thorough search of the grounds began. Midday saw the Jag delivered to the Institute, the nearest laboratory the Norths had that could run any kind of forensic analysis. Genetic samples were taken from all the blood caked onto the blanket and driver's seat. By 1 o'clock it was confirmed Angela had been in the Jag. Security, with Brinkel goading them on, turned to how a muscle amp suit could get past the mansion's security perimeter, in and out.
Gironella Beach's protection protocols were focused on preventing anything or anyone dangerous from breaching the perimeter. The sensors had seen nothing coming in or out, including the comprehensive scanner system spread across the seabed beyond the sands. The only anomaly was the Jag speeding out, and it wasn't queried by the AI running security because it was being driven by...
Not possible,
an astonished Barclay said to an audience of Brinkel and 3 other 2 Norths.
I was sleeping on the 6th floor. I was fucking lucky I wasn't a victim too.
Then he broke down and started crying.
How did she get your biometrics?
Benjamin asked. As the eldest 2 North, he was the calmest head in the mansion that whole frantic day.
You can only grab the readings from sustained physical contact.
It came out then, in gulps and stammers and self-recrimination. The affair which had started just a few weeks after Angela had arrived at the mansion as Bartram's new sports girlfriend.
She used you,
Brinkel snapped.
You went behind Father's back, and she used your weakness.
Like I'm the only one who's ever done that, he shouted back.
You brought a psychopath into our home,
Brinkel yelled relentlessly, never giving up her fury and contempt.
I didn't bring her here, and she's not a psycho. She couldn't be. I know her, what she's like,
Barclay insisted.
She couldn't have done this. Could she? I didn't know she was grabbing my biometric. Why would she do that?
If she didn't do this, and right now I do find that hard to believe, Benjamin said,
she was certainly an accomplice. Oh, dear God.
Barclay dropped his head into his hands and whimpered. That moment, his brothers decided later, was the start of the monumental breakdown. It was also the last time any of them ever saw him. He ran out of the room, back to his guest suite on the 6th floor, and stayed there for 2 days, refusing to open the door or talk to anyone. The next they knew, he'd taken a Jag in the middle of the night and driven off into town. 3 months later, he appeared again, in the Independencies, calling himself Zebediah and denouncing his entire family. Angela's flight landed at Highcastle Airport at 5 o'clock. For the last 3 hours she'd been sweating and shivering in her seat, wrapping herself in a quilt. The fever was caused by fragments of the dark weapons infecting her blood as they broke up. As she'd been warned, it made her feel like crap, but she managed to walk unaided out of the plane. She couldn't quite believe there wasn't a whole regiment of armed and armoured security hard cases waiting for her to disembark. But there wasn't. An outbreak of good fortune was the last thing she was going to question, so she took a taxi from the front of the terminal and headed off down Motorway A. It was a straight, clean drive. She only stopped the car once when it arrived at the junction with Motorway B. She stared along the ribbon of tarmac stretching away to the southeast. The Independencies would mean staying on St Libra for the rest of her life, and that was destined to be a real long time given her expensive pre-birth genetic workover. None of the microstate governments would ever hand her over to the Norths, even if they did know she'd taken up citizenship inside their borders. And with most of them there was no requirement to prove and register your identity. But that would be it. She'd remain on St Libra, living a backwoods existence. Today she might manage to get through the gateway and back onto Earth. Even if they didn't want to question her already, by tomorrow the Norths would definitely want her in their custody. The gateway border officers would be watching out for her. As soon as the plane came in range of Highcastle's Transnet, Angela had been accessing the news. The slaughter at the mansion was the only story. So far, her name hadn't been mentioned. Either they didn't want to warn her she was being hunted, or they hadn't even realized she was missing yet. And if they were hunting her, she would have been arrested as soon as she stepped off the plane, unless her crude identity switch had fooled them. If it had, it wouldn't forever. Motorway A it was then. 10 minutes later, she was in the Gateway Transit Terminal. Helen Anicio's EI certified her identity as a Libyan-Italian citizen. The scanner she put her hand on confirmed the biometric matched Ms. Anicio's GE citizen file, and she told the board agency staff she was coming back from a 2-week holiday in Abelia. When they asked if she was okay, she assured them her shivers were from the cold she'd come down with after getting caught in a downpour the previous night. Angela walked through the gateway. That put her in the GE Border Directorate reception hall. The only thing Helen Anicio didn't have, as she didn't actually exist, was a GE visa chip. That was the one item it had proved impossible to get hold of to bolster the legend's identity. Angela didn't care. She was on the right planet now. She just had to swap identities back again. She put her Angela Tramelo visa chip in the slot. And all hell broke loose. Why did you run? It was the question repeated endlessly over the next 3 months. More than once, Angela woke up shouting the phrase, "If you're innocent, why did you run?" Because I was scared, just didn't cut it. And of course, she couldn't really tell them why she ran, why she was really there in the mansion. The whole alien monster claim was simply laughed at as a pathetic Transparent Defense Council lie. For 3 months, the GE Justice Directorate was subject to formal requests, even mild threats, that Angela Tramelo be extradited to Abelia to stand trial. But Abelia's national status wasn't legally defined. Technically, the GE had no treaties with it. And then there was the GE's core constitutional issue, the right to life. No prisoner or suspect could be handed over to a state which had the death penalty. Abelia's legal team argued the city-state didn't have the death penalty. The GE Directorate counter-argued the North's fiefdom domain didn't have a legal precedent against the death penalty. It was the only argument that went Angela's way. She was tried in London's Old Bailey. She had a good defence counsel paid for by the state, who desperately wanted to be seen as impartial. The prosecution had 7 senior barristers, 6 of whom were paid for by Northumberland Interstellar. Contrary to everyone else's expectations, Angela grew progressively more angry and resolute during her incarceration awaiting trial. This was usually the period when the guilty broke down and confessed. Not her. Shock, fear, loneliness, and uncertainty weren't the best psychological traits to share a solitary cell with for so long, and she was becoming more and more incensed that no one would listen, no one would believe that she'd seen a monster. Even her defense lawyer advised her not to make it part of her alibi. But that was the anger which fueled her. So naturally she shouted it loud and defiantly, which the prosecution delightedly used to make her seem even more unstable, the kind of deranged personality that fitted the psychological profile of a serial killer. The jury agreed, and the question of where she'd spend the rest of her life was resolved. Thursday, 7th March, 2143. The monsoon had started an hour before dawn, blotting out the ring light, drumming hard on the tents so no one could sleep, turning the moist ground to a quagmire. It was still going strong at 11 o'clock local time. The closest E-ray to Wukang, orbiting 600 kilometers away, revealed a vast swarm of clouds pushing slowly southwards, inland from the Polar Sea. Huddled inside their quick cabin on the edge of the forward camp, the AAV flight team studied the radar images and estimated the storm would clear by mid-afternoon. Sava duly cancelled all the Daedalus flights scheduled for that morning. The sheer quantity of water made it uncertain if they could even resume later. With its compacted soil, Wukang's runway had become a long, shallow lake that was taking a long time to drain. At midday, Vance Elston ordered 2 of the camp's 3 Land Rover Tropics to start scouting round, looking for paths through the jungle that the mobile biolabs could take in a few days' time, when the forward camp was up to its full complement of personnel, equipment, and fuel. Half the camp stood in the shelter of the big mess tent, watching the grey-green vehicles depart, lumbering over the sodden ground. It wasn't long until they vanished from view, absorbed by the silver-grey deluge before they reached the fringe of the jungle itself. "Lieutenant Bolton," Vance said. "Sir," the lieutenant snapped. "Let us find out how effective your squads are in bad weather. I want the perimeter secured and monitored. Move out." "Yes, sir. All right, people. You heard the commander. Jump to it. Assembly point by the vehicle park in 10 minutes. Sitting at a long trestle table in the middle of the mess tent, Angela watched the authoritarian farce play out, and gave the squad a rueful grin as they pulled on their poncho capes and trudged out into the heavy rain. She finished her cheesecake and walked over to the table where Elston was sitting with J. Chomick and Forster Wardale, one of his junior administration officers. "You got any orders for me?" she asked. "Why? Would you obey them if I did?" "I was thinking, given that I can't join the guys on patrol, maybe I could help you. How? Elston asked, in a voice thick with suspicion. She shrugged. I'm good with basic data work, and you're down Mullane. I know you haven't been assigned a replacement. You want me to give you access to the administration network? For rotas and managing store inventories? Sure, why not? You think I'll use such a magnificent position of trust to steal enough raw to print out an airship and escape? Elston gave her a reluctant grin and turned to Jay. What do you think? Mullane did clear a lot of crap from the system, Jay said grudgingly. Angela pushed the advantage. Fine, show me what to do, slap access restrictions on everything else, and see if I'm any good. Why are you doing this? Elston asked. Truthfully, I'm bored shitless. And you and I both know I'm not the bad guy here. It's out there waiting for us. Okay. You get one shot. Thank you. Forster, show her the drudge work. The administration division in Wukang was one quick cabin. Angela found it hard to credit, but the work cubicles were even smaller than the ones back at Savar. Forster wedged himself in next to her and started explaining the operating system and the procedures that needed managing. Despite having semi-smart software in the network, human input and ability was still essential for an enterprise like Wukang, where any problem that crept up was unique, needing a judgment call that the software couldn't handle because it didn't have any experience. In theory, it should learn everything after a week or so, Forster said. Then we can kick back and relax. And in the real world? I'm going to be jammed in here till the day we pack up and head home. She grinned, enjoying his pragmatism. Forster was mildly flirtatious the whole time, which he neither encouraged nor slapped down. He wasn't anything like as useful as Parrish, but she wasn't about to shut down any options at this stage. The software was absurdly simple, and the work mundane. She started rearranging personnel assignments for the next week, matching teams to the exploration plans that Elston and Tramelo were drawing up, allocating the kind of equipment and supplies they'd need, then loading resupply estimates to Savar. That's pretty good, Forster admitted, as she worked her way through daily fuel consumption estimates. It's not exactly gateway science. Forster left her after 90 minutes, telling her to call him when she encountered a problem that stymied her. He was only a thin composite wall away, he said with a mildly hopeful smile. Angela knew it would be pointless trying to load any subversive programs into the camp network from the quick cabin console. Elston would have already established monitors to see what she was up to. Fortunately, she didn't have to. Reviewing personnel files was a requirement for this job, so once she'd sorted out Friday's assignments, taking into account the rescheduled delivery flights, and shunted maintenance shifts round for the Land Rovers, and 10 other finicky variables, she called up the camp's personnel files and began reading the summaries. Given that she was using her EI to interface with the network and orchestrate data flow within the console zone, it was easy to copy the files into the solid memory cache sitting unobtrusively in her utility belt. An act that Elston would need very good software to detect. And if he did, he'd know why she was doing it, or think he did. The only reason to copy the files was to review them in detail later on, which is what she intended. Elston would see Angela playing detective, because Mullane had found something in those same files, something important enough to get him killed. Logically, it must have been a discrepancy big enough to call someone's entire identity into question. Someone in Wukang was operating under a legend. Angela knew who, of course. What had utterly defeated her over the long months since that fateful Sunday at the start of February was figuring out why. She was hoping the file might provide a clue, and she would read it properly later, along with every other file, because Elston must never know the one she was interested in. Angela was still in her new cubicle an hour later when Elston arrived in the quick cabin. He was frowning when he opened her door. "What's up?" she asked. "Have you loaded in a new schedule for today?" he asked. "No. It looks like Saturday is going to be my first big experiment with your lives. I expect everyone will enjoy having the day off when it all grinds to a halt at breakfast." "Are there any earlier versions of today's schedule?" Hang on." She was quite pleased at the way she retrieved data from the network, fingers flicking the icons in her key space, EI shifting the larger database levels for access. "No, I can't find one. What's up? Elston scowled. It was worry that puckered his flesh up, not anger. His voice dropped. We don't know where Isle is.
Isle?
She didn't even have to call up the personnel files again.
He's one of the xenobiology team, right?
Yeah, except they can't find him. Her fingers closed over a blue and yellow icon, spun it round and flicked a node on the side.
Isle's Thursday itinerary expanded in her zone field. He should be helping with final drive power system checks on Biolab 2. They're supposed to drive it round for 30 minutes this afternoon, but not to go into the jungle. Should be back by now.
Marvin hasn't even taken the biolab out yet. They've been waiting for Isle.
And his access code isn't active?
We can't establish a micro-link to his body mesh.
So he's got to be outside the camp network's range. Oh, did he tag along with the Land Rovers?
I used a relay through the E-ray to call them. He didn't go with the Land Rovers.
Shit. Okay, if he was in trouble, injured or something, his body mesh would call for help.
Elston glared at her. Only if he's in range.
How would he get out of range? Wukang's network range extends for 5 clicks, doesn't it?
They stared at each other for a long moment. It was Angela who broke, shoulders slumping in dismay.
Oh, it can't be, she murmured. It just can't.
I'm going to officially declare him a missing person.
Look, maybe he's not answering because he's busy.
Don't be ridiculous.
I'm not being ridiculous. What if he's sneaked off for a spot of one-on-one with his girlfriend or boyfriend?
I've already used the emergency responder code. He can't deactivate that. Half his smart cells are HTA issue, and the response is hardwired in. He's not out there.
This can't be right, Angela said. Even if he's dead, the smart cells will respond. So he must be over 5 kilometers away.
This is classified. But the dead north they found in Newcastle had his smart cells physically removed. Angela gave him a shocked look.
You're kidding me.
I wish I was.
Oh, shit. That means there really is more than one. And they know how to disable smart cell technology.
Yeah, Elston said. Look, I know it isn't you. I've reviewed your tag logs from this morning. You're accounted for.
Oh, thank fucking you.
But I also know about you and Parrish, and what you get up to together. So I need to know, have you, or anyone else, found a nice convenient route out through the perimeter? Some way to get outside and have your carnal fun?
No, it's secure.
Damn it.
Elston, the squad is out there right now, patrolling. Have you warned them it is out there?
Not yet, no.
You have to warn them.
I will. I need to be certain first.
When was the last time someone saw him?
First thing this morning. Leaving his tent to go to the washroom.
Hell, that's a long time. And it was pissing down badly then. Maybe that screwed with the perimeter sensors.
Maybe. She started to follow the thought, not enjoying the route.
But if Isle was snatched and carried off, then it would have to get into the camp first.
I know, he whispered.
Elston, listen. It did this before. It got inside Bartram's mansion, for fuck's sake, and nobody is more paranoid about their personal safety than a billionaire. It walked right through the mansion's security sensors and up to the 7th floor, like it was a ghost. Nothing spotted it. There was no alarm, radar, infrared, pressure web, sonics, magres, visual. Nothing caught it.
You did. You saw it.
Yeah, she said hoarsely. I did.
Right. You keep quiet about this part, understand? Say nothing, not even to Parrish. I'm going to launch a search for Isle now, and that's going to twist people up badly as it is. I do not want rumor adding to low morale. Are we clear? Angela nodded.
We're clear.
Sunday, 10th March, 21:43. We can get it. All of it? Think so, yeah. Think isn't good enough. I need definites. All right. Okay. I'll make sure. Everybody in the GE used secondaries. It was part of the culture now, socially acceptable. There had been many attempts by the Brussels Parliament to legislate against it, and the Tax Bureau certainly did its best. But of course, if a method had been found to clear up people's finances and put them on a 100% legitimate, transparent basis, it would have worked for everyone, politicians and tax officials included. The general battle had been abandoned 50 years ago. But the technology and software which allowed people to set up and manage their secondaries also gave the police quite an armoury to uncover such fiscal malfeasance on an individual level. As the saying went, they could always get anybody sentenced. It just depended what crime they chose to charge you with. Exposure of a citizen's secondaries was one of the simpler methods available to a modern police officer, especially one who was a surveillance expert, like Detective Ian Lanigan. The first time Gede had used a secondary EI code to call someone, he'd been walking down Percy Street. Ian used Elston's authority to sequestrate all the log records from the 3 Transnet cells covering Percy Street. This kind of request was completely standard for the police. Ian's own authority level allowed him to do it, but as always with this investigation, he didn't want anything that could be traced back to him.
We have it. Glad to hear it. Rugby will call to arrange delivery.
It was expensive.
I know.
We had to pay more than we were expecting.
So?
So I'll have to charge you extra for it. Got to cover costs.
I do hope that wasn't a serious attempt to extort money from me. You know who I work for, don't you?
I'm telling you, it cost a lot to get hold of.
Fine. We'll find another supplier.
You won't. This is specialist shit, man.
I will. Then you'll be left with a product you can't sell, and us looking for you. We don't take kindly to being dicked around.
10%. 10% more, that's all. And I still don't make any profit.
We pay you the agreed price, or you start drowning in shit.
You're killing me here, man.
Oh, please. I'd never kill you.
That's good, man. We can talk. This is reasonable. We can sort this out. I'm thinking 8%.
I'd never kill you, because if you're dead, you won't be able to suffer.
Fuck you, man.
The price we agreed is the price we pay. You'll be contacted to arrange delivery. I'd advise you to follow the instructions. The next time Gede used the secondary EI, he was in a pub on Granger Street. Ian obtained the local cell log and ran a comparison with the Percy Street records. There was one access code that occurred in both. They had Gede's secondary, or at least one of them. The intercept order was loaded into the Transnet Management AI using Elston's authority, and all subsequent calls Gede made were routed through the Market Street network, which skimmed them off into the classified investigation subsection, directly into the Apple console in Ian's flat. As well as Gede's secondary, the AI also intercepted the calls to and from the other Transnet address codes Gede had called.
It's Sunday night, usual place. You don't get it until the money is registered in my secondary.
Remember who you're dealing with. You don't get sweet shit until we've checked it. And kid, we have an expert.
It's good. This is the real thing, okay?
I'm okay, because I don't have anything to worry about. 11 o'clock tomorrow. Don't make us come look for you. 10:55 on Sunday night. The chill rain was coming in hard from the North Sea, just as it had been doing for the last 2 days. The deluge was slowly sluicing away the ice and snow that had accumulated across Newcastle's buildings and streets all through winter. Overwhelmed gutters across the city were spilling cascades of freezing water directly onto pavements. Water running freely across ice made driving and walking extremely treacherous. The accident and emergency departments of all the city hospitals were reporting 5-hour waiting times for fracture victims. So many had slipped as their familiar city roads morphed from frigid to fluid. And there Sid was, in the middle of all that wet subarctic misery. Sitting in a car signed out from the police fleet, privately registered, so no one passing by would know law enforcement officers were in there waiting, should they run a sneaky check on the license. He was parked on the corner of Beechwood Gardens, just outside Last Mile, waiting for the exchange. Whatever the exchange was. It had never been named in the intercepts,
where Gede and his unknown supplier talked in phrases they'd surely pilfered from cheap crime dramas. Ian and Ava were also loitering in a fleet car, but on Hereford Road at the south end of Last Mile.
"Boss, I think we're starting," Ava said. "Rugby's car just turned into Kingsway."
Sid's windscreen display showed the erratic grid of Last Mile's roads, with plenty of dark areas where the macro mesh had failed. A purple symbol appeared at the south end of the Kingsway Road that cut straight through the centre of Last Mile.
"Got him," Sid acknowledged. "Anyone with him?"
Rugby drove a big Ford Toulouse saloon, registered to a North Korean business address, matte black paintwork, but easy enough to eyeball.
"Can't tell, but he won't be alone. We're following now."
Sid pulled away from the curb. He drove into Last Mile, level with the gateway, and started cruising up the sharp neon glow and hazy hologram sparkles that besieged the air down Kingsway's length. With all the adverts reflecting off the rain-slicked tarmac, it was like driving through a wriggling tunnel of light. Even at this time of night, there was still traffic about. Big HDA lorries rumbled towards the gateway, still faithfully carrying equipment and supplies for the expedition, though there weren't so many of them now. Company trucks with their iconic logos nestled up to store loading bays. Decade-old vans with scratched and dinted bodywork made the nightly resupply run to small independent shops and outlets. Scooters with panniers big enough to carry a body. Even bicycles were towing carts. A big, shiny new Toyota six-wheel J-Cruise headed down towards the gateway, piled high with St Libra survivalist goodies. Sid was mildly surprised to see the migrants hadn't abandoned their dream despite the expedition, a reminder that outside Newcastle and his investigation, the great community of transstellar worlds and nations was carrying on as normal. He watched a little group of the poor sods trudging along, pulling ancient supermarket trolleys loaded with their possessions, hunched against the freezing rain, their coats slick with water as they drew closer to the gateway and the promised independencies beyond. A quick check on the windscreen display showed him closing on the purple symbol. When he looked up, he caught Rugby's big dark Toulouse turning off just ahead of him.
"Visual now," Sid reported.
He went into 6th Avenue.
"Okay, boss," Ian replied. "The macro mesh has him too. We're turning into 8th Avenue. If we park on the junction with Duke's Way, we'll see him when he comes out."
"I'll turn round at the end of Queensway and wait." As he said it, Sid saw a dark red Kavoshu Valter pass him. Hologram prism stripes along the sides sparkled and wiggled as it went. Boz was driving the big Rockstar car, his massive profile highlighted by the brilliant facade of a farm store whose lights were shining down on a camel pen. And he was staring directly at Sid's car.
Shit. What's happened?" Ava asked. "I think I just got made by Boz."
"Oh, crap on this man," Ian said.
"The macro mesh just lost Rugby."
Ian saw the purple symbol had vanished from the windscreen's display.
"Crap, Boz warned him."
"I don't know about that, man. The macro mesh is seriously screwed around here.
"We'll cut along Duke's Way and try to get a visual."
"Right, I'll double back," Ian said. He told his EI to monitor the functioning segments of macro mesh down 6th Avenue to see if Rugby had switched the Toulouse's license code to avoid observation. No vehicles were registering.
"Rugby must have turned off."
"Yeah, that's what we think," Ava replied.
"Okay, Boz is going to be watching for me. You guys take a drive along 6th Avenue."
"Turning in now," Ian said. Sid studied the grid of Last Mile's roads, trying to work out what to do next. Any decent, legitimate surveillance operation would have backup cars, a team of 15 detectives, complete smart dust coverage, even a few small airborne micro-drones to track the subject. This half-assed campaign they'd thrown together was bordering on farce. He abruptly turned the car down 8th Avenue, which was an ambitious term for a long gap between two stark carbon cliff walls of modified commercial blocks. The photonic deluge of adverts was muted here, reduced to a few signs flickering behind grilled-up windows. Overhead photo panels cast a dusky green-tinged light that illuminated the monotonous rain. Blocked drains had produced an overspill along both gutters, which was now swelling out to cover the cracked tarmac. The car's tyres generated a small grubby wake as he drove cautiously, sending chunks of ice bobbing about.
"I'm not surprised the macro mesh can't find anything here," he muttered.
The smart dust must have degraded and failed long ago under this kind of climatic abuse. He turned again, going down Princeway South. "Crap on it!" He braked hard. The grid on the windscreen, data taken directly from the Newcastle Civic Highways Department, showed Princeway South as a direct connection between 8th and 6th Avenues. Not in the real world. 70 metres ahead of him was a grey composite wall, stitching together the buildings on either side. It had the etched resin web pattern of a structure fabricated by automata, a simple skin spun over a hexagonal stress frame. A long roll-up door was directly ahead, its base swallowing up the old road. Sid twisted the joystick and reversed out of Prince's Way, back onto 8th Avenue. "I can't get through." "We're on 6th now," Ian said. "No sign of him." "He could have cut down to Western," Ava said, "or gone into a warehouse. Just about every store here has a loading bay." Sid turned out into Duke's Way. A couple of lorries rolled past, their fat tyres sending dark ripples scudding across the waterlogged road. Impenetrable shadows occluded the end of countless doors and narrow alleyways on either side of him. Only a few overhead photo panels worked. It was a gloomy, sinister road, which Sid suddenly found he didn't like being alone on. "This is stupid," he said. "If we drive round looking for them, they'll spot us for certain. Get back to the station. We're through here." "Aye, man. Good call," Ian said. Sid accelerated as hard as he dared, sending a wash of water surfing over the pavement. He just wanted to be out of Last Mile now. The district, with its unruly delight of chaos, decay and greed, had defeated them. They never did find Isle. Vance Elston kept the search going for 2 days. Legionnaire squads combed the surrounding land out to the edge of the jungle. The remaining camp personnel examined every tent, pallet and vehicle. All 3 Land Rovers and both MTJs drove round the nearby jungle, crunching over the smaller bushes and tearing down the tangle of vines strung between every trunk. Wukang's 3 Sikorsky CV-47 Swallows, light scout helicopters, spiraled further out above the lush, impenetrable tree canopy, firing constant high-power pings to try and trigger Isle's body mesh responder code. They also activated their infrared scanners, hunting for any body-sized hotspots. Elston never said anything to the pilots, but he was a damn sight more eager to uncover moving alien monsters than he was a stationary, cooling human corpse. It didn't matter. The Swallows didn't find either. A pair of Raytheon 6EB Owls were flown along the closest rivers by the AAV team. A long shot, in case he'd been swept away by the fast water. After the second complete search of the camp, the personnel not flying or on foot patrol outside the perimeter went back to their normal duties. The Daedalus flights resumed and continued to build up the camp's inventory. Isle's official status was moved to missing on duty. Officially, as there was no body or evidence of foul play, he wasn't dead. Camp Rumour had a very different view, concocting brilliant, elaborate and improbable theories about how he'd been eliminated. It was evening when Vance finally admitted defeat and changed Isle's file status. The aircon in the quick cabin was straining with the load of another sweltering St Libra day, and outside the camp personnel were gathering for the Sunday night barbecue, which was fast becoming a tradition for the expedition camps. He told his EI to establish a secure link to Vamikia. A secure connection through a 6,000-kilometre E-ray relay above the jungle, then an undersea cable, followed by another 4,000-kilometre landline with dozens of civilian relays and cells was something of a joke, but the call was audio only, and HDA encryption was still the best. 2 deaths? Vamikia asked. 1 death, 1 missing, Vance said, wishing he didn't sound so defensive. So what's happening? Mullane I can just about write off as the victim of some illegal activity he'd stumbled across. Isle looks a lot more suspicious. Was it an alien abduction? I don't know, Vance admitted, which was tough to say. There's no evidence either way. What's your hunch? All I'll say is that I'm pretty certain it wasn't Angela Tramelo. Although, I have to admit none of the other camps have had incidents like this. Not yet, anyway. There can't be anything else going on, Vamikia said. I won't accept that much coincidence. I point out that Wukang has responsibility for the primary defense mission, Vance said. If the aliens found out about that, they might begin with an incursion. And Isle was on the xenobiology team. But he wasn't part of the defense mission. I know. And how could the aliens possibly know? We don't have any idea about their true capabilities, but we do know one of them might have been in Newcastle. So you believe they do exist? Vamikia asked. This is starting to make me think it's possible, yes. But of course there's no proof, only circumstantial evidence. As always, we need something concrete. How is Detective Hurst doing? Still backtracking those stupid taxis. Really? Yeah. Statistically, he should have found it by now. If you ask me, it's a complete waste of time. Vance experienced a strange pang of sympathy for the poor detective, plunged into a nightmare investigation with way too much pressure applied from everyone. He's doing the job we asked him to. Whatever. It's you we're looking to now to provide the answers. I understand. When will you start genetic sampling? Wukang is up to full strength now, so I'm sending the first convoy out into the jungle tomorrow. Glad to hear that. We need some results. Vance signed off, and spent a long minute in the confined cubicle, staring at the one narrow slit of window his status had gained him. It framed the edge of the rings which were beginning to shine brightly, as St Libra's rotation carried Brogal into night. 2 deaths. He was convinced Isle had been killed. It was beyond coincidence. He was sure something was out there in the jungle. It unnerved him, because he couldn't understand the reason for the creatures staying hidden. And he was just beginning to appreciate how isolated Wukang was. The Lord's universe was a lot bigger than the human soul was comfortable with. Music started playing. Some guitar rock track that sounded tinny and lost inside the quick cabin. It would sound the same out in the jungle, an alien noise, absorbed and broken by the vast sprawl of vegetation, completely insignificant. Vance sighed and tried to push his growing concerns to one side, at least for tonight. Tonight there were burgers and sausages, lettuce that had been chilled for too long, and toasted rolls with not enough ketchup. Just like all barbecues should be, a celebration of being human. He shut down his console and went out to join in. Angela enjoyed the Sunday night barbecues. Everyone seemed to relax a little, forget the reason why they were here, and kick back. The food wasn't bad, even though she was never sure the burgers were cooked properly in the middle. It didn't matter, because for a few precious hours the smell of charcoal repelled the jungle sense. Music held back the planet's innate oppressive silence, and people banished HDA uniforms to dress in civilian clothes. They didn't use the mess tent. The grills had been set up in the area behind it, their charcoal glow a bright orange, contrasting with a silver ring light. Smoke plumed up, accompanied by meat juice sizzling. The first batch of food was ready when she arrived with the squad. They lined up with plates, scooping up salad and waiting for the catering staff to dole out the meat. "These sausages are always too spicy," Mohammed Anwar complained. "You're such a wimp fart," Gillian Kowalski told him. "Why can't we have 2 types? It's not gateway science." "Oh, sure," Dave Guzman said. "Let's just order out." Angela was laughing with the rest of them. She looked round at Parrish, who was grinning. "I'm just saying," Mohammed claimed, with dwindling dignity. Angela held her plate out, and thanked Lulu McNamara for the sausages and burger that the red-cheeked girl slapped down. "It's always where you are," a voice said, clear and loud. "Mullane at Sarvar. Now Isle here." Angela looked round. 5 people down the line, Davinia Byrne was staring belligerently at her. She was one of the AAV team, an OWL technician. "You talking to me?" Angela said. "No other camps have a serial killer in their team," Davinia said. "No other camps are having people murdered." "Hey!" Dorita stepped forward, his face all anger and outrage. Angela put her arm out, stopping him from going any further. "It's okay." She sensed other squad members closing round her. "You got a problem?" she asked Davinia. "How many more of us are going to disappear like Isle?" "I don't want anyone to die.
And I've never killed anyone. Not here now, not 20 years ago. I'm here in this shithole to help you, to stop the aliens from killing anyone else. I don't have to be here, remember that. I could be safe back on Earth. All I am is a dumb volunteer, but when they start to come out of the jungle for you, you're going to need me.
Chris Fiordiero and McKay, from the AAV team, came up beside a sneering Davinia. Angela stared at her, watching closely for telltale muscle movement, ready for a sudden lunge forward, fully expecting the squad members and the AAV team to stop Davinia from reaching her. But there had been too many prison fights for her to rely on other people. That was when Bastion 2 North arrived at the barbecue to witness the standoff scene, with everyone silent while the chirpy steel guitar music played on. The North cocked his head to one side to look at Angela, his face impassive. She was proud she didn't back down, didn't turn away. The moment was painful, stretching out way too long. Then Madeline Hawk slapped a burger down on Davinia's plate. Davinia appeared irritated by the action that broke her aggressive concentration. McKay pushed her slightly, and she grunted in contempt and walked away. It was over. Finished. Bastion moved on to join the end of the queue. A hand closed tightly round Angela's forearm. "Let's get you the fuck out of here," the Aura Fork said. Angela nearly tripped. She was pushed along so forcefully. She didn't complain. She went with it, her friends forming a neat circle round her. "You all right?" Parrish asked, as the squad sat on the grass together. "I don't like being a party pooper," she said. "You're not," Marty O'Reilly said. "We know you were with us both times." "Davinia's always tuxing up," Just Justic said in a low voice. "She's got a real problem there." "You're only saying that because she turned you down," Attio said, grinning as he munched a sausage down. "Oi, she did not turn me down." The squad laughed. They'd settled into their usual routine. Comfort and camaraderie. Angela started eating her own food, and saw Parrish was still giving her a concerned look. She mouthed, "I'm okay," and saw his relief. A whole group of friends like this was rare. People you knew you could rely on, who were perfectly comfortable with each other, who were all equals. Angela had known that once before. In a strange way, it had been the polar opposite of this barbecue. But the memory association was strong. Sitting out like this, with oh-so-different people, under very different stars, sent a sudden chill along her arms. She was surprised those times could still resurrect themselves so clearly in her mind. That was a past life now, belonging to a different person, so very long ago. The last in a long, long list of exuberant parties the young Angela de Voyle had attended was at Prince Matif's mansion on the 17th of January, 2111, a date everybody in the transstellar finance industry would always remember. She'd gone with Shasta Nalif, of course. They were virtually inseparable on the new Monaco social scene. Best friends since forever. The de Voyle family fortune was originally derived from Wall Street and the global finance markets, before progressing smoothly to take advantage of new business during the transstellar expansion. They were old East Coast money, complete with aristocratic heirs and cold equation dealings with other people. As the heir, Angela de Voyle was as beautiful as only the germline modified could be, along with other traits her father Raymond desired. Tall, healthy, strong, fast, smart, a memory that resembled silicon in its perfect recall. Lucy Tramelo, who gave birth to Angela, was under a simple surrogate contract, and left a week after delivery, as soon as the de Voyle Estate Clinic had conducted appropriate tests on the infant Angela to confirm her DNA was everything Raymond had paid for. The other required traits, those that couldn't be sequenced in, like the ancestral ruthlessness, cunning, and near megalomaniac ambition, were instilled by an upbringing and education that made sure the family's business and revenue stream would carry on in safe hands. Shasta's family money came from an industrial barony in India, one which her great-grandfather had astutely and ruthlessly expanded into a global giant at the start of the 21st century, employing over 250,000 people across 37 countries. Her grandfather had deployed that same ruthlessness to diversify into production of raw, enabling him to ride the microfracture revolution out among the new transstellar worlds. For Prince Matif's party, Angela had chosen a deceptively simple white dress with a mermaid skirt as her arrival attire. 2 seamstresses from the Italian couture house she was currently patronizing had been included in her entourage so they could finish the creation. It was so snug-fitting, and the Jajescal spider silk fabric with its micro-diamond glitter grains so delicate that they had to sew her into the dress just before she alighted. To complement it, over 100 ruby and emerald pins were woven into her big blonde hair, and her necklace, earrings, and web bracelet were a matching vintage Rocoute set, costing slightly more than $8 million. Angela was mildly upset that her father hadn't accompanied her to the party, but the family AI had identified an unusual surge of bio-oil running through the vast European supply pipe network that ran from Newcastle to the Balkans. He suspected the source was the French world Orléans. But he didn't know the buyer, and with the quantity involved he should have known all about the deal. So he told her he was staying behind to watch the market. The Devoyle finance house controlled nearly 40% of the GE Biol futures market, and he didn't want to be outsmarted by a rogue deal. Angela and Shasta had timed their departures so their hypersonic VTOL executive jets touched down on the mansion's landing field at the same time, mid-afternoon of the first day. That way, they could share one of the gold-plated horse-drawn carriages up the greenway to the white and silver splendour of the mansion, with its twin-spire turrets stabbing 150 metres into the clear, violet-tinged New Monaco sky. The prince greeted them, standing in a line with his 8 wives, all selected from good Arab families from Riyadh and New Persia, who knew their place and performed their duties correctly. "I hope you are going to come to bed with me before this is over," he purred in Angela's ear as she was announced to the vaulting gold and marble ballroom by the scarlet-uniformed officer of the house. As a direct descendant of Arabian royalty, Matif affected head of state rituals complete with ornate military-style guards, as if he were still ruling a desert kingdom back on Earth. "We'll see," Angela murmured back with a demure smile that gave nothing away. There'd been parties where they'd both retired to a private suite, enjoying each other's uninhibited sexuality. Sometimes it was just the 2 of them. Sometimes Shasta or another girlfriend joined them. Sometimes Matif enlisted his male relatives to carousel her. The wickedness and pleasure was always excellent. "Please," Matif said, "there's plenty of time. You know how much I appreciate you physically." "I know, sweetheart," she said. It was the same for most men. The 1 in 10 modification to her DNA had become active when she reached her full height, and the initial onrush of puberty hormones had subsided. Right now she still looked like a perky 17. A faux adolescence it might have been, but the sexual lure was still very real. "Housden will be here," Angela said. "He's arriving this evening." "Are you too serious?" "Might be," she said enigmatically. "Ah, he is so lucky. Once again, I beg you to marry me." "One day, maybe, Matif, but not right now." "Until that day." He bowed, holding her hand a little too tight as he kissed it. The ballroom had an orchestra up on the balcony, playing stately dance music. A dozen couples were already on the floor, twirling elegantly. Waiters in white tailcoats offered flutes of champagne on silver trays as the girls walked the length of the room, towards the orchard hall where there was a rock band playing. Together they quietly scanned the dresses on show. Fabulous, elaborate couture from across the transstellar worlds, with every designer trying to attract attention and gain more commissions from the ludicrous wealth of New Monaco. Angela was surprised at the number of prosthetics, especially wings and peacock-style tails. That fad had surely passed. In turn, rival female eyes performed radar-efficient scans of their own garments, intuitively comparing cost and aesthetics. Through it all, the smiles were unbroken, air-kissed swarms flying free. "Housden?" Shasta asked. "Really, sweets? Cute, big dick, sense of humor, right age. Kind of rare to have all those in combination, don't you think? And one of us." "And one of us," Angela conceded. Housden was from a Chinese family whose mining conglomerate had made it big in Africa before transspatial connection technology opened up the stars. and rare earth minerals stopped being quite so rare. As with a lot of similar corporations, they successfully shifted their core business from mining to refining raw and continued to flourish. There's always the prince. Angela frowned. That's not an option. For all his charm, Prince Matif was a little too old school for Angela. His wives were required to be obedient. Then there was the business rivalry. The final decades of indigenous Gulf oil wealth had seen tens of billions of petrodollars channeled into bio-oil refineries, and vast tracts of land on new worlds for algae paddies. Those new refineries had kept the original families of Gulf princes at the forefront of transstellar energy production. They didn't appreciate the kind of manipulation of the bio-oil futures market led by the DeVoyle house, and always made life difficult for traders by refusing to cooperate on production figures and market shares and investment leverage. Consequently, sleeping with the enemy, in a very literal sense, was a dark pleasure for Angela, and she suspected for the prince too, but that was all. Angela and Shasta started dancing amid the dry ice waterfalls and rippling lasers. They split up when Shasta found herself dancing suggestively with a group she knew vaguely. Angela went on to the dining hall, where tables were laid with an extraordinary variety of food. Floor-to-ceiling windows gave a panoramic view out across the grounds. At the bottom of the slope at the front of the mansion was the mile-wide fountain lake. Huge geysers of water sprayed their way high into the twilight sky. Straight power columns, twirling arcs, splayed spumes, airborne wave curls, all of them illuminated from below, changing colour as they gyrated. On her way outside into the twilight, Angela passed a group of S&M fiends in their tailored leather costumes adorned with gold chains and diamond-tipped spikes. They were on their way down to the Roman slave dungeon, where Matif had hired a dozen of California's finest porn stars to man the manacles. Their excitement at their prisoner was palpable. They'd captured an angel, a beautiful adolescent male with a perfectly muscled torso, who had wings of snow-white feathers surgically grafted onto his back. He was being tugged along by a dwarf who was dressed in bandoliers of tocsacks. Angela couldn't help grinning at the outrageous sight as they went past. There was camel racing in the grass-walled amphitheatre Matif had dug in one of his gardens, an amusing homage to his cultural roots. Houston arrived in time for the second race, all tall and hunky-looking, his shaved head decorated with silver tattoos, looking very dashing in his Nanru suit. They joined a group of friends in one of the stadium suites to watch and cheer on their chosen steeds. Placing $250,000 bets on each race, Angela lost $2.5 million in total. Houston did better, coming out $500,000 in profit. A chauffeured buggy took them down to the secluded pavilions, nestling in their individual clearings of blossom trees along the shore of the fountain lake. Angela had to send for the Italian seamstresses to undress her. The erotic masseuse in their pavilion was a giant of a woman, so much so that Angela felt a little thrill of nerves as the white dress was removed in front of her. Houston stood beside the padded bench where she lay down, watching in delight as she was slowly covered in oil that reflected the undulating colours of the offshore fountains. Amid the soft drizzle of pink petals, the powerful masseuse began kneading flesh in a diabolically skillful shiatsu that was soon producing helpless shudders along Angela's thighs. After a while, Houston joined in, fucking her while the masseuse continued her exquisite torment. Angela was sure the whole estate could hear her cries at the end. For her second dress, Angela wore a sleek scarlet silk number, while her stylist arranged her mass of hair into a deceptively plain peasant wave that flowed down her back. Once the entourage put the finishing touches to her appearance, Angela and Houston joined the big gathering on the lawns for the pre-breakfast banquet. Dawn came, pushing a chill breeze with it. Houston escorted her indoors, and they agreed to separate for a while. She knew what he'd be doing. She'd seen him looking round the female guests several times. Fair enough. Her own EI had been receiving Matif's calls for 2 hours now. One of the mansion's footmen was waiting for her, and it was with an amused sense of inevitability she allowed him to escort her to the bedroom where the prince and 5 of his wives were waiting. Fatigue was starting to set in, But Matif was a host prepared for every eventuality, and wasn't going to let her lassitude spoil his morning. One of the wives bumped a tox for Angela, which sent her into a daze, hands fumbling at the furniture to stay upright. Recovery was fast, delivering her directly to a state of fresh and healthy mid-morning wakefulness. She stood in front of Matif, while he watched with a cold, anticipatory smile as his wives plucked the scarlet dress from her skin. Then they made her kneel before him. Angela woke in a guest suite bedroom by herself. It wasn't something she enjoyed. This was a party. She shouldn't be alone. She was angry with herself for the resentment and self-pity. Though, if she was honest, she was also reacting to the prince's surprisingly disturbing behaviour. He'd taken things a lot further than she'd been prepared to go, relishing her outrage and dismay. Her entourage were waiting in the suite's lounge outside. She vaguely recalled them being summoned to collect her once Matif and his wives had satiated themselves. Now their presence and attention were an immediate comfort. There was a tox which banished the hangover. A bath was run, containing scented ointments, which her body therapist and a maid helped gently rub in, reviving her. Her hematologist ran a quick scan on her blood to make sure none of the stimulants Matif had bumped her were harmful. Angela's enhanced liver and kidney functions could handle a large range of pollutants in her bloodstream, which was why she always had to drink twice as much as ordinary people just to get tipsy. But who knew what the prince had used? The hairstylist worked her usual miracles and tamed the dishevelled tangle, weaving in some fresh flowers and slender platinum threads, which was when Angela asked, "What time is it?" She wasn't entirely surprised when they told her it was 1 in the afternoon. Matif had certainly taken his time enjoying her discomfort. Long enough that there could be no mistake. She knew now that he didn't consider her an equal, which was extraordinarily offensive. As the entourage helped her into a new dress, she activated her Transnet interface, and her EI told her she'd had 3 calls from her father, which she'd missed. It wasn't like him to call when she was at a party. She told the EI to call him back, but he wasn't interfaced. "Let me know when he is," she told it. Determined not to let Matif spoil the party, for that would be another victory, she flung herself back into it. Down in the orchard hall, a 7-piece band called Pink Isn't Well were grinding out their prog emo tracks. Angela wasn't fond of that style anyway, and in her current mood it left her cold. She went out and took a chauffeured buggy down to the amphitheatre, where the afternoon no-rules cage fight tournament was playing out, with the last man standing claiming a $5 million purse. Angela watched in wide-eyed illicit thrall as limbs were deliberately broken, faces pulped to bloody meat, and below-the-belt blows commonplace. She imagined it was the prince getting pounded down there in the ring, which made her feel a lot better. There was another costume change before attending the evening races. To accommodate it, Angela had a proper massage, and a skin cleanse with irrigation, and the hematologist formulated a scrub tox to take down the alcohol high. When she was clean, fresh and ready, her dermatologist sprayed platinum flex scales to every square centimetre of skin, turning her a glossy buffed silver. With true artistry, the dermatologist shaded the coating to emphasize cleavage and lines of musculature. Then the couturiers brought out a mauve ball gown that was mostly broad straps, complementing the platinum sheen to emphasize her figure's femininity and strength. When the entourage had finished performing their ritual, Housden joined her and Shasta for the evening hog roast picnic. "Wow," he said with a greedy smile that wouldn't stop. "Wow, wow, and wow again. Can I kiss you? I don't want to muss the platinum. You look too fantastic for that." "You may kiss me. It won't muss." Angela forced a giggle. She couldn't decide if she should mention Matif's behaviour to her friends. After all, what could they do? And it might upset Housden. He was that sweet. So she said nothing as they all got into a buggy for the ride down to the sloping field above the fountain lake. Torches that sent out flames of green and blue scintillations illuminated the pathways, snaking through hundreds of tables that lay in grottos of arched, sweet-scented rose and clematis vines. 5 roasting pits ringed the kitchen area, each one with a different animal on a spit above the radiant coals. A bull, pig, reindeer, buffalo. "It's not really a panda, is it?" Housden asked, frowning at the last pit. "I wouldn't put it past Matif," Angela conceded.
It's the kind of shock value he enjoys.
They settled at a cast-iron table under a cluster of hand-painted Japanese parasols suspended from a wisteria loop, and told the catering crew what they wanted. Angela didn't quite have the nerve to ask for panda, but Housden did. "I've got to call his bluff," he claimed. "Men." Angela and Shasta clinked their glasses. The slope gave them a grand view of the two big scarlet hot air balloons that had risen up a mile apart, their tether ropes turning them into a pair of captured moons, floating 1,500 feet above the ground. 5 surprisingly small Cessna rocket planes thundered over the mansion between the twin spires and curved round sharply, heading for the first balloon. Angela clapped in admiration as the dark needle-delta shapes twisted round each other, scarring grubby contrails behind them that twined in the balmy evening air like rampant DNA strands. The rocket planes soared round the balloon in tight acrobatic curves that drew another wave of applause from the picnickers. Angela gasped when 2 of the planes came perilously close, wingtip almost touching wingtip as they manoeuvred for best position to curve around the balloon. Always the thrill came from anticipating a mid-air collision, the bright orange flower bloom of flame, of smoking wreckage spinning out of the explosion, of life in danger of extinction. Somewhere, so deep down it was almost in her subconscious, she wondered if she was becoming desensitized to life's experiences. She'd tried so many pleasures at the never-ending procession of New Monaco's parties that only the increasing extreme excited her now. She almost envied Shasta with her business trips and slow ascension to the control of an engineering empire spread over 10 worlds. Her family legacy was tangible, where the Devoyle empire was nothing but digits. They were in the middle of the second rocket plane race, for which Angela had put $250,000 on the Emerald craft, piloted by Duke Douglas, because she liked the name, when Housden gave Shasta a little nod.
"I've just seen someone I need to say hello to,"
Shasta announced, and walked off.
"That was subtle,"
Angela chided him.
"I know. Sorry, babe."
Angela's EI informed her the market alert over bio-oil production had changed to level 1 amber. St Libra was still increasing its flow through the Newcastle gateway. She dismissed it, her heart suddenly lifting, because she'd guessed what this was. And yes, she was a proper New Monaco woman, and experienced in just about every aspect of an astonishing life, and professionally blasé, but it would seem there were still some things that were just naturally exciting. Housden cleared his throat. "Angela, I think what we have is pretty good, and I'd like to make it permanent." She smiled at the expectant look on his broad face, and it was sincere. She knew him well enough to determine that.
"Yes, of course I'll go permanent with you."
He leaned forward and gave her a tender kiss.
"Thank you."
Angela was suddenly looking at a small box he was holding out to her. She grinned and opened it. Inside was a ring of clear crystal, in fact very clear, and sparkling. Her hands went to her cheeks in genuine surprise and delight.
"Oh, Housden, is that—"
"Yeah, I got you a diamond engagement ring. Just call me Mr. Classic." She giggled as she took it out and held it up to admire it. And lo, it fitted her finger perfectly.
"How in all the trans-space worlds did they do that? It's spectacular. I love it."
And a small wicked part of her mind couldn't wait to show it off to Shasta, who would be so jealous. "One of our family mines on Mosselbaai turned up a huge uncut. I took it to a company in Amsterdam who've developed this new cutting technique. Something to do with precision neutron beams. Anywho, they cut a circle out of it. That's the very first, and only, as far as I know."
"Thank you."
Another kiss, more urgent this time.
"Thank you very much."
Angela fed him shrimp, dipped in garlic. He proffered a flute of champagne, dosed with J.K. raspberry vodka. They kissed again.
"And thank you for asking as well," she told him. "You're quite a catch, you know."
"I might say the same."
"So are we having children?"
"I'd like them. I'm sure the lawyers can agree on a formula."
"That's what we pay them for,"
she agreed. There would be no announcement, of course, not until both teams of lawyers had hammered out the basic deal. That was the New Monaco way. It would doubtless take a couple of months negotiating and finalizing the contract, detailing everything, including the number of children they could afford, and the percentage of wealth they'd receive from both sides. After all, who wanted children that fell below New Monaco's citizenship requirement of 50 billion in assets? Not her, that was for sure.
You know, if we do have a child, I'd like them to have a mixed company. Not just straight money like us, and your raw refineries. A diversification, he mused. That's nice. But you still need a core strategy. I know, I was just thinking aloud.
Dealing with money in isolation was a topic which had begun to trouble her as she slowly started to work with her father in the market. For the Devoyles, it wasn't even money anymore. Not really. Not as billions of ordinary transstellar citizens who had bank accounts and secondaries understood. Not coins and credit accounts. With her father guiding strategy, their AI manipulated pure binary digits, breeding numbers with other people's numbers. The markets they dealt in were utterly beautiful in their complexity, but at the end of the day they were only left with more numbers. Cause and effect was becoming harder to locate, and, with it, relevance.
That's very sweet, Housden said. You'll make a wonderfully protective mother. Ha! That's just me being practical. I'm not quite at that stage yet. On which topic, I'll tell you now we're having a surrogate for the gestation. Ranitha might think it's romantic and retro chic carrying a baby round inside her for 9 months, but I spend too much money, time, and effort keeping this body on top form to throw all that away. And that top form is very much appreciated, I promise you. Whenever you're around, pep talk sales fall dramatically.
Angela snuggled up closer and gave him another sip from the crystal flute.
Housden, you don't have to answer this, but are you a 1 in 10?
He shook his head. No, babe, I'm not. I was born before that became available. Missed by 5 years, so my father said. Why, does that bother you?
Not really, no. Besides, you should be able to rejuvenate soon. They say Bartram is close to proving the procedure.
He raised a glass. Here's hoping. They ate the rest of the barbecue as the rocket planes zoomed round and round overhead. By the time the last race, the champions finale, was over, Angela was back in pocket by 750,000. Damn it! Housden was down 1.5.
Don't be so grumpy, she teased. Together we're still in front.
Yeah, but we're not married yet. The fountains began to lower their dancing veil of spray, allowing the guests to see the opposite shore of the lake for the first time. The applause which burst out when they saw the grand finale to the party was long and enthusiastic.
He's got to be kidding, Angela said.
Above the shore, an incredibly old-fashioned silver rocket, crucified by a dozen potent spotlights, sat on a big concrete pad. White mist oozed sensually down its frost-webbed sides. An implausibly small blue-grey capsule squatted on top, while the scarlet escape rocket at the apex appeared to be some kind of primitive afterthought. Next to it, the crude gantry tower, which was half cables and pipes, had a thick arm extending out against the capsule.
No, he's not, Housden replied. I heard about this. It's a Mercury Atlas.
A what?
A space rocket, with a one-man capsule on the top. It's a full-scale replica of the first rocket America used to send an astronaut into orbit. There's a proper network installed instead of the old electronics, and some modern safety systems in the capsule, but essentially it's a 1960s orbital space mission.
And it's going to fly.
Oh yes, it's real. Matif's cousin Nanjit is going to do the honours.
Nanjit is going to fly into orbit, she said indignantly. That toxhead.
He doesn't have to do anything, and it's only a couple of orbits. He'll splash down in the Tanyik Sea, 80 miles away. Matif imported some boats and recovery helicopters specially for it.
Son of a bitch! How much is this costing him?
60, 70 million, they said. He had to commission Boeing Xi'an to build it for him. It wasn't easy. There aren't any original blueprints left. Their designers had to retro-engineer the capsule and the rocket from museum pieces. Apparently he had to promise to sponsor 2 exhibitions at the Smithsonian just to get them the kind of access they needed. Angela giggled wildly. This is going to start a party arms race. She twisted round to see the elated prince standing at the front of his grand Bedouin-style pavilion atop the slope, taking bow after bow. That was when she noticed a couple of 2 Norths at his side, looking relaxed and contented. There was something wrong with that scene. Northumberland Interstellar and the prince's family bio-conglomerate weren't quite rivals,
but there was no love lost between the two. Giant projectors came on at the foot of the slope, showing Nanjit getting out of a truck at the base of the gantry tower. He was in a bulky silver spacesuit with a dull orange bubble helmet. It certainly looked authentic, even down to the ribbed hoses plugged into sockets on his chest that connected to a metal life support case one of the support team was carrying behind him. Another cheer went up. Angela told her EI to call her father again, using full priority this time. He still didn't respond. Now that was completely wrong. She connected to their estate's AI and closed her eyes against the crazy space race reenactment so her net lenses could provide a clear visual. "Is my father in the mansion?" she asked the software. "Yes, ma'am." "Where?" "In his private study." "Use the internal sensors and give me a visual." "I am unable to comply." "Why?" "The sensors in that room have been disabled." The warmth she'd basked in so adoringly, warmth from champagne, the evening air, the party, of becoming engaged, deserted her flesh. "Who disabled them?" "Your father must have done it. He is the last person I have a record of entering that room." "Shit!" She stood abruptly. "Tell the crew to get my jet ready," she told her EI. "I'm leaving now." "What is it?" Housden asked, in concern. "It's Dad. He's deliberately taken himself out of contact." "Why would he do that?" Angela gave him a mildly exasperated shrug. "Okay, yeah," he admitted contritely. "That was stupid of me." "It's all right." "What are you going to do?" "Talk to the fool, find out what the matter is." As she said it, she noticed the market alert for bio-oil had risen to full amber. The surplus coursing into the GE was higher than it had been since 2095, when the formation of the Human Defence Alliance crippled national budgets and plunged the transstellar worlds into a recession they still hadn't fully recovered from. "I'll come with you." Angela hesitated. "That's very gallant, but I can take care of this. You stay and enjoy Nanjit getting blown up." "Okay." He gave her a kiss. "That's not exactly how I was planning to spend this particular night." A chauffeured buggy pulled up beside their table. "Me neither. I'm sorry, I'll make it up to you. I still haven't worn my leather costume, and I don't intend that to go to waste." "I'm going to hold you to that," he said levelly. She clambered into the buggy, which drove quickly up the slope. Her EI told her Prince Patif was calling. When she glanced over to his lavish pavilion, she could see he was leaning on the side of his giant chair, watching her buggy. Down by the shore, the projectors were focused on Nanjit's elevator as it ascended the gantry tower. "You're not leaving us now?" the prince asked. "Sorry, Matif, something's come up." "The correct form of address to a royal of my rank is Your Highness." "What?" she mouthed silently. Matif was developing some serious asshole issues. "I apologize, but I have to go." "I understand." Some primitive instinct powered up Angela's concern. When she looked back at the royal pavilion, she saw a 2 North chuckling delightedly beside a grinning Matif. It wasn't a pleasant grin at all. "Faster," she told the chauffeur. They arrived at her plane a few minutes later. A sleek crank Delta Hyperlear LV-505Z that could make Mach 3.8 at full throttle. At that speed, the Devoyle estate was barely 25 minutes away. She told the pilot to accelerate as hard as they could. They'd barely gone supersonic when her EI flashed a red market warning in her net lenses. The GE oil surplus had now been noticed by the general market. Still more was being offered for sale by the 7 largest companies working out of St Libra, enough to meet demand for a year to come, in addition to the quantity already held by the futures market. But what really disturbed her wasn't the quantity, which was astonishing. It was the price. The 7 producers were keeping level. "Cartel," she whispered. The St Libra producers, Northumberland Interstellar, and the Great 8, had collaborated and released a coordinated glut. Angela gripped the armrests as her muscles knotted, leaving minute platinum traces smeared across the soft leather. Console pane slipped out of the table in front of her, rich with more detailed graphics. And she watched in dismay as bio-oil prices dropped, and kept on heading down. "Son of a bitch," she grunted. "What's our exposure?" she asked the family market AI. "At the current level, 37%. "Son of a motherfucker!" And Dad wasn't doing anything, wasn't buying to try and stabilize the glut, wasn't selling to cut their losses, which were already frightening. A whole year's worth of buy-oil for the GE. It must have taken months, years, to plan and manufacture this kind of overcapacity. She could authorize their trading floor dealers, but she didn't have a strategy. Northumberland Interstellar, Matif and the others, never silent about how they hated the buy-oil speculators, were trying to wipe the Devoyles and all the other buy-oil commodity traders out of transstellar space. The surplus would keep on coming, gushing through the gateway in a tide that all her money could never stop. She ought to contact the other traders, formulate a response. Do we buy it all? Do we sell and sink the market? If it sank far enough, would that threaten the producers themselves, force them to stop? The cartel must have made these same calculations as part of their preparation. More warnings appeared. The banks were suspending all credit to the Devoyle finance house. "No," she cried. "No, you can't do that." Now, all she could do was sell their other holdings, try to shore up their repayments. And she knew exactly what would happen if she started taking losses on their other commodity reserves to fund the buy-oil glut they owned. The banks would start issuing repayment notices. "What do I do? Dad! Dad! Oh, fucking hell!" When the Hyperlear landed in front of the Devoyle mansion, the surplus released by the cartel had driven the transstellar buy-oil market price down to 45% of what it had been that morning. Angela was scared now. A state she barely recognized. Any attempt at a mass buy-up now simply wasn't going to work, not with these quantities. If you combined the resources of every futures dealer she knew, they still wouldn't have enough money. And the glut showed no sign of slowing down, let alone ending. It was a merciless flood and drown operation, superbly organized. With the price of buy-oil dropping, the rest of the market was rising. A sustained low-energy price was precisely the boost that the transstellar economy needed to raise its wings and fly out of the 15-year recession. The glut was a wonderful benefit to everybody. Outside the financials, share prices were already adding points, currencies strengthening. She could feel the hope and expectations of all the billions of ordinary people across the transstellar worlds. She knew them, their reborn optimism, their excitement kindled by the prospect of change. From Earth's slum-maze cities to the dreary identikit new towns of the transstellar worlds, they'd be rejoicing for days, cheering Augustin North and his co-conspirators. Not one of them would ever notice or care that the finance market had changed, had shrunk to accommodate the end of the buy-oil futures floor. Why should they? The glut was good for them. For a few years, while it lasted, before the new filled tanks were drained and buy-oil producers became absolute lords of control and manipulated their prices as they wished. Nobody cared that a few rich people suffered in the transition. Never had. Never would. Like all of New Monaco's residents, Raymond Devoyle had built himself an enormous mansion at the centre of his 10,000-square-mile estate. The main double-H structure had 4 central courtyards, with a pedimented grand facade, sprouting long, symmetrical colonnade wings, curving away on either side, to form an extensive cordonneur. Gothic dark tourelles rose from most corners, ringed by tall clerestory windows of stained glass. And at the centre was a hexagonal dome covering a big pool with its own tropical jungle, radiating a bright emerald light straight up into the night as Angela flew low overhead. The Hyperlear came down on the perfectly level lawn at the end of the west wing. Angela hurried over to a small buggy which one of her father's PAs was driving. They raced under the archway to the left of the main entrance and into a courtyard. Light streamed out of every window, illuminating the square with its prim little garden sections as if the walls had trapped the day's sunlight. Another archway into the second courtyard, and a smaller door was open at the base of a hexagonal tower. Angela strode into the broad hallway. This was the private wing, the heart of the mansion, the most extravagant, with interiors that put the old French Sun King's palaces to shame. She hesitated as she came into the hall. Nearly 30 of Father's staff were all milling round on the polished oak parquet flooring, with its huge inlaid rows of ash and ebony. They wouldn't normally so much as glance her way, let alone stare at her. But now she knew all those worried, helpless expressions as they turned to her. They'd stolen them from her. A couple of senior PAs, and Marlack, their chief legal officer, accompanied her in the elevator up to the 5th floor. Her father's study was a wide, circular room, sticking out from the end of the mansion, as if a flying saucer had crashed into the wall and become wedged there. Its walls were completely transparent, giving him a panoramic view out over the grounds and the snow-capped mountains beyond. 2 aides were standing outside, waiting anxiously for her. They couldn't get in because the door wouldn't acknowledge them, yet the security system was fully functional. Angela put her hand in the scan space while her EI sent her personal code into the network. The doors swung back smoothly. Raymond DeVoyle had known. He'd known because he'd spent the whole 63 years of his adult life dealing in commodities, and specializing in bio-oil. He knew because his intelligence gathering far outstripped anyone else in the field. He knew because the family AI's expensive, exclusive genetic algorithms were plugged into private sensors in the Transstellar Pipe network. They sampled the money flow between banks and bio-oil companies. They absorbed and extrapolated tiny whispers from 1,000 personal contacts in the industry. Trends were spotted weeks, if not months, in advance of competitors and rivals. DeVoyle was a trademark of excellence for commodities, always in profit, always an investment leader, ahead of the game for centuries. So, with all his knowledge and ability, 2 days ago Raymond had spotted the unexplained surge of bio-oil flowing through the GE Pipes network, unexplained and unallocated. He declined Prince Matith's party in order to track the origin and the finance and the buyer. After an hour he knew it wasn't coming from Orléans. The Newcastle gateway was the culprit, and the more he searched, the more flow volume he uncovered, and the more the pattern became apparent. Then came the lack of deviation on the spot market, with every St Libra bio-oil producer charging the same price and fulfilling the cautious orders which started to come in. He knew the trend before anyone else. He who tried to call Augustine North personally, only to have the call rejected. He whose unrivaled understanding of the market realized a cartel had been assembled, in quiet meetings and agreements that didn't exist in any memory store, and he guessed what its terrible endgame was. He saw its size. He knew the political power behind it. Granted this insight, he carefully disabled the cameras and sensors inside the study, sat in his favorite antique wingback chair to watch the sun sinking behind the splendid mountains on the horizon, sipped a century-old brandy, and bumped a tox, and another tox, and another, and another. Angela put her hand to his cheek, refusing to believe even though he was cold to the touch. Unmoving. His eyes wide open. Flesh pale and stiffening in rigour. Refused to believe, because that power of the mind would make all this unreal. Refusal would make Daddy be alive still. With slow, whispering insistence, reality broke through the stubborn denial. Angela DeVoyle sank to her knees beside her dead father, and for the first time in over a decade, she started sobbing. Monday, 11th March, 21:43. Sid didn't get out of Market Street Station until after 9 o'clock. When he did, it was like fleeing the scene. His fellow detectives had written him off. They nodded as he passed them in corridors. Then there'd be the backward looks, the muttering, shaken heads. He could see it all without having to look. "It's over. Harman, did you hear? He's blown it. Or Rauk is gonna fucking crucify him. His fault they're gonna cut overtime for the rest of the year, the stupid turd. Did you hear how much he spent? We're the ones who'll suffer. Man, they set him up good." Monday was a day spent doing 2 days' work, checking everything, reviewing, revising. 5 hours spent in the zone theatre, going meticulously through the backtrack, taking more and more time, as if he was trying to postpone the inevitable, so the whispers went. Not true. He just had to make sure there were no screw-ups, not now. More hours in Office 3, enduring the accusatory silence from what was left of the team. Their backtrack still hadn't found the taxi. Everything hinged on that. They'd covered all the other lines, the imported freight manifests, the forensics. None of it had produced any kind of lead. There were only 3 taxis left to check when he finally called it a day, handing over to the night shift, telling them to call him the instant they found one loading up with the North's body. The right taxi being in the last 3 was so statistically implausible as to be impossible. But he wasn't going to call it off now. Might just as well jump into the Tyne himself. Even though he'd promised Jacinta he'd be home hours ago to help pack, he drove round to Falconer Street and parked at the north end. The door lock on Ian's flat flashed purple when Sid's EI pinged it. He frowned at the small panel and called Ian direct. "All right, man, give me a minute," Ian replied. So Sid had to wait on the doorstep as a cool wind set the thin drizzle splatting against his leather jacket. Finally, the lock turned green, and Sid pushed the door open. He might have guessed. Ian had a girl in the flat, a tall, skinny lass in her early 20s. She was standing in the lounge as he barged in, worming her feet into trainers, and the whinge he had ready shriveled up and died in embarrassment. "Sorry, didn't know," he muttered to Ian, who was standing with her, dressed in a toweling robe. Sid hated the impression he must be giving her, like he was Ian's dad instead of a real grown-up. "It's okay, man," Ian said. "This is Joyce." "Hiya, pet," she said, smiling. Another girl came out of the darkened bedroom, doing up her lumberjack shirt. "And this is Sammy," Ian said. Now Sid really was coming off like an old-time dad, dumbstruck, and yes, just a tiny bit jealous. When he risked a glance at Ian, he saw the proud gleam in his partner's eye, and knew Ian was quietly content about all of this, that it added neatly to the reputation of the station's grade-A superstud. "Hello," Sid said like a true nerd. Sammy wasn't anything like as chipper as Joyce. She just gave Sid a sulky look from behind her chaotic strands of hair and reached for a coat that was lying on the lounge floor. Police instinct told him that grouch wasn't because he'd interrupted, but more like resentment he hadn't arrived earlier. Ian kissed Joyce, who responded keenly. "I'll call you," he told Sammy. Her lip curled up in sullen animosity, and she pushed her way out of the lounge. Joyce gave Ian a last kiss as Sammy's boots stomped down the stairs. "I'll talk to her," she promised, and hurried out. "Everything all right?" Sid asked. Ian grinned lecherously. "Aye, man, what do you think?" "I think Sammy wasn't very happy." And this wasn't the conversation he'd ever wanted, let alone tonight. "Aye, well, it was her first time. You know what they get like." "First?" Sid spluttered. "In a 3B, man, in a 3B. Oh, right. No, I've no idea." "Beer?" Of all people, police shouldn't drink and drive. But the auto could take him home easily enough, just slowly, carefully avoiding the cars on manual. "Sure." Ian opened the fridge and produced a couple of bottles. Sid took his and slumped down in his usual place. "I can't believe we screwed up last night so bad," Sid said. "Last Mile is a Stone Age maze. The traders like it that way. They rip and burn any new smart dust the city applies. It was always going to be dodgy, man." "Yeah, I know," he sighed. "I just thought we were owed some luck. It's not asking for much. We've had bugger all so far." "So nothing from the Zone Theatre this evening, then?" "No. And tomorrow I'm going to be facing O'Rourke." "He can't dump it all on you. He put you in charge of the investigation." Sid knew what Ian was thinking, that the investigation would go on. Politically it had to, but O'Rourke would appoint one of his cronies to head it up, prove to the people he had to answer to that he was faithfully doing all he could. That Sid was the one who'd screwed up. No other bugger would step up and take it, that's what happened. Though now he was wondering if they'd been quietly warned off. But they won't close it. Not a murdered North and all this alien monster bollocks. Maybe you're right. Sid took a deep swig from the bottle. "So what fallout have we got from our Mr. Sherman and his merry men?" Ian gave him an uncomfortable grimace. "Aye, well, you might have been right about Boz making you. None of them have used their original EI access codes since the exchange last night." "Oh, crap on it. Except Gede. He stood in the middle of Monument at 2 o'clock this afternoon and made 3 calls, all to petty criminals we've got on the police database. Nothing criminal mentioned in the calls, but he made them using a new EI access code, where we could see him, and check the local transnet cells. Aye. So they know we're on them, and they want to find out who we are. Looks like he was setting bait for us, boss, aye. Shit. If they suspect we're on them, we're going to need more than the surveillance routines we have been running. Sid took another swig. Aye, I know. What do you want to do? It was a B-North that we hauled out at the time. The socks prove that. It was a Newcastle gang that dumped him in the Tyne, which to my mind confirms some kind of dark corporate involvement. My old contact tells me something big is going down. So whatever this corporate shit is, it's still going on. Man, it's too big for us, Ian said softly. I'm sorry, but you've got to know when to quit. Yeah, I suppose. He still couldn't get over the A-Norths. Aldred and Augustin himself had looked him in the eye and said they wanted the killer found. Why would they do that if they were the ones responsible? Trouble was, he just didn't know enough about their family, and how they really regarded each other. Murdering your own clone brother had to be the last taboo, surely. But then he'd been in the police long enough to see some pretty sick stuff go down, and not just in the GSWs. You can't decide tonight, Ian said. We need to know how the backtrack plays out. You never know. Oh, I do. I really do. Sid finished his beer. See you in the morning. Tuesday, 12th March, 21:43. It ended on Rothbury Terrace in Heaton. Sid stood in the zone, with his legs vanishing into the bright greenery of Heaton Park. That gave him a perfect viewpoint of the taxi reversing into the street as the virtual simulation wound steadily backwards. Here, the macro mesh was intact, and the vehicle license code had remained the same for the whole time they'd observed it. There was no mistake, no shady grey margin of error. Now, Sid towered over the neat road, hands on hips as he watched the driver get out and walk the funny backward walk into a house at the west end of Rothbury Terrace. Pause it. That's where he lives, Deidre Foyster said. Sid glanced over at the window, seeing Ian staring out at the virtual with a professionally blank face. Seeing Chloe Healy and Jensen San at the back of the control room, both in smart dark suits, saying nothing, but channeling their boss's anger very efficiently. Tellingly, Aldred 2 North wasn't present, and if his support was being taken away... Do we know how long the taxi was parked here? Sid pointed down at the offending city cab. Deidre and Laurel went into a huddle, hands fluttering within their key space. 7 hours, boss, Deidre said with an apologetic shrug. Uh-huh. So Sid had just seen the driver begin his shift, the driver who was clean, with a taxi that was correctly licensed. A legitimate taxi they'd watched pick up and drop customers for 5 hours. A taxi that hadn't collected a corpse from anywhere, nor delivered one to Elswick Wharf. The last of 207 taxis. Their final chance to develop a proper lead. Looks like we've been crapped on from heaven itself, he muttered. Detective Hurst, can we have a word? Jensen San said. Sid wanted to say no, a petulant, childish, pathetic no, because he knew exactly what this talk would be. So really, what was the point? Take a break, he told his team. We'll review after lunch. The simulation winked off, leaving him in the blank zone theatre by himself. He watched everybody file out of the control room, several shooting defeated glances his way. Ian hesitated, but Sid inclined his head, and his partner was gone. Chloe Healy and Jensen San came into the theatre. You fucked up, Jensen San snapped. Speak to me like that again, and you'll wake up in hospital, you little brown-nosed bastard. All right, boys, Chloe said, holding her hands up at both of them. The backtrack didn't work. Sid, why not? I don't know. We know a taxi was used to carry the body. The bloody thing is still sitting in the forensics lab. It had to drive down to Elswick Wharf somehow. Your team was sloppy, Jensen San said. They missed it. It's that simple. You missed the damn thing. So you agree the virtual was the right way to progress the investigation, then? Sid asked, snidely. He was furious and frustrated, and needed to vent somehow. It would only be a minor assault charge anyway. Under proper leadership, it probably would have been. Get me the people I want and we'll run it again. You're blaming your people now? Jensen Sand asked smugly. Sid felt his hand closing up into a fist. We're not running it again, Chloe said firmly. This investigation needs a different approach. Sid, go and prepare a summary. O'Rourke wants it by the end of the day shift. We need to see how to move forward from this. Sid wanted to say something, have some answer that would vindicate him and his team. Truth was, he'd still do it all the same. He'd followed procedure perfectly. There was no new angle, unless you counted Sherman, which they'd also blown, out there in the wretched muddle that was Last Mile. Right, he said. I'll get on to it, because there was nothing else left. The murderer had won, had outsmarted him and his entire team. He left the theatre and walked down the corridor to the lifts. Nobody in the corridor looked at him. Ian and Ava weren't waiting. The lift doors slid shut. His hand paused over the buttons, finger pointing at the third floor. Fuck this. He jabbed the button for the underground garage, level 2. No way he was going to give that little turd Jensen Sand the satisfaction. Besides, they were wrong. His team hadn't made mistakes. They were good people, devoting weeks to one task because they'd been enthused, convinced that the taxi backtrack was the one thing that could crack the case wide open. He'd known it, too, manoeuvring Elston to get the theatre up and running again, no matter what it cost him with O'Rourke. I'm right, crap on it. I am. Sid parked his car on Water Street, just down from the iron railway bridge, relic of centuries gone by. There probably hadn't been a train pass across it for 100 years. Yet the city continued to maintain it, a precious heritage of iron and rust-worn rivets, with 20 layers of paint, sun-bleached to a pastel blue, and pocked with burst blisters dribbling iron-flake mucus down the graffiti-grimed sides. Thick stone supports on either side of the road were still sound, despite the webbing of cracks and crumbling cement joins, not even 3 meters high, with arched pedestrian walkways on either side, reeking of urine and dog feces. He got out of the car and turned his jacket collar up against the breeze. Newcastle's cloudless sky was a bright translucent turquoise, with the horizon frosted by a pale haze as the weather prepared to shift out of winter into a short, wet spring. Rainwater was still trickling along the gutter, down the sharp slope of Water Street towards the Tyne. He stood with his back to the bridge and studied the construction site above Elswick Wharf. It was 2 months now since they'd hauled the North out of the river and found the little alley where the taxi had parked to dump him. Now that the snow and ice constricting the scaffolding and gantry beams had melted away, Automata had resumed work on the luxury apartment block. A couple of cement lorries were parked outside, waiting, while another was backed into the alley which the taxi had used, fat, manky hoses plugged into its pumps, so it could feed its load up to the gridwork, which was soon to be the 5th floor. After 2 months in the theatre zone, Sid knew the area by heart, the businesses occupying every yard and shed, the roads, the line of the riverbank. The theatre virtual had a gloss that was lacking out here in reality. Here the buildings were shabbier, the colours dull, the strips of grass yellow and flattened from the snow that had covered them for the last 4 months. Even so, it was the same. And they'd covered it all. "So how the fuck did you do it?" Sid asked the bleak, semi-forgotten district. He started walking, heading along Railway Terrace, with the stone embankment wall on one side topped by a dishevelled wilderness of bushes and trees, and the dilapidated railings of the company yards on the other. Under another antique railway bridge on Dunn Street, just as decrepit as the last one, but with broad, curving steps on one side that led up to Cutting's garden. Along Railway Street, which had the rear entrances to another row of small companies huddled in their tumble-down frame and panel buildings, a refuge for the machines and electronics and crafts of previous generations. Behind them, further downslope, he could make out the curving roof of the City Arts Arena, which was covered in scaffolding and automata as it underwent a full refurbishment, bringing it up to the latest venue standards. He walked the length of Railway Street, hunched against the damp air, until he came to Plummer Street, Then he doubled back, walking along the side of the A695 dual carriageway that was the Scotswood Road. Traffic here was a monotonous buzz of fuel cell vehicles, churning up a mist-like spray that beaded his leather jacket as he trudged along the crumbling tarmac pavement. The Fortin Singletown loomed up on his right, a drab carbon cliff inset with blank silvered windows that emitted no light. On his side of the road were the garage showrooms and the big stores of semi-industrial products, the refrigeration units and power cells, and automata and engineering tools and retail fittings that a city like Newcastle bought in quantity. A prosperous stretch of road, then, shielding the motorist's eye from the grungy old-style industry that occupied the slope behind it. Sid had no idea what he was doing, other than confronting his enemy. This was where he'd been defeated, here, among the decaying tarmac and obsolete buildings. Somehow, they'd been utilized to fool and mock him. Secret tunnels. Micro-gateways. Something. There had to be something here they'd all missed. His ridiculous doomed observation in Last Mile on Sunday night had triggered the conviction. Not everything is on the map. He reached the Pepperelli scooter showroom. There was a narrow alley between it and the Keanu car showroom next door, leading back down to Water Street. He glanced down it, seeing the washed blue bridge. Footpath only. No way you could drive a taxi down there. He plodded onwards, past the glass windows sheltering the cheap cars imported from Taiwan, one of the unified Chinese worlds. Between the showroom and the U-Fix budget DIY store next door was a little lane at right angles to the A695, a lane that led round to the compound at the back of the Keanu showroom, and the U-Fix loading bay. Sid hesitated, and slowly walked down towards the ivy-swamped chain-link mesh that sealed off the compound from the cuttings garden. His EI sent out a ping, but the damp tarmac below his feet didn't have any smart dust, wasn't part of the city macro mesh. Sid pressed his face against the wobbly chain-link mesh, peering through the ivy and thorny strands of bramble on the other side. They'd never checked it back in January. Never seen that under a metre of snow it was a blank wilderness. Never seen that this end of Cutting's garden, from the Water Street Bridge to the Regal Biola station at the end, had been cleared of plants and benches and paths and ponds and the visitor information centre. Never saw it had been bulldozed flat in preparation for development. Never queried it during 207 taxi backtracks, because on the simulation, the template from the City Planning Office still showed it as Cutting's Garden, the sweet little urban Greenland amenity. And if the template said so. Sid shoved his fingers through the mesh and pulled hard. The whole fence swayed back, and one of the wooden posts lifted off the ground. It was rotten, broken off at ground level. Those thick, gnarly strands of ivy that wove through the mesh were just about all that held the fence in place now. "Oh, yeah," Sid growled. He rattled the fence again, feeling his heart pound furiously as the mesh bobbed about limply. "You smart, smart bastards. Oh, that was good. That was so very good." Wednesday, 13th March, 21:43. Sid didn't need the alarm clock to wake up. He'd been lying on the bed with his eyes open since at least 6 o'clock, shifting from his back to his side, trying not to pull the duvet about too much. In truth, he hadn't slept much at all that night. His mind was too busy, too excited. He hadn't got back home until after midnight, and even when he did sneak into bed, he couldn't resist playing the small visual file over and over through his Iris smart cells, just to make absolutely sure. It had taken hours of data mining to secure the final proof he was going to need to confront O'Rourke with, and he wasn't about to assign anyone else to the task. Abner or Deidre could probably have found the data and run the image filters in less than an hour. Sid didn't want them involved. He was the one O'Rourke had set up. Now he'd put it together. Today was the day Sid Hurst turned it all around, and that felt wonderful. He watched the luminous figures on the clock head towards 7 o'clock, and reached over to switch the alarm off. The movement was too big. Jacinta groaned and stirred. Those enchanting green eyes peered at him as if confused by what she saw.
"What time did you get in?" she asked.
"Late, sorry."
"How bad is it?" "You look happy. Did you find the taxi?"
"It's good. I've cracked the case." She shuffled up onto her elbows.
"The backtrack worked?"
"Not quite."
"But—"
"Hey, have a little faith." He leaned over and kissed her.
"Sid?"
It wasn't exactly a protest. They kissed again, moving closer as blood heated. Hands pushed impatiently at the duvet, shoving it down. He started unbuttoning her PJs, slower now, heady with promise. Jacinta's chortle was enthusiastic and amazingly dirty. Thudding feet rampaged down the short landing outside, ending as the bathroom door was slammed shut.
"But I was first,"
Zara wailed in end-of-the-world torment. Her little fists beat against the bathroom door in rage.
"Let me in, you dosshead!"
"Stuff you!" Will called out happily. Sid started laughing. He disentangled himself. Jacinta just rolled her eyes and sighed.
"Ah, well, at least I got to remember what it was like."
Sid climbed out of the bed, looked around in puzzlement at the cases and boxes which took up most of the floor. Yesterday's clothes were slung over a pile of plastic cartons printed with the removal firm's logo.
Where?"
"Clean shirts in the blue case," Jacinta pointed, then started shoving clips into her hair.
"Thanks.
Socks?" She gave him an exasperated look.
If you are here to help, as you keep saying you will be—"
"I know I'm a pig, but Pet, this is so close to over."
"You're very certain about that, aren't you?"
"Yeah."
"Mum,"
Zara cried.
"Will's finished, but he won't come out. He's doing it deliberately."
"I'm not," Will's muffled voice claimed indignantly. "I'll get it," Sid said blithely, which earned him another curious look from Jacinta. Breakfast was a glass of orange juice and a Marmite toast sandwich packet lifted from the fridge and shoved into the microwave. He noticed there wasn't much of anything left in the fridge.
"You should eat better,"
Jacinta said, as she poured cereal into bowls for their feuding children. "I'll get a proper lunch," Sid claimed, knowing there'd be no chance. Today was yesterday revisited, yesterday as it should have been. He hadn't felt this upbeat in ages. "But I've got to get into the station early." Will and Zara had both started eating their cereal. Jacinta gave them a careful glance, before fixing Sid with her gaze.
"You do remember we're moving on Saturday, don't you, Pet?" she said in a low, warning voice.
"Aye, man, I know."
"Some credit, please."
"Good. Because you're here on Friday helping me finish the packing. Then we've got to clean this place top to bottom."
"We can get a firm in to do that. We're not broke, and you deserve a break."
"Sid." She was genuinely worried now. He went over and kissed her. "I mean it. Now I've got to go. And I'll probably be late again tonight. But I'll call and let you know, I promise."
"You are all right, aren't you, Pet?"
"The North case. I'm good. And tonight I'll sit down and tell you all about it." Sid was mildly surprised when the lift took him up to Market Street's 6th floor. You had to press the button and have your EI enter a code. He wouldn't have put it past O'Rourke to restrict him, especially after he went walkabout yesterday afternoon, then told his EI to refuse all calls from his police colleagues while he sat in an empty office on the 2nd floor to data mine until late into the evening. O'Rourke's PA protested when he walked into the corner office's anteroom, but Sid simply ignored the bluster about appointments and a full diary and following protocol. "I'll wait," he said, and went over to the window to watch the drizzle soaking early commuters scuttling along Pilgrim Street. Sure enough, O'Rourke arrived at 8:15, as he did every morning. Dressed in his immaculate uniform, tailored to de-emphasize the gut, with gold braid shining on his shoulders. Head down and scowling as he stomped across the anteroom towards the safety of his office. Obviously pre-warned, Sid was stalking him. There was no attempt at eye contact or acknowledgement. Jensen San was with him, like some kind of wingman interceptor, ready to thwart any attempt Sid might make to plead for more time. "Good morning, sir. I need to see you," Sid announced in an annoyingly sprightly voice. He knew he should be aiming for conciliation, but what the hell. O'Rourke kept on going for the sanctuary of his office. He didn't quite hesitate, but it was close.
because he knew Sid just didn't have any right to be that confident. "I know who did it," Sid said. O'Rourke hadn't quite made it to his office door. This time he hesitated. Fatal. "You know shit," Jensen Sand said. "You didn't even file a summary as you were ordered. That's a disciplinary offence. Another one on your woeful record." "My report will go direct to Ralph Stevens," Sid said. "I have his personal and direct interface code. Do you really want the HDA to be told I know how to solve the case and you blocked it?" "I'm not blocking anything, you useless turd," O'Rourke barked. "Good. Then I need to run the theatre simulation one last time." O'Rourke took a step towards Sid, his ruddy face darkening, highlighting the web of tiny blue veins on his nose and cheeks. "You think I don't know who manoeuvred Elston into reactivating that theatre? Did you think that was funny? Did you?" "I don't think it was funny. I needed it. I got it. That's all that matters. Same as this." O'Rourke was silent for a moment as he considered his options. "What the fuck have you got?" Sid gave a pointed glance at the PA, then Jensen Sand. "This case is classified as high as anything ever can be." O'Rourke's mouth squashed to a bloodless line. Sid half expected to hear teeth grinding. "Get in here," O'Rourke snapped, and stomped into his office. Sid grinned a taunt at Jensen Sand and followed O'Rourke in. The door closed, and the blue seal came on. Windows turned opaque. "You've got some balls," O'Rourke said grudgingly as he sat in his desk chair. "Because I can back it up. We both knew this was going to be a pig right from the start." "Don't I fucking know it? The mayor isn't even taking calls from me anymore. Scrupsis won't stop calling me. Those HDA shits still haven't paid us a single euro, Frank, and I've got you spending money like a new Monaco parasite." "Parasites don't produce anything useful." "All right, enough with the fucking gloating. What did you find yesterday after you walked out on your team? And it better be good." "The map is not the territory." "What?" "They outsmarted me. That's what happened. They know our procedures. The gangs always have done. And they were ready for us. Look, you've just murdered a North. A North, for fuck's sake. And you know that's going to bring a universe of turds tumbling down on you, since the resources the police are going to devote to the case will be phenomenal. But you fool us into thinking the body dump was ordinary, that you're going by the numbers, just like the investigation. It was a decoy. The ripped meshes, the burnout in the GSW district, all designed to show us they were playing their side of the game straight down the middle. A taxi drives to Elswick Wharf, throws the body in the Tyne, and drives out to the GSW where it's firebombed. We know that happened, so we devote everything we have to finding that taxi driving to Elswick. And I mean everything. Money, political clout, man-hours, AI time. There's never been a simulation this big before. It's unheard of. It simply doesn't get any more impressive. But they know what we're looking for. They guided us into thinking they buggered the roads and surveillance across the city so they could sneak the taxi in there without us being able to confirm it. And I, fell for it. "All right, smart ass. So what did happen?" Sid told his EI to activate one of O'Rourke's wall screens. A map centered on Water Street materialized. We tracked every taxi that went into that general area for 2 hours before the body was dumped on Sunday night. That's how we got our 207. But we didn't count them back out again. Why would we? We knew it had to be one of them. After all, we found it in the GSW. If we had counted them out, we'd have found the discrepancy. They pulled a switch on us. He pointed at the western side of Cutting's Garden, standing above the Armstrong Industrial Park. This isn't a community park anymore. It was sold off last August to a developer, a typical dodgy Newcastle property deal, with the council selling off public land to the highest bidder, and no doubt a few backhanders pumped into secondaries because of it. But it's still on the city database as Cutting's Garden because they haven't filed their planning application yet. So in our simulation, it's still a park. All the developer did was clear the site as they're entitled to do. And they did that last September by cutting a road through these trees behind the Armstrong Industrial Park and driving their bulldozers up it. A temporary dirt track that also isn't on any kind of registry. In other words, there was a way down from the embankment and straight to Elswick Wharf in the area where there isn't a single working mesh.
And this chain-link fence here, the one at the end of the lane that leads round the back of the Keanu showroom, it's easier to move than a bloody gate. I actually went there in person. I checked it out. I could push it down with my hand. Never mind driving a city cab over it. Now look at this. He told his EI to change the file. A grainy blue-grey image appeared, showing a dual carriageway with snow falling on it. Buildings along the side were indistinct shadows. Street lighting was poor. Vehicles were blobs with headlight beams crawling along. They ripped and burned the macro mesh at the A695 junction with Park Road, which is almost level with this lane. Meshes which give a visual on this stretch of road were also ripped. But I found this last night after 2 hours searching the logs we didn't access before. It's a visual from the mesh on a timber yard on George's Road, 500 metres away. They didn't bother to rip it. It's got a piss-poor angle and worse resolution because it wasn't set up to look down the A695. But even with all those disadvantages, it does actually give us a glimpse at the lane. You're seeing an enhanced image here. Now this is 10:03 Sunday night. The EI illuminated a pair of headlights coming out of Park Road with a purple bracket. As far as our preparative analysis of the macro mesh showed, this taxi drove down Park Road and took a right turn onto the A695, carrying on westward. The macro mesh around the junction was ripped, but that didn't matter because the taxi license is the same from when it enters the rip and then again 32 seconds later when it leaves it. All the simulation data shows us a taxi driving along normally, so there's nothing to check. We didn't include it in our list of 207. Why should we? He told his EI to play the image. O'Rourke leaned forward. The double splash of the taxi's headlights turned right onto the A695, then took a sharp left into the lane. The headlights vanished. But another vehicle swung out onto the A695 at the same time. Another city cab. Same license code, Sid said. They synchronized the switch perfectly. They probably parked the replacement decoy there on Saturday. After all, they spent the whole day preparing the bluff for us. O'Rourke nodded at the screen, his eyes never leaving the bright glimmer of the headlights. "Run the theatre simulation again," he said in an angry whisper. "Find that motherfucker and bring him to me." This time the zone theatre control room was packed. This time people wanted to be there, wanted a part of what was happening. News of Sid confronting O'Rourke that morning had been round Market Street Station within seconds. Then the private meeting was over, and Sid had authorization to reactivate the big theatre simulation. So the original investigation team were there, with Deidre and Ava on the consoles. Ian standing to one side, along with Abner and Ari. Laurel was there, completely ignoring Chloe Healy and Jensen San, who were standing right next to her. Right at the front, with his breath misting the glass, O'Rourke was watching Sid himself wading through the knee-high photonic cityscape as he backtracked the taxi through the tangle of those snowy Sunday night streets. Aldred 2 North had arrived at Market Street just as they began running the simulation, standing behind O'Rourke's shoulder, watching intently. The image unwound 5 seconds at a time, allowing Sid and Deidre and Ava to check and confirm the log data each time, ensuring they were still watching the same taxi, that it hadn't changed its license code, that there hadn't been another switch. "You've done this for 207 taxis?" O'Rourke asked. "Just like this, stopping and checking?" "Yes, sir," Ian said. "Bloody hell. That's good work." "Thank you, sir." Sid heard the exchange, but held his tongue. O'Rourke had put him back on probation, pending the outcome of this backtrack. Sid knew it would work out okay, but there was no point in deliberately antagonizing the Chief Constable. He still had a way to go before he could claim his Grade 5 detective's pension and take up Aldred's job offer. Though, actually, O'Rourke's job would be opening up in a couple of years. No, that was unthinkable. The politics, the backstabbing, the deals. After 43 minutes working the simulation, Sid watched the taxi slip down a ramp on Stanhope Street, which led to an underground garage beneath the huge St James Singletown. The time on the log was 9:51. He froze the image as the taxi was half out of view down the concrete slope, and gave the bonnet a knowing smile. "This is it," he said softly. The taxi hadn't stopped anywhere, hadn't picked up or dropped off any passenger. "This is where they collected the body." Are you sure? O'Rourke asked dubiously. It drove from here directly to make the Cuttings Garden switch. This has to be it. Even if it isn't, we can always backtrack it further. But for now, I want every log from every grain of smart dust in the St James single town, running from the Thursday before the murder to Monday morning. Aye, man, I'll get down there myself, Ian said. A little personal contact with the security office always smooths the way, and that's a lot of data we're asking for. Yeah, good call, man. Get on it, Sid said. He glanced at O'Rourke. I think we need to finalise strategy, sir.
That was a real Phoenix flight you pulled off this morning, Aldred said in the lift on the way to the 6th floor.
Having him along made Sid feel a whole lot safer. A phoenix?
Rising out of the ashes.
I told you he was the man, O'Rourke said. Right back at the start. I said our Sid would crack this for you.
I do remember,
Aldred said.
but nonetheless, that was impressive.
The map is not the territory, Sid explained. That's what I tell all my detectives on their orientation day, O'Rourke said. Set them straight, get their heads screwed on right to begin with. We rely too much on data analysis, Sid said, brave enough to ignore the Chief Constable. We don't get our hands dirty anymore. It allowed the gang to take advantage of us. Aldred gave him an approving nod.
Well, that's just come to an end.
This time, Sid was offered a seat opposite O'Rourke's desk as the windows turned opaque. With Aldred in the chair next to him, he knew whatever he asked for would be granted. We need to have absolutes now, he said. So I want all the logs Ian collects from the St James Singletown to be worked into a simulation. I'll need agency help formatting the memories and a lot of AI time. I'll clear that for you, O'Rourke said. Thank you. But what I really need to know is what to do about our two observers, Stevens and Scrupsis. I was supposed to update both of them immediately we have a critical development, and this certainly counts. We do have to tell them, but I really don't think we deserve interference now.
Inform them both together, Aldred said. Let them battle for jurisdiction. I'll have a word with Augustin. He'll know who to call. We need to make sure they don't ruin this by having a turf war that attracts attention in Brussels. We haven't got the taxi driver yet, and we can't let him slip away from us now. The situation must remain absolutely secure.
Working up another simulation should help, O'Rourke said. It'll damp down expectations around the station.
There's something you need to know,
Aldred said. Sid gave the North a surprised sideways glance. He didn't like the tone at all. It verged on embarrassment, which was completely wrong for any North, let alone Aldred. O'Rourke, whose political awareness was infinitely greater than Sid's, also stiffened up. Anything you contribute will be valuable, the Chief Constable said in a neutral voice.
I live in the St James Singletown. A penthouse in the south wing.
I see, Sid said, trying to work through implications. Legally, Aldred probably couldn't continue as their case liaison. Any defence lawyer would argue his presence was prejudicial, a potential evidence contaminant. But then this was never entirely about what would go to court.
In fact, there are several of my brothers living in the St James, Aldred said. I suppose it's inevitable. The place is exclusive, and slap in the centre of town. It's perfect for us.
It might have some implications on the case, O'Rourke said carefully, from a purely legal perspective. Detective?
Oh, thank you.
Do you have an alibi for the Friday of the murder? Sid asked, with a level voice.
An alibi?
Aldred lifted both eyebrows. Yes, sir. As soon as we can confirm that, then we can show any defence lawyer reviewing our logs that there's no prejudicial influence involved.
Ah, I understand. Actually, I was in London that day, taking some meetings. Let's see.
He muttered something to his EI.
I left the St James in my car that morning at 9:45, drove straight to my department's headquarters. My helicopter was booked and on the roof pad, so I flew down to London. My EI can give you the meeting schedule, along with the names and contact codes for everyone in the meetings. I flew back up to Newcastle at 10 that night. Got back to the St James about 1 o'clock Saturday morning.
Sid nodded with considerable relief. That's easy enough to check. Let me have the files and the licence code of the car you used, and I have Ava run a confirmation. Shouldn't take her more than an hour. Excellent. You get this sorted out fast, O'Rourke said. Yes, sir. So, could the victim be one of the St James residents? O'Rourke asked. No, sir, Sid said. Every A North is accounted for. So is it significant the murder happened in a single town where several of the brothers live? We'll know more when we have the taxi driver in custody and identify the precise location of the murder. Sid hated giving non-answers like that, but after this long in the force they slid so easily off the tongue. Okay. I want every update as it happens. Of course. There is one thing, Sid said, and resisted the smile at how he was suddenly the centre of attention. This kind of political trading was what these two knew best. What is it, Detective? Once we've identified the taxi driver, I'd like my team to perform the arrest, Sid said. They deserve that. They've worked their arses off for over 2 months now. Aldred and O'Rourke exchanged a glance. Fair enough, O'Rourke said. I'll front the press conference afterwards to announce that we have a suspect in custody, and I'll make sure you get full credit. It was all Sid could do not to laugh out loud. O'Rourke knew every trick in the file, and played them all ruthlessly. Thank you, sir. Thursday, 14th March, 2143. Sid should have known it wasn't going to be that easy. Ian had called as soon as he reached the massive Singletown to say the building had suffered a sustained rip attack on the Saturday in question. The electronic support company St James employed to maintain their network hadn't fully restored the meshes until Monday lunchtime. But Sid's breakthrough had inspired the team. They got creative. Sid stood in Office 3's virtual booth and stared at the poor-resolution image that filled the air around him. It showed a big lobby with tall plants, expensive black and blue marble walls with thick pillars supporting a ribbed vault roof. "What am I looking at?" he asked. "The personal visual log from Vicky Thelwell, who's the receptionist on the main desk," Ava said. "It's a security thing. The St James upgrades the smart cells of employees who deal with their residents and important clients. Their visual log from all the time they're on the premises is stored in a secure cache for 5 years in case legal need it." "Okay," Sid said. "Run it." At 9:27 p.m. on Sunday the 13th January, Vicky Thelwell was dealing with a young couple who were checking into one of the St James's 3 luxury boutique hotels. Personal visuals always made Sid slightly giddy, and this was no exception. Vicky's eyeballs seemed to dart about like a hummingbird, smiling at the couple, looking down at her key space, a display pane, scanning the lobby for the porters, back to the couple, a glance at how much luggage they'd wheeled in, slightly longer look at the man, concentrating on his face. Sid supposed he was quite handsome. A track down his clothes, presumably assessing style and price. "Here it comes," Ava warned. Behind the couple, one of the lift doors opened. There was a man inside, with a very large wheeled luggage bag. 3 people got in, and the doors slid shut. The image froze in a smear of light. As the doors closed, Vicky was looking away. "Maybe," Sid said reluctantly. "The bag he's got could be big enough." "We calculated the size and volume," Ava said. "It's big enough." "Okay, granted. And the time is about right. Do we know if the lift was going up or down?" "We couldn't check," Harry said. "But it was going up. He was on his way to collect the body." "You sound very confident about that," Sid said. "We weren't here all night for nothing, you know," Ava retorted. "Go on then, Pep," Sid said. "Enjoy your moment." "Actually, it was Harry's idea," she said. "Simple enough," Harry said. "The Singletown was ripped, but the gang couldn't know in advance what was coming in and out of the garage they used." "Smart," Sid said, trying to keep his voice approving rather than surprised. Maybe Aldred was right. He didn't expect a 3 to come up with impressive ideas. "What was there?" "Another taxi came in to pick up a client who'd pre-booked while our target was parked. It's owned by an independent driver, name of Matt Jordan, who is a careful man when it comes to liability and security. His taxi has a band of smart dust, and he keeps the mesh log." The image surrounding Sid changed. He was looking out across a typical underground garage, with unpainted concrete walls and ceiling,
occupied by rows of cars parked between pillars. Matt Jordan's taxi was parked in the temporary stop bay outside a set of automatic glass doors which led to the lifts. Their suspect came out the doors, tugging the huge bag along. Sid could see how he was struggling with the weight as the little wheels jutted along the rough concrete. His back was to Jordan's taxi the whole time as he walked down to the end of the temporary stop bay. Then he went round to the boot of his taxi, which was blocked from view by two cabs parked between them. A minute later, it drove away. The time in the corner of the display was 9:50. The zone booth image vanished, and Sid stepped out into Office 3 to face the team. Ralph Stevens was also there, going over their results. Like a proper spook, he'd simply been in the Market Street station when Sid arrived first thing that morning. There was no sign of Scrupsis yet, so Sid guessed Ralph and the HTA were winning the turf war. "That was good detective work," Sid told Harry. "Thanks, boss." "So, the only image we have of his face so far is the one from the receptionist's retinal log?" Sid asked. "I've been working on it," Abner said. "There's a lot of AI enhancement, but it should be enough, especially as we have his height and weight." The suspect's face appeared on the office wall screen. Sid guessed he was mid-40s, with a bulbous nose, dark hair receding from his forehead, small ears, and a wide mouth. It looked too much like a digital representation for Sid, but he knew that Abner had worked wonders building this from the distant snatched glimpse Vicky Thelwell had accidentally given them. The team were all looking at him, waiting expectantly. "Okay, let's run it," Sid said. Abner made a show of flicking an icon in his key space. Even Sid didn't expect a confirmed identity quite so fast. But 18 seconds later, it flashed up on the wall screen. The AI hadn't even begun to access the GE's main citizen database. Their suspect was already stored in the Market Street network, entered by the gang task force. Ernie Reinert, age 41. A known mid-level Red Shield gang member. Previous employment with Securitar, a legitimate GE-licensed paramilitary agency. He'd been let go in 2134 after a tour in Greece. Securitar was contracted to investigate political dissidents. Reinert was dismissed for improper conduct on duty, which included a lot of missing company equipment and using excessive force against two detainees who subsequently spent 3 months in hospital because of him. Securitar had to pick up the bill. The gang task force had an address for him in South Shields. His legitimate business was a commercial repair and service garage in Jarrow, which also dealt in second-hand cars, which the task force noted was an ideal cover for gang activity. There were official records, his court appearances for minor charges, extensive juvenile record, charges filed but never prosecuted. Sid looked up at the wall screen where the details of Ernie's broken life continued to roll down. "Hello, Ernie. My name's Sid, and I'm coming for a little visit." Sid immediately sent Ian and Ava round to the garage on Western Road. It was a confirmation mission. They were to act as a couple looking to buy a car, taking their time viewing everything Ernie had on his lot, and checking he was there while Sid organised the arrest. Abner ran electronic cover, placing limiters in the Transnet cells on Western Road. Sid called in Northern Metro Services to provide 50 armoured constables for an arrest and site securement team. They rode in convoy, with the team in squad cars, leading 8 BMW Ground Kings over the Tyne Bridge, then eastward to Jarrow on the A104. A couple of agency helicopters flew cover overhead, equipped with sensors for ground tracking. The city traffic management AI kept their route clear, changing lights at each junction so they just rolled through without a stop. When they were a mile from the garage, they split into 3 teams, approaching from every direction. Sid sat in the passenger seat of the lead car with Ari driving, and closed his eyes so he could receive the direct feed from Ian's Iris smart cells. He and Ava were standing beside a 2-year-old Volvo estate with Ernie Reinhardt himself, talking about power cell efficiency and service costs. 1 minute out, Sid told Ian. Get ready. Through Ian's eyes, Sid saw Ernie stumble in the middle of extolling the durability of the winter tyres fitted on the Volvo. He frowned and looked out along Western Road. "Boss," Abner said,
There's a lot of traffic going to the target's EI. I can't block it all without isolating him completely.
Harry turned the squad car into Weston Street, 300 metres from the garage. "Gun it, man!" Sid ordered. The siren came on, and acceleration shoved him back into the seat. "Airborne! Down and target lock! Ground team, move in now!" Ernie took a step away from the Volvo as the siren wail washed over the garage. He turned and... "Don't!" Ian warned. His pistol was out, laser dot playing on Ernie's grey sweater. Ava had also drawn her weapon, covering the mechanics peering out of the garage maintenance shop. Ernie's flight to freedom never even got started. He was on his knees, hands behind his head, when Sid's squad car came to a screeching halt in the garage forecourt. The chopper was hovering at rooftop height directly overhead, its downwash forcing everyone to lean into the howling air. Ground Kings blocked the road on either side of the garage. Agency constables in light body armour fanned out, ordering civilians to get clear. 2 armed teams rushed into the garage. "Get in here," Sid ordered the armoured prisoner van. They bundled Ernie into the back, informing him of his rights as they went. Sid didn't care, just wanted to get him out of plain sight where a sniper could pick him off. The van also had an efficient net jam. Ian and Ava started to search him, doing a pat-down and running a scan. The helicopter lifted. 4 garage staff were hauled out by the constables and made to kneel on the forecourt. Harry went along the line, putting handcuffs on. Ralph came over to the back of the prisoner van and looked at a silently glowering Ernie on the other side of the internal mesh gate. "Good job, Sid." "Thanks. Really, we appreciate it. But, sorry, gotta be done." Sid frowned. "What?" 3 huge, dark military-style helicopters swooped in low over the industrial estate behind the garage. One landed fast on Western Road between the Ground Kings, its rotors barely missing the corner of the garage. 3 suited men jumped out of the side door and ran towards the prisoner van. The other 2 helicopters hung overhead, weapons pods unfolding from the short forward fins to rotate menacingly. "With all respect, our interrogation will be a lot more thorough," Ralph shouted above the roar of the turbines and rotors. "We don't have to worry about lawyers and rights." "You can't do this!" Sid yelled back furiously. "We're HDA, and this is our field. Hand him over, please, Sid." The 3 suited men had arrived to stand behind Ralph. With a sinking heart, Sid knew that there was no point in even trying to argue. He beckoned to stony-faced Ian. "Bring him out." Ernie's defiance had vanished. He looked badly worried as his HDA escorts grabbed both arms and hustled him towards the helicopter. "Now what?" Sid shouted. "Keep the investigation going," Ralph said. "Find out what went on at the St. James Singletown. I'll keep you in the loop about the information we extract." That single chilling phrase stalled anything else Sid was going to say. He stood there among Ernie's crappy used cars with Ava on one side and Ian on the other, the rest of the team scattered round the forecourt, watching their triumph vanish into the helicopter. The rotors spun up to full speed, and it tugged itself off the ground. "Bastard!" Ian bellowed into the thunderous wash of air. Sid looked round helplessly. Then he realized he'd have to call O'Rourke, who was standing by for the confirmation of a successful arrest so he could have his press conference. "Oh, crap on it," he groaned. Saturday, 16th March, 2143. "Where are you?" Corporal Paris Evett's voice was flush with misery and desperation. "Incoming," Ravi Hendrick assured him. Pulling data from the navigation graphics was second nature. No EI analysis required for that. 5 minutes now. Thick, warm rain lashed against the Berlin's broad windscreen as Ravi flew the heavy machine low and hard across the jungle in answer to the research convoy's frantic call for help. Wipers made very little difference. The water wash over the curving transparency blurred his view of the dense undulating tree canopy 50 metres below. Most of his imagery was coming from iris smart cells interfacing with his net lens visor, the helicopter's network blending the data from specialist optical sensors in the nose, fuselage smart dust meshes, and radar. Natural vision was almost a distraction. Except Ravi had been flying long enough to know you never relied on software-enhanced visuals alone. Eyes were still a pilot's greatest asset.
The long strands of mist rolling around the hill slopes were almost invisible to the electronics, without the thickness to register as cloud, but opaque enough to conceal surprises. Ravi was always watching out for St Libra's taller tree specimens, the bullwhips or metakoyas or vamp spires, soaring out of the canopy to snag the unwary. A few weeks back he'd seen a vamp spire well over 100 meters high. Today, 50 kilometers from Wukang, amid a rumpled countryside of steep hills and sharp ravines, he was especially vigilant. It was gloomy that morning, with Sirius invisible behind dark clouds that piled high up into the sky, bringing an early dusk to the valleys and rivers. Humidity was degrading the turbine efficiency. This was bad weather to be flying in. Worse for those on the ground, though. His EI was accessing the link between the convoy and Wukang. Everyone was close to panic and shouting a lot. It made for a confusing babble in his ears. Doc Conniff was trying to talk Angela Tramelo and Leora Fawkes through a procedure to seal up a deep wound, with equipment in their emergency pack. From the description, poor Marty O'Reilly had finished up with some kind of jagged branch impaling his thigh. It was all high-pitched shouts interspersed by Marty's screams. Then Juanita Sakua was also demanding the doc's attention as he tried to stabilize Dave Guzman's spine. Ravi thought that was telling. The convoy's paramedic concentrating on Dave's broken back rather than Marty, who, as far as he could make out, was pumping blood everywhere. All those urgent voices actually made Ravi glad he couldn't afford to receive visual feeds from Angela, the way she was linking them back to the doc. "We can hear you now," Parish Evett said. "Good for you," Ravi muttered, as lightning flickered somewhere through the rain and cloud. The Berlin cleared a long ridge and turned into a valley, where the slopes were covered in unbroken vegetation. Sensors immediately locked onto the convoy vehicles. The biolab and 2 Land Rover Tropics were perched on top of a steep ravine, just visible in the muddy landscape of tall bushes, wild trees, and rock outcrops, while radar painted the multi-terrain jeep halfway down the ravine side. Ravi winced. It must have rolled many times before slamming into a clump of rocks amid the waving grey-green fronds of willow bushes. They should never have been travelling so close to the edge, but that was for Colonel Elston to sort out later. Ravi scanned the area, looking for any open land. He knew he wasn't going to find any, but St Libra was a world of surprises, that was sure. Maybe 10 people were lined up along the top of the ravine, their ponchos slick with rainwater. Tiny purple and scarlet climbing ropes threaded the gulf between them and the beat-up MTJ. More people were crawling around the wreck, soaking wet and smothered in mud. "Can you put it down?" Parrish asked. Ravi circled the crash site, studying the sloping ground, the closely packed trees. There was enough distance between the trunks for the convoy vehicles to worm their way through the jungle, but landing something as big as the Berlin? "Not gonna happen," Ravi told him. "Not here or anywhere close. My people are hurt down there. I know. I'll have her. We're gonna have to winch 'em up." "Oh, shit. Okay." Ravi swung the Berlin round again, while back in the main cabin, Tork Eriksson got Leif Davdia, Mohammed Anwar, and Mark Chitty into their harnesses. Mark would help with the triage, while both the winch-qualified legionnaires would strap the injured into the Berlin's medivac stretcher. The Berlin nosed its way forward through the deluge, sending out a cyclone of high-velocity rain to slash at the vegetation. Ravi was at the same level as the vehicles on top of the ravine now, inching closer, compensating for the valley's random microbursts and the surges of rain. Dead ahead, he could see Antronel Viana and Marvin Tramby, close enough to make out their grim faces. Lightning flashed again, somewhere behind the helicopter. Visuals from the fuselage mesh showed him he was directly overhead the MTJ. Tork opened the fuselage side doors. Ravi locked down the ranging sensors, alert for the Berlin being shoved around by the weather. "Cleared for winch descent," he told Tork. The first 2 men slipped out on the end of tough carbon wire, sliding with arachnid agility down to the accident below. Watching them go, Ravi knew it was going to take an hour to get the 5 seriously injured legionnaires up to the Berlin. An hour spent holding position perfectly in the deluge and fickle gusts. He could do that. An hour in these conditions was nothing to an ex-Thunderthorn pilot who'd flown swarm duty. Back in 2119, Ravi had been stationed at Groom Lake in southern Nevada, one of the two U.S. Tactical Aerospace Force frontline bases on Earth tasked with exospheric defense. At the time, he was 13 months qualified to fly the new Lockheed SF-100 Thunderthorns, which were America's major contribution to the HDA. When the preliminary Xanth swarm alert came through, he was engaged in some serious downtiming in Vegas, busy losing most of his 6-month flight bonus. The base commander's response was immediate and impressive, dispatching a fleet of helicopters out to the gaudy desert jewel town to pick up her service personnel. Everyone was back on station and sobered up within 2 hours, just as Groom Lake's War Gateway technicians opened a trans-space connection to New Florida. Ravi and his co-pilot, Bombardier First Class Dunham Walsh, were in the pre-flight briefing room along with the rest of the Wild Valkyrie pilots, reviewing New Florida's basic geographical layout. The American world had 9 major continents, of which only 3, Oakland, Tampa, and Longdade, were developed enough to have states, with senators appointed to sit in Washington. HDA Command assigned the Wild Valkyries to defend northern Oakland, an area covering 3.25 million square miles. The base commander wished them Godspeed and ordered them to status red. Ravi and Dunham drove out to their Thunderthorn, Bad Niobe, under a cold desert night sky, with the stars twinkling brightly overhead. Mocking them, Dunham said. Ravi loved the sight of the Thunderthorn's aggressive 317-ton missile-type profile, as he loved everything about the spaceplane, including the $1.8 billion unit cost. From nose to tail, the SF-100 measured 58 meters. With its variable sweep wings fully extended, it was 53 meters tip to tip, while in their swept position for exo-atmospheric flight, the wings hunched back to a trim 31 meters. In full aerodynamic mode, hatches closed and weapons retracted, it was as sleek as its design team could make it, with sharp curving surfaces blending the wings efficiently into the fuselage. Engine nacelles in the wing roots housed turbofans and rockets, sprouting twin shark-profile tail fins on top. A slight bulge in the upper fuselage for the oval cockpit capsule with its narrow silvered wraparound windscreen. The fuselage was a shimmer-black metalloceramic, hugely resistant to the ferocious blasts of heat and radiation it would be soaked with in combat. Ravi settled into the pilot's seat and plugged his suit umbilicals into the sockets. The spaceplane's TACnet began to upload New Florida exospheric arena data. U.S. Tactical Aerospace Force loaded in their weapon codes. The ground crew chief confirmed tanks full and hoses uncoupling. Ravi released the ground brakes, and the Thunderthorn rolled forward sedately, taking 19th place in the line of 85 war-ready Wild Valkyries. The squadron emerged into the desert night one by one, and growled their way along the base's taxiways to the trans-space deployment runway. At the far end, the silver-grey oval of the War Gateway awaited, like a smear of caged moonlight. Ravi watched the squadron commander open up her Thunderthorn's turbofans, and the big space plane surged forwards, accelerating hard along the half-mile runway. The SF-100 had reached its top ground speed of 200 mph when it streaked through the gateway. A second Thunderthorn was already accelerating along the runway behind it. 5 galling minutes of waiting later, and Ravi was steering them onto the deployment runway. Watching the 4 glaring salmon-pink exhausts of kick-ass Eoli racing away ahead of them, he rammed the throttles to max, and Bad Niobe surged forward eagerly amid a howl of turbines. Acceleration pushed him back into his seat. Kick-ass Eoli vanished into the War Gateway in front. "Scared?" Ravi yelled out gleefully. "Oh, fuck yeah!" Dunham shouted back. Ravi laughed in delight, and Bad Niobe shot through the War Gateway into space 750 kilometers above New Florida. Noise was sucked away as the thin vapor spume of Earth's atmosphere that jetted through the gateway with them dispersed with an energetic sparkle, leaving them in the vacuum. Bad Niobe's turbofans stuttered and died as their airflow vanished. Ravi's grip on the joystick eased off slightly. The immediate locale seemed clear. Nacelle intake hatches slid shut. Already the War Gateway had vanished, jittering away as all unanchored transspatial connections did.
For once the phenomenon played out in the HDA's favour, enabling Groom Lake to scatter thunderthorns into a protective umbrella formation above their designated continent. Ravi's first 5 seconds were an imperative visual and tactical orientation. The planet curved away beneath them, a horizon slicing across Dunham's side of the windscreen. New Florida's thick cloud streamers gleamed bright in the gold-tinted sun. Oakland was a sprawl of brown mountains and blue-green vegetation, with its rivers and Everglades flashing gold. In the little time Ravi had for a visual sweep, he couldn't see any signs of human civilization lurking beneath the lazy clouds. Nevertheless, there were 12 million US citizens living on the continent below, all desperately trying to reach the gateway that led back to Miami and safety. His task now was to buy them that time. Already, bright stars were flaring, not far away by cosmic standards, incandescent blooms of plasma billowing wide. The first MK-7009 nuclear missiles detonating against the enemy. Ravi never saw them shining brighter than quaint fireworks. The band filters of the cockpit windscreen made sure of that. Bad Niobe wouldn't let her human crew suffer from the radiation bursts and rampant high-energy particles that were starting to fill space above New Florida's ionosphere. Hatches irised open down Bad Niobe's spine, allowing sensors to slide out and scan round. A ruff of silver thermal dump panels concertinaed upwards from the rear fuselage, radiating away the heat generated by the Thunderthorn's innumerable systems. "Battle ready," Dunham announced. A 3D radar display emerged from 0 point and expanded across Ravi's field of vision, projected by his helmet visor. The image kept jumping, sharp graphic lines fuzzing and juddering. "Heavy EMP out there," he grunted. 20 seconds since emergence, and they were already in the thick of it. Bad Niobe's electronics were ultra-hardened against interference, but even her TACnet was affected, operating below optimum efficiency. "Yeah, quantum state is in deform too. Can't link to the geosats. We've got no comnet." "Ground stations?" "Nah. Nukes and rent distortions are screwing the spectrum, but good." "Okay, let's go do our job." Bad Niobe was starting to fall. They hadn't emerged at orbital velocity. The war gateway vector was locked relative to the planetary surface, so gravity was starting to make itself known. Ravi reached for the joystick again, triggering the reaction control thrusters. Burps of hot gas erupted from the tiny rocket nozzles, clustered around the rear of the nacelles. The Thunderthorn swung round to stand on her tail and— "Son of a motherfucker bitch," Ravi whispered, as the first true sight of their impassive, terrifyingly unbeatable enemy slid across the windscreen. 200 kilometers above them, the Xanth was tearing vast rents across space-time to swarm into the New Florida star system. Jagged nebulas of scarlet and heliotrope were swirling and swelling in seemingly random fluctuations all around the habitable planet, a livid cloak that nearly blotted out the clean stars beyond. Out from the infinite nothingness of the open rents, chunks of Xanth resembling angular teardrops over 200 meters across at the base were slowly oozing through. Like the Thunderthorns, their velocity relative to the planet was 0. But gravity soon captured them, pulling each chunk into a fall that accelerated them to terminal velocity long before they reached the atmosphere. Faux icebergs with boundless refractive internal planes, they scattered sunlight and starlight around them, casting an iridescent luster as they dived through empty space. "Like being crapped on by a fallen angel," Dunham grunted. "No," Ravi growled, angry at himself for being thrown by the spectacle of 1 billion tons of prismatic Xanth flakes cascading towards him. "There's nothing angelic about this bastard." He fired the Bad Niobe's 6 main rockets. Hypergolic fuel mixed and burned in the bell-shaped nozzles at the back of the nacelles. Noise and vibration returned to the cockpit. 3G's acceleration shoved him back hard into the seat, and the Thunderthorn rose on a searing cataract of flame towards the scintillating invader like a wrathful demigod. Weapons bay hatches opened. D-bomb missiles telescoped out on their launch rails. Their electronics were simple and hardened against the weird quantum instabilities created by the null-dimensional rents. The spherical warhead glowed with the violet malevolence of Cherenkov radiation, as bands of exotic matter were restrained in their compressed state, barely extruding into space-time. Ravi cut the rocket engines, and Bad Niobe continued its silent climb. Directly ahead was a glimmering rent the shape of a mashed candy-floss bulb. Tens of thousands of tiny scarlet fishes writhing together in a diabolical cyclone. Xanth chunks slithered out of the burning haze, moving with sedate grace as gold sunlight bathed their myriad facets, and they began their long plunge to the planet. "That's our bitch," Ravi announced. The quantum sensors around the nose told him the rent was still 80 kilometers away. "Armored 4, Dunham said. "IG, locked in. Ready to launch in 15. "Confirm." Ravi punched his code into the weapons console. "We have actives. You have launch authority." Radar was starting to pick up the first of the swarm's shoals as they closed on New Florida. The damage any one of them would cause by just crashing into the land was enormous. Anybody within a couple of kilometers of one would die in the impact blastquake. Ravi wanted to fire every MK7009 Bad Niobe carried, to nuke the Xanth chunks into radioactive fragments. "It's not going to make any difference," he whispered. The deluge of cold twinkles were spread right across his view now, falling from every point in space. There were thousands of them, tens of thousands, and the swarm had only just begun. "What?" Denham asked. "We're not going to save anything. Nobody's going to survive this." "For fuck's sake, Ravi." Reality impact, the Groom Lake shrinks called it. The abrupt realization of the Xanth's immensity. Faced by an enemy so overwhelming the human soul simply shrank to a fetal ball and whimpered piteously. "God damn it," Dunham snarled. He snapped the red guards off the launch switches and flicked each of them. "Four lights!" Bad Niobe trembled. The missiles streaked away at 10 Gs, their solid rocket exhaust plumes enveloping the Thunderthorn in a swirl of fizzing sun-drenched particles that was over in seconds. Ravi watched the plumes dwindle against the gyrating scarlet rent. The monstrous constellation of Xanth chunks shimmered, growing steadily brighter as gravity pulled them closer. "What the hell is wrong with you?" Dunham demanded. "Can't you see what's out there?" "Oh yeah, I can see it. 10 seconds until D-bomb contact." Ravi tried not to sneer at the brash optimism. The quantum distortion thrown out by the rents played havoc with electronics. They'd be lucky if just one of the missiles even reached the scarlet horror above. Nonetheless, he found himself counting down. 2 D-bombs flared, brilliant magenta starbursts of spatial discontinuity pumped by 100-megaton fusion explosions, devastating the delicately balanced crimson effervescence that extended back out of space-time to what or wherever the Xanth originated. The D-bombs bruised the rent. Ravi could see the brown stain of fractured pseudo-dimensional fabric shiver, recoiling like living tissue struck by a thunderbolt. The stain spread, fast, ripping through the conductive scarlet fronds, twisting them. The rent shuddered, spitting out streamers of bizarre energy as if it was weeping. Then the entire edifice withered, imploding to resurrect a swathe of normal space, and the ever-falling swarm of Xanth. Ravi grinned ferociously at them. The D-bombs had worked against the rent, sealing it up. We can make a difference. A small one, but tangible. He scanned the radar display. Bad Niobe's digital functionality was improving again now the rent was gone. The TACnet was plotting vectors for the descending Xanth chunks. MK7009s rose out of their bays. "Let's do some damage," Ravi said. 4 hours in freefall above New Florida. More evasive maneuvers than Ravi recalled. Hypergolic fuel down to 20%. A second phase of rents was snaking into existence, 500 kilometers higher than the first. From Bad Niobe's altitude, their D-bombs would just reach the new rents. They had 7 MK7009s left. Once they were gone, the spaceplane would have to let gravity win, begin the long glide back to the surface and through a gateway to Groom Lake, where they could re-up the fuel and warloads. 4 D-bombs soared away towards the spiky vermilion fissure above. "Incoming," Dunham warned. Ravi had already seen the hail of boulder-sized particles sweeping in. Bad Niobe's rockets burned ferociously, powering them away. Their sector had steadily become more hazardous as it filled with blast debris hurtling in every direction. He gripped the joystick, rolling the big Thunderthorn. More systems were dropping out. Somewhere south at a lower altitude, a dozen nukes detonated. The radar display was showing almost nothing. "I don't..."
Ravi began. The impact noise was loud enough to strike his head like a physical blow. He didn't know if he lost consciousness or not. He certainly couldn't make sense of anything for an indeterminate time. When he did try and focus again, he couldn't hear anything, not even his own breathing. His suit had stiffened. Cabin puncture. Didn't need what was left of the display graphics to know Bad Niobe was tumbling erratically as gravity tugged them down. Something was obscuring half his vision. Graphics wiggled across the inside of a dark splodge. His hand came up instinctively to wipe the helmet visor. Gauntlet fingers came away red. Dunham. Ravi wiped some more of the blood away, twisting round. Dunham! Oh, fuck it! His muscles locked rigid in shock. The pebble-sized xanth fragment that had penetrated both the metallo-ceramic fuselage and the cockpit capsule's impact armor shielding had sliced Dunham's head clean off, taking quite a lot of the shoulder with it. The battered helmet was still bouncing casually around the cockpit, spun about by the still flailing spaceplane. Ravi fought hard against vomiting. A hand instinctively flipped open his suit's thigh pouch. He bumped the nausea suppressor, warm buzz of the drug gushing along his bloodstream. Priority. Stop Bad Niobe's tumble. He applied pressure to the joystick, finding out what was left of the reaction control system simply by seeing what response he got to each nudge. The port nacelle seemed to have taken the most damage. Slowly, he cancelled out the giddying motion with incremental burps of gas, bringing the wounded spaceplane to a halt, 40-degree inversion relative to the planet, nose pointing at the southeast horizon. The chewed-up flight console was rearranging itself as the TACnet used the remaining display screens to show essential information. Bad Niobe was still venting something from a split tank. The nose began to drift again. Ravi tracked the rogue vent down to a starboard nitrogen tetroxide tank and opened the valves to drain the remaining liquid through a non-propulsive vent. Several fuel cells had been knocked out. The fuselage stress web was reporting an alarming number of punctures. And one dead co-pilot, he muttered savagely. Radar was still operational, reporting a massive amount of high-velocity particles sleeting through space all around him. The Thunderthorn's primary defense against collision, the sheer vastness of space, was decreasing with every minute. The wild Valkyries had been exceptionally successful, nuking hundreds of Xanth. Now Ravi had to live with that success. It would probably kill him soon enough. Even the surviving Xanth were taking a pounding from the fragments. Another touch on the joystick, slowly swinging the Thunderthorn round till the nose was pointing directly down at the beleaguered world, and he fired the main rockets again. Only 3 were functioning, requiring him to vector them constantly. 20-second burn, assisting gravity, sending him powering planetward. Gravity slowly became more noticeable as the Bad Niobe sank downwards. Ravi changed the big spaceplane's alignment for the last time, levelling out so the belly was presented flat to the atmosphere. Dunham's helmet fell lightly onto the cockpit's floor, coming to rest beside Ravi's feet, and the headless corpse slumped forward, its arms dangling down. Blood spatter that was vacuum boiling ran sluggishly down the bulkheads in console and windscreen, drawing long crimson trickles as it went. Ravi did his best to ignore the gore. Sensors retracted down into their recesses, and the hatches irised shut. Flaps and wing camber actuators ran through their test sequences. Overall functionality wasn't too good, the TACnet surmised. Ravi had a good old fatalistic chortle at that. The ionosphere was alive with a moiré phosphorescence, strong enough to obscure the land beneath. Hundreds of nuclear explosions, launched by the wild Valkyries and their counterparts over Tampa and Longdade, had saturated New Florida's atmosphere with high-energy particles and hard radiation, hypercharging the ionosphere. Even if the Xanth stopped their swarm immediately, the planetary biosphere would take centuries to recover from the radioactive blitz. Bad Niobe descended into the blazing maelstrom. Ravi felt the cockpit thrumming as aerodynamic surfaces began to cut through the thickening energized mist. A whole new set of red warning icons flashed urgently. He couldn't see anything through the contaminated ionosphere, except for a constant barrage of flashes as Xanth debris disintegrated in spectacular fireball explosions. "We'll get you home," Ravi promised Dunham's corpse. "Don't you worry." They fell fast through the atmosphere. Ravi angled the nose down, using their aerofoil surfaces to convert their descent into forward momentum. Eerily distorted sunlight filled the cabin as they fell through the turgid base of the swollen ionosphere, and straight into a massive electrical storm. Lightning ripped through the air, skittering along the Thunderthorn's wings to spit incandescent plasma balls from the tips in a segmented contrail. Down into the cloud layer, and rain added to the hostile barrage New Florida's atmosphere was greeting its defenders with. Ravi extended the Thunderthorn's wings, listening to the stress structure creaking as they stretched out to their full extent. The dive angle began to shallow out. He was flying with inertial navigation only, curving round in a long arc to land at Yantwich Airport, where the HDA retrieval gateway was waiting. Ravi was 70 kilometers out, under the clouds, and travelling at Mach 2.8, when the radar gave him a proximity warning. He banked Bad Niobe to port, and just caught sight of the intact Xanth chunk bursting out of the dark clouds 10 kilometers north. It streaked on downwards through the squalling rain, its facets flickering weakly in the diminished sunlight. Impact threw up a dense blast cloud ring of filthy air, which obscured it from view. Ravi held his breath, hoping forlornly that the crashdown would smash the alien brute as thoroughly as any 7009. But as the grimy cloud was sluiced away by the rain, he could see it sitting at a sharp angle in the bottom of an enormous crater. But then it was never about saving the world, he reflected, just buying the people time to get out. One day, maybe, HDA would find a way to repel the rents, divert the Xanth away from the transstellar worlds where humans lived. But by then, he suspected his grandkids would have grandkids of their own. Ravi was mildly surprised when all the undercarriage bogies slid down and locked, giving him 3 greens. 10 kilometers out from the runway, and 3 of the Thunderthorn's 4 turbofans lit up. Ground radar found him. He had basic communication with air traffic control. The TACnet was downloading Bad Niobe's status to Groom Lake. Even with all the damage, Ravi managed to wheels down in the center of the runway. Emergency vehicles chased him all the way to the gateway at the end of the taxiway. As he reached it, another of the Wild Valkyrie Squadron's Thunderthorns was touching down behind. The other side of the retrieval gateway was a near-physical jolt, leaving him faintly dazed. One moment he'd been fighting for his life on a world dying beneath a brutal alien invasion. Now here he was, back under the big, calm Nevada sky, with the familiar buildings of Groom Lake throwing out their usual heat-shimmer welcome. Engineering vehicles converged on Bad Niobe. Ravi shut down the turbofans as the Radhaz trucks started spraying the spaceplane with a gooey, turquoise decontamination fluid. Technicians began plugging umbilicals in. The tow tractor hitched itself to the nose wheel and tugged him to the combat engineering hangar. As they rolled into the vast building, he could see a dozen Thunderthorns already inserted into the long line of robot repair bays. 2 of them were in even worse shape than Bad Niobe. Tech crews in radiation suits teamed over every surface, assisted by the bay's AI and remote tools. Cybernetic arms lifted broken sections of fuselage off the stress structure, while more arms moved fresh ones into place. Battered nacelles were simply removed and new ones slotted in. Every onboard system was modular, so any damaged component was quickly unplugged and a replacement lowered in. Bad Niobe was back to flight worthiness standard after 2 hours 20 minutes. "Send me back," Ravi pleaded with the squadron commander. He'd been furious when he saw Toho and Janine waiting beneath the ladder into the patched-up cockpit. "You lost Dunham," the commander said. "I didn't. The fucking Xanth shrapnel got him. Half a meter over and you'd have been talking to him, not me. It was chance, is all. It's got nothing to do with my ability. Come on! Dunham and me, we blew the shit out of 50 Xanth." "It was bad, Ravi. I don't know if you can cope again." "It was great out there. I was great. Come on, 50 Xanth fucked. And I brought Bad Niobe back. It's not like you've cloned a whole load of pilots. We're not Norths. Come on, send me back. Give me some high mud to keep me sharp, and I'll nail you 50 more. You can't seriously think Toho is a better pilot." "Toho is just as good." "Fuck, he is." "But I don't have enough pilots, you're right. So you get some rest, and when Bad Niobe gets back, I'll send you out again." Ravi wound up flying 6 missions against the New Florida Xanth swarm. He never thought he'd make it back after the 4th. They wound up ejecting the cockpit capsule when Bad Niobe's starboard undercarriage collapsed on landing, and the spaceplane cartwheeled into a mangled fireball that even the combat engineering hangar couldn't fix. He got his final 2 flights in a different Thunderthorn because of pilot attrition. Space above New Florida was becoming dangerously rad toxic, but the Thunderthorns still flew, getting fewer D-bomb shots into rents that were now over 3,000 kilometers above New Florida, smashing fewer Xanth chunks with each passing hour. They kept going because no one else was going to help the besieged population. Eventually, 4 days after the Xanth swarm began, and to the anger and dismay of every surviving squadron member, HDA Command shut down the exospheric defense flights. The rents were now opening over 5,000 kilometers above New Florida. Space between them and the atmosphere was a foul blizzard of fractured Xanth shards, capable of pulverizing any spaceplane. The ionosphere was aglow with radiation, making New Florida look like a cool sun. There was nothing left to save anymore. Vance Elston kept wiping the perspiration from his forehead as the Berlin thundered over the jungle back to the accident, after dropping off the injured at Wukang. It was unpleasantly hot in the helicopter's cabin. No one bothered with aircon. Tork Eriksson was leaning against the open side door, chewing gum as he stared out across the tree's lush, glistening canopy. It was late afternoon, and St Libra's heat-hazed air was insufferable. Bizarrely, the open side door, with the contra-rotating blades shimmering just a metre above, did nothing to circulate any cool air. But then, Vance seriously doubted there was any of the stuff on the whole planet.
2 minutes out,
Ravi Hendrik announced. Vance checked his safety harness and went over to stand behind Tork's bucket seat, looking down at the rumpled ground. This was hilly country, steep, but not impassable. It was only the jungle which created any difficulty, with the trees uncomfortably close together, and thick undergrowth making it difficult for any vehicle. Nonetheless, the research convoy had got this far from Wukang, just over 50 kilometers. Crashing down the undergrowth, using the robot buzzsaws on the front of the MTJ to slice through any wooden obstacle or snag, like trunks or low branches, and the unending curtain of vines. It was why they brought the tough vehicles on the expedition. They could push, cut, and smash their way through anything except for solid rock. Tork thrust an arm out, pointing. "There!" he yelled above the roar of the rotors. Vance looked out at the crash site. Strands of vapour were winding up from the vegetation, the morning rains evaporating fast beneath the raw, Sirius sunlight. The thin, agitated mist curled round the mobile biolab and 2 Land Rover Tropics parked on the top of the ravine. The vehicles were bedecked by various cases and packs, all the tents and equipment the convoy would need to make camp overnight. His gaze followed the steep, muddy slope downwards. There were long skid marks through the red-brown soil, pulped vegetation, and finally the MTJ on its side against a rock outcrop. Its packs had split on impact, festooning a broad swathe of ground with debris, tents and clothes flapping about in the regular breeze. A couple of legionnaires were crouched beside the stranded vehicle, the slender, colourful threads of climbing rope attached to their belts, stretching all the way back up to the top of the ravine. "Damn it," Vance grunted, crossing himself in reflex. Dorito should never have been driving so close to the edge, which was a fine thing to say with hindsight, but it hadn't been him trying to negotiate the daunting jungle. The Berlin swept in over the parked vehicles and hovered 20 meters above them. Trees and bushes bowed and swayed in the downdraft. "If you're going down, sir," Tork said. Vance nodded grimly, trying not to show his nerves. It had been a long time since he'd done this in training. "Right." Tork spooled out a meter of winch cable and clipped it to Vance's harness. The winch arm swung out. Vance wanted to cross himself, but resisted the urge. Tork slapped his helmet twice, and he leant out of the door, letting the winch take his weight. Then he was spinning slowly as the cable lowered him. Parish Evitz grabbed his legs and steadied him as he reached the ground. The winch cable was unclipped, and the Berlin veered away to hover directly over the MTJ. "Sir," Corporal Evitz saluted. Vance returned the salute. Parish was covered in mud which was drying rapidly in the brilliant blue-white sunlight. His young face reflected worry, anger, and weariness. "How are they, sir?" he asked. Vance couldn't help glancing at the 3 black body bags lying next to the biolab. Corporal Hiron, who'd been in the MTJ's front seat next to Dorito, Privates Peace Davis, and Ramon Beacon as well. The doc thinks O'Reilly will keep the leg. Tramelo and Fawkes did a good job extracting the branch. Sleeth and Dorito will be okay. They just have broken limbs. But the doc's not so happy with Guzman. They can treat his spine a lot better back at Abelia, so we'll know more when he gets there. The 4 of them are being medevaced out on the next Daedalus flight. It should be landing in another hour. Okay, Parrish nodded. Vance thought the young corporal was fighting back tears. You ran a smooth recovery operation here, Corporal. Your squad has a reason to be grateful for your leadership. Thank you, sir. Antronel Viana came over and saluted. What now? Vance glanced round the side. Darwin Swarovski, the camp's ground vehicle chief, was already winching down from the Berlin to the MTJ. You take the convoy vehicles back to Wukang. I want you to carry the bodies with you. The Berlin will recover the MTJ and airlift it back. The engineers think it can be patched up. That I'd like to see, Angela grunted. Corporal, get the bodies into the biolab, please, and wind it up here. You'll leave as soon as the Berlin lifts. Sir? Parrish performed a mediocre salute and walked off to his squad, who were sitting round the 2 tropics. Vance caught a glimpse of Angela, who was slumped against one of the wheels, filthy and listless. There was blood streaked with the mud on her khaki vest. So? He asked when Parrish was out of earshot. Antonel let out a long sigh. Hellfire. I don't know. Hiron was pathfinding. I was in the biolab following the MTJ. There's no way it was deliberate. Dorito went too close to the edge in the mud. It was foolhardy, but we've all driven along the edge of the gorges out here. I'd probably have done the same thing if I'd been taking point. Did you see the fall? No. Antronel pointed at the broken undergrowth below the trees 20 meters away, where the vehicles had cut a path. We were back there. We keep a minimum 40-meter distance between each vehicle now. That was something we learned on day 1. If the MTJ comes up against something it can't get past, you have to back up and start over along another route. Can't do that easily if we're all clumped up nose to tail. His breath whistled out between clenched teeth. We had a ring link between all the vehicles. The screams. I want to look where they went over. Sure. Vance walked to the edge. The mud was drying rapidly now. The ground was a mess of footprints, skid marks, and trampled vegetation. Smara Jaka from the xenobiology team and Gillian Kowalski were sitting on the rocks, belaying the safety ropes attached to Josh Justic and Omar Mahambo, who were down at the MTJ, helping Swarovski attach carrier hooks to the machine. They were tethered to a big bullwhip tree, which leaned towards the edge. Vance glanced up at the tree, with its horizontal coil branches overhead, the smooth light brown bark furred by short, silky white hair. The way the bullwhip's branches held themselves parallel to the ground put him in mind of a terrestrial cedar. Despite the amount of foot traffic, it was easy enough to see exactly where the MTJ had gone over. The wheels had skidded through the soft mud of the slope, tearing out smaller plants as they went. Vance walked down the track on top of the ridge, then closed his eyes and told his EI to play the recording. Dorito's visual record began to play, and Vance was in the MTJ's cabin as it jounced about over the rough ground. Hands up in front, struggling with the steering wheel. Even with power steering and traction control, the MTJ was a brute to hold steady on this kind of terrain. Dorito seemed to have some kind of stupid pride thing going, maintaining a speed that Vance considered foolhardy. Hub motors in each of the 4 wheels kept it crunching forwards over everything but the biggest obstructions. And if those were tree trunks, the lethal-looking mandible-like buzzsaws on the front chopped them back. Dorito had emerged from the jungle, into the relatively clear strip of land along the edge of the gorge. He turned and began to drive parallel to the edge. There were some rocks. Vance opened his eyes, matching the clump of thigh-high boulders in front of him with Dorito's visual record. Dorito turned right. Vance could understand that. Left would take him back towards the jungle. Right was clearer, even though the MTJ was closer to the top of the ridge now. The MTJ turned fine, went round the rocks, carried on up the hill. Everything was normal. Then there was a lurch, and the windscreen was suddenly facing the open sky above the gorge. Dorito was fighting the steering wheel. The back wheels lost traction in the mud. Watching it, Vance could sense the momentum as the rear of the vehicle swung round.
Amid a shaking image, Dorito's arms were a frantic jumble of motion on the steering wheel. The MTJ was just starting to respond when the horizon began to tilt. "Stop," Vance told his EI. He'd run the recording 8 times since Dorito arrived at Wu Kang's clinic, trying to understand what had happened. "So?" Angela asked. Vance stood on the spot and examined the ground. Mashed up honeyberry bushes and vine fronds. Mud started to dry, same as the rest of the jungle. He turned a full circle. The team members lounging around the tropics were all watching him. The Berlin was circling slowly overhead. "Dorito hasn't stopped shouting that something hit the MTJ," Vance said. "Well, he's bound to claim it wasn't his fault." Vance said. He could still see the stricken legionnaire in Wu Kang's little clinic, fighting against the pain, desperate to tell anyone who came close. "We were hit. Something pushed us. It wasn't me. It wasn't my fault. I swear." Pleading, insistent, distraught. Vance had seen enough interrogations, witnessed enough people in shock, in denial, furtive, hostile. He was pretty sure Dorito was telling the truth, but truth was a subjective thing. Then again, something had definitely happened to the MTJ to send it sliding like that. But now, hours later, and in that same exact position, Vance couldn't see a single thing that might have caused it to swerve so sharply. He poked his boot toe into the soft ground. Even the mud was consistent. No hidden deep puddles or small sinkholes. Power surge in a hub motor. Traction control was all software balanced, after all. But incredibly safe. And the chances of a glitch at the exact moment that would cause this. Vance moved a short distance away from the forlorn survivors. "Lucky it wasn't the biolab that went over." "You're telling me," Antronell said. "We've got some decent body impact protection built into our seating, but that would have given it a sore testing." "Yes. I was thinking more of what you're carrying." "Ah. Well, there's even less to worry about on that score. The warheads can impact bare rock at terminal velocity and they won't even graze, let alone break. They have to be armed to begin their release sequence." "And the solid rockets?" "They're not going to detonate just because the biolab rolled over a few times. There's a lot of protection designed into the system." "Good. We might be needing it." "Excuse me?" Angela said. "I'm not convinced this was an accident. I don't see how it could be sabotage." "Me neither. But this one is definitely poised between the two. So we need to be sure our payload is safe." "You can't be serious. Even if they exist, how would the St Libra aliens know what we're carrying? There are only 28 people in the whole HDA that know about our fallback precaution." Vance nodded slowly, wanting to believe Antronell was right, that he was just being paranoid. "Tell me again where Angela Tramelo was at the moment of the accident," he said quietly. Antronell couldn't disguise his shock. "You're kidding, right?" Vance said nothing, just looked at him. "Oh, Lord, you're not. Okay, she was in the tropic behind me. Corporal Evans was driving it. Passengers were Tramelo, Kowalski, and Justic. Dean Kreshom was driving the last tropic, with Bastian 2 North, Melia, and Dorchov in with him. Every one of them can confirm she was there. We had her surrounded, Vance. There's no way she could have caused this." "All right, I'll accept that for the moment." "You really think she's involved?" "I don't know what the hell is happening on St Libra. That's the problem. There's too much happening to us to just write it off as bad luck and coincidence. But I do have an idea about Angela, which I'm going to share with you, in case." "In case? Really?" "We're accumulating fatalities at an alarming rate, don't you think?" Angela had to nod agreement at that. "Yeah, even my people have been talking about it." "And she's always near." "To be fair, so were all of us." "But none of us were here where Bartram North and his household were slaughtered." "I thought her interrogation showed us a high probability that the monster does exist." "Yet the more the Newcastle investigation continues, the more it seems that the North's murder was connected to some kind of illegal corporate operation." "But we have Ernie Reinert in custody now. The team on Frontline will get the truth out of him." "Ralph Stevens will uncover who employed him, yes. If he knows." "What is this?" Angelo asked. Are you having doubts about the expedition? I don't know. An alien species certainly fits everything that's happened. But what about Angela? What about her? She's a 1 in 10, Vance said. It was something which had bothered him right from the moment back in January when Vermikia had given him her file. Seeing her at Holloway Prison, exactly the same as she'd been all those years ago, as if she'd time-jumped from then to today, had bothered him badly. It wasn't jealousy, not exactly, though he'd started to be a lot more critical of himself in the bathroom mirror every morning. He simply didn't understand where she'd come from, and that went against everything he stood for. HDA was about getting answers. She was arrested 20 years ago. I'm not that good at judging age, but she looked like she was about 19 then. I've done some digging on the 1 in 10 treatment. It kicks in during late teens, once you're near physical maturity. So back then she could have been anything between 18 and 30. I get that, Angela said. So? It's hugely expensive now. And even assuming she's 45, which I have my suspicions about, she was conceived around 2098. Yeah, those figures check out? The figures, yeah. But who is she? 1 in 10 treatments are hugely expensive and rare today, though they're not as exceptional as they used to be. But 45 years ago? That's the very early pioneering days, when it would have been phenomenally expensive. Okay. So, who, 45 years ago, was rich enough to spend that kind of money on a daughter? And we're talking tens of millions here. It's hard to find reliable estimates. On top of that, most American states have strong anti-germline laws. A billionaire, obviously. We're not short of them on the trans-space worlds now or then. No, we're not. But I've asked Vermikia to dig up what he could. It's interesting. We found a possible family DNA match to a Lucy Tramelo, who's on file with the GE Citizenship Bureau. She was a French citizen who emigrated to Orléans 47 years ago, age 35. When she arrived in Pantin, she bought a large vineyard on the edge of town and lived there comfortably, marrying a year later. There are 3 children of record, and they still run the vineyard. But Lucy herself died 2 years ago. There's no record of her parents' family having enough money to buy that estate for her. And there aren't any French state employment records for her prior to emigration. So the assumption I've made is that she bought it with her surrogacy payment. The DNA comparison gives us a second-generation connection, so genetically speaking, Angela is the equivalent of her grandchild. That also makes sense given the alterations made to a 1 in 10's DNA. The interesting thing is, Vermikia couldn't get a match on any other of her familial traits. We don't have any records for her probable father. I find that hard to believe. The HDA can access every government identity database. No, actually we can. Vance grinned. There's the distant planets for a start. As they don't officially exist as far as the trans-space worlds are concerned, we've never been able to get to their networks. Then, there's New Monaco. Ah, yes, I like it. A world of multi-billionaires that we're not allowed to visit. That would fit. Indeed it would. In fact, it's about a perfect fit. Except for one small point. Yeah? What in the good Lord's name is a New Monaco heiress doing as Bartram North's whore? Ah, Angela's humour visibly withered. Yeah, that is a good point. The only possible explanation for her being in that mansion would be as an undercover agent. And that's a real long shot. But it still doesn't explain her motivation. Someone with that kind of money and upbringing simply wouldn't do such a thing. Though, if she did, it opens up the whole corporate dark ops question. So you're saying the Newcastle murder was the latest phase of some 20-year corporate battle? And there is no monster? No. I was there when we interrogated Angela. I sat and watched the brain scan pull that picture from her thoughts. She has a memory of something unnatural in Bartram's mansion that night, and given the rest of that interrogation, it's hard for me to ignore that. Although there was one thing he was never going to confide to Antronel, and that was Angela's resistance. He'd seen the toughest men crack in that most unholy suite of rooms, left weeping on the floor, talk-stopped crazy, begging to be asked any question, desperate to satisfy their interrogators, pathetic in their addled eagerness. Whereas they'd got everything they wanted from Angela, but they'd never broken her. Reduced her to a miserable, distraught, self-pitying state, yes,
but that inner fury of hers was still burning fiercely at the end. You just had to ask the technician who'd lost an eye to her rage. She never submitted. And it took a very special person, one with total self-conviction, to go through everything Frontline could throw at them and survive with their psyche relatively unscathed. As someone who possessed the utter arrogance and self-belief of a born and bred New Monaco resident. Hell. Yes, quite, Vance said. We're right back where we started, with a lot of unexplained deaths on St Libra. If we're going to work this one out, we'll need hard scientific evidence. So, what have you got for me? Nothing helpful, Angela admitted. We've taken over 8,000 samples since the convoy left Wukang. The guys were getting good with the collectors we issued. We've already processed 70%. There are a phenomenal amount of plant species here, but no real variants from the main St Libra genetic sequence. Right. That's not just here, Vance. We took samples at Abelia, at Zell, and Sarvar. There's no variants anywhere. But they weren't large area samples. No. However, they are stretched over 6,000 kilometers. Total stability over that kind of distance is a pretty conclusive indicator. And we haven't included the equal lack of variance that exists all the way down to the independencies. You're saying we're wasting our time. Antonel shrugged his shoulders. If it was up to me, then yes. My vote is for packing up and going home. This world is odd, certainly, and the more I see of it, the more I'm coming round to the bioforming theory. Really? Vance asked, in surprise. Antonel had always been adamant that all life in the cosmos was God's own mystery, a perfectly natural one. And the Lord had blessed many planets with life. Except, in all the decades of exploration, humans had never found another sentient species, which tended to support the good book's tenet of God making man in his own image. So far, all the universe had revealed was man and Xanth, and every gospel warrior knew the Xanth was an incarnation of the devil. Yes, I could just about buy the zebra botany evolving naturally. There's a symmetry to it that we don't normally get in nature. However, it's quite elegant, and we've seen weirder things on the non-human compatible planets we've surveyed and left alone. But every day I look at the autoradiography bands we've obtained from the processed samples, and I see a genome that's extremely sophisticated. Exactly what you get from several billion years of evolution. This is the end point of these plants' evolution, their pinnacle. The world is in harmony, a balance which is like nothing we've ever seen before. Yet there's no fossil layer that anyone's found. And face it, Northumberland Interstellar hasn't been looking hard. There's not a single ammonite on a planet this size. One. Come on. He gestured round at the hills. Besides, Sirius hasn't been around for billions of years. It's 400 million years old at best. No, all this was planted, recently in geological terms, but it was put here. Why? Why does the Xanth exist? Our Lord works in very mysterious ways. One of his elder children chose this world as a garden, perhaps. We do not get to question why, at least not in this life. And the unexplained deaths we've had? Dorito was right. Something hit the MTJ, some force that knocked it towards the gorge. Those deaths only happened to our camp. Antonel tipped his head back towards the tropics. And there's one person connecting both times. Not Newcastle, she doesn't. Antonel grimaced. Yeah. Ralph should have completed Ernie Reinert's interrogation in a couple of days. Once we know for sure if the Newcastle murder was corporate-linked, we'll have a better idea how to proceed here. Fair enough. But my guess is on the corporate option. Damned moneylenders never change. There's nothing they won't do to make a buck. Her back slumped against the hot black tire of the tropic. Angela watched Elston and Antonel in deep discussion close to the edge of the gorge. There was a lot of animation in their gestures, plenty of passion and belief in the words. They deliberately kept their voices low so no one else could hear them. Right now she didn't much care what they were talking about, though she could guess she was featuring heavily in there. There were a couple of times when Antonel had used his head to gesture at the tropics, deliberately not glancing at her and the others. The accident had left her as shocked and drained as every convoy member. It had been a frantic time. Antonel and Parrish had agreed to her abseiling down to the MTJ because of her weight. Everyone was scared the vehicle would slip again and carry on falling to the bottom of the gully. So she and Leora had been first down, using tough carbon filament ropes to secure upturned wheel hubs to the rocks. That had been the hardest quarter of an hour she'd spent, ignoring the cries of her injured friends inside while they secured the vehicle. And always, she'd been alert for the treacherous smell of mint amid the jungle's pervasive melange. Only when the MTJ was anchored to the rocks did they go inside with the emergency medical field packs and start to do what they could. After that, after she'd crawled in through the shattered window and recoiled in dismay at the blood and suffering, she shifted into some kind of auto-function state. See what needed doing, assess how to do it, and just get on with the job. Pull the vicious honeyberry branch out of O'Reilly's thigh, ignore his agonized screaming, seal up the ripped artery with the clever gadgets in the field pack. Emotions didn't come into it. Angela was good at that, good at isolating and ignoring her feelings. Everyone had been thankful and full of praise for what she'd done, especially when they saw the extent of the injuries she'd dealt with. She smiled thinly at the memory of their surprise. Even Parrish had been alarmed at how much blood was soaked into her clothes when she'd finally hauled herself back up to the top of the ridge. You could take the girl away from New Monaco, but you could never take New Monaco away from the girl. Last time she'd suffered what to most people would be a debilitating emotional shock, she'd managed to quickly disassociate herself from any foolish animal state of mind and function logically. It was a pure survival instinct, and had she ever needed that straight afterwards? Angela's jewellery was kept in a walk-in closet, one of the rooms which made up her bedroom suite in the family's New Monaco mansion. She stood in the middle of the floor and looked round at the hundreds of small drawers. It was like standing in a safe deposit vault, except there were no locks. And now there was no security. Theft from the staff was always a minor worry, so the mansion's AI maintained a constant watch over the jewellery closet. The only people who could override it were her and Raymond. Angela had overridden it, switching it off. She walked over to the console. The inventory was kept there, along with a useful style match program which helped her coordinate with her wardrobe, suggesting appropriate items. She slipped her hand into the key space and her EI loaded her code in. It wasn't the big, high-value items she was interested in. Of all the exquisite pieces she'd amassed or been given over the years, there were plenty of smaller bracelets and rings and tiaras and necklaces. Hundreds of them, so many she didn't actually know the full extent. Drawers slid open silently. Flecks of light materialized all across the room, as if someone had lowered a glitter ball. It was simply the refraction glimmer cast by all the superbly cut diamonds, now exposed to the closet's sharp monochrome lighting panels. While she walked round examining the display, her EI began to worm its way deep into the AI registry levels, wiping specific data as it went. A green and purple icon popped into her net lens projection. Marlac was calling her. "Let it through," she told her EI. "I'm sorry, Angela," Marlac said, "but the council agents are arriving." "Of course they are," she said. "I'll be down in a moment. I'm getting changed. After all, I can hardly meet them in my party frock now, can I?" "Of course not. I'll inform them." When she walked back out into her bedroom, Danielia, her maid, was waiting. Angela immediately noticed the change in the woman. She ignored the new lack of civility and began undoing the straps of her mauve ball gown. "I'm sorry about your father," Danielia said. "Thank you. Where's Lizine?" Her dermatologist, who should be here ready and attentive to get the platinum scales off her skin. Greeting the council agents while shining in tens of thousands of dollars worth of precious metal probably wasn't the best strategy. "Back at Prince Matisse, ma'am." "Oh, yes, of course. Well, you'll have to help instead." Angela stepped out of her ball gown. "Find the skin eluents, will you please? There's a dear." Danielia didn't move. Angela raised an eyebrow. Normally that would be enough to turn the girl into a quivering mouse creature. Not now. "I'm sorry to bring this up tonight," said Danielia, "but we've been wondering if our contract payments will be honoured." "I see." Angela slid a ring off her finger. The diamond set in the band probably wasn't over 3 carats.
Here. She tossed the ring to Danielia, who caught it neatly. Payment plus bonus. Now find me the eluent, please. Danielia stared at the ring for a long moment, then tucked it into her blouse pocket. Yes, ma'am.
Angela was wearing a simple pair of tailored trousers, along with a black Rivan top and moffant jacket, when she finally came down the curving stairs of the private wing. Her net lenses were dark, except for one figure glowing at the corner of her vision. A long number, one which spelled the end of her world. Marlac was waiting for her on the first-floor landing. "They're here," he said, in a disapproving tone. The lawyer was over 60 years old. He'd been with the Devoyle family for the last 40, and was devoted to Raymond. He could have retired years ago from the money he'd earned, living a pleasant life on San Gironi, where his grandchildren had settled. Instead, he chose to stay on, relishing the challenge of modern finance legality. It was the only way he knew, the way to keep his brain active. "Thank you," Angela said. "I think it's wrong of them to arrive so quickly. I can lodge that complaint with the council."
I don't believe the council would give a flying crap about anything a Devoyle says at this point. So let's not make this any more humiliating than necessary.
"I understand, but please know they do have to follow the law. I will note any abuses."
You're a darling.
There were 3 of them waiting on the polished wooden flooring of the hallway. 2 men and a woman, all dressed in black suits. Expensive designer suits, Angela noted, as was fitting, but grouped together they managed to make them look like a uniform.
"Miss Devoyle," said Matthews, the agent in charge, "our sympathies for your loss." "Thank you. Please state the reason for your visit."
"The New Monaco Council of Governance has been made aware of your family's current financial situation. A group of 32 banks and market institutions have filed for loan repayment following today's collapse of the oil futures market. Treasury records indicate you don't have enough money in your assets to make good their claim. Is that true?"
"How do I plead, you mean?"
"Yes,"
he said implacably. "Big day for you. You don't get this very often, do you?"
"I have no personal involvement in this matter, I assure you. Miss Devoyle, I must ask you for your answer now, please."
Angela took a breath. "No. My family cannot pay the debts at this time. I'm sure if you just let me begin negotiations with—"
"I'm sorry, but I'm not concerned with what rescheduling agreement you may eventually come to with your debtors. I am only concerned with the new Monaco residency laws. To confirm, then, your net worth is no longer in excess of $50 billion US?
Correct. There is no net worth. I'm $2.5 billion in debt, which I'm sure you know.
In which case, I regretfully have to inform you that by the Council of Governance's constitution, you no longer qualify as a New Monaco resident."
"I was born here. This is my planet."
"No, Miss Devoyle. It was your planet. Legally, you now have 24 hours to attend to your affairs before I escort you to the gateway. However, the Council is pleased to extend a non-prejudicial offer of a further 48 hours extension so you may arrange your father's funeral."
"That's very kind of them. Marlac?"
"I'll see to it. The Council would like to add that should your finances recover, you will be most welcome to reapply for citizenship."
"Indeed," she said loftily. "I'll remember that."
Matthews cleared his throat, clearly relieved that she wasn't making a scene. "Thank you, Miss Devoyle. I'll remain with you until this is over." She gave him a derisive smile.
"You think I'll make a break for it? That I'll turn feral and live out in the hills, preying on the innocent townsfolk? I don't believe that, no. Sorry, that was impolite of me. You're only doing your job. It's been a bad day, you know."
"I think you're coping very well." Matthews nodded to the woman agent. "You can tell them to come in now."
"Who?" Angela asked, sharply.
Matthews gave Marlac an uncomfortable glance. Angela," Marlac said uncomfortably, "the banks have been in touch with the Financial Regulatory Board. A team of the board's officers has been appointed to administer the remaining family assets. They need to recover as much as they can from your companies and holdings."
"I see. Right now?"
"They're worried you might try to hide assets."
"Oh, really?"
She glanced up as a whole group of people started to walk into the grandiose hall. Unlike the agents, their clothes weren't anything like as expensive. Office worker types. The kind of little people she didn't even register as she went about her usual day. Now they were here to rip the carcass of her life apart and earn themselves a nice bonus for doing so. Angela held her hand up. See this ring? It's my engagement ring. My fiancé proposed to me tonight. Who does it belong to? Matthews was starting to realize this wasn't going to be as easy as he'd thought. Technically, the board's officers can claim every personal item you own. In practice, they will of course leave you with some clothes and other low-value effects, which have a sentimental value. I'm afraid a ring like that will definitely be claimed. Is that diamond? It is. Let's just see what my fiancé, a New Monaco citizen, has to say about that, shall we? Matthews inclined his head. Of course. He and the other agents went into a huddle with the team from the regulatory board office, leaving her alone with Marlack. They really will track it all down, Marlack said quietly. Your father and I never thought to hide anything away. New Monaco was supposed to be the one place where a plutocrat's wealth was safe. I know. She narrowed her eyes. What about you? They can't take anything of yours, can they? Nothing that's already been paid to me, no. I haven't had this month's salary, so theoretically that makes me one of your creditors. Sorry. Don't be. I'm rich in my own right, by normal standards, anyway. In fact, you're welcome to come and live with me on New Washington for as long as you need. The house has a guest cottage in the grounds. You know it's been 8 years since I visited. No. That's really, really sweet of you, Marlack, but I don't do charity. Looks like you actually will have to retire and spend more time with your grandchildren. Marlack pulled a face. Horrible thought. But what about you? What will you do? The unspoken question was the one she flinched at. What can you do? What use are you? That's something I'm going to have to learn. I've got degrees in financial theory. That might help me. She trailed off. Get a job. The more she thought about it, the more bleakly funny it was. Who in this universe would ever give me a job? Hell, even I wouldn't employ me. She gave Marlack a rueful smile. 20 billion other people manage, somehow. They do indeed. I didn't know you were engaged. Housden, is it? Yes. He's a good man. Call him. He deserves to know from you. Right. She drew down a long breath and told her EI to place the call she'd been dreading. It was Prince Matif's Transnet address management software which responded to her call. The Prince will no longer accept calls from you. I understand. Do you have a message relay facility? Yes. Message begins, pray you never meet me again. Pray very hard. End message. She licked her lips, pleased with how good that made her feel. A hollow threat. Or maybe not. She was going to live for a long time, thanks to Daddy. Angela sniffed away the tears before they could properly form. Housden answered her call straight away, but then he was always a class act. I heard, he said. The cartel just became the talk of the party. I'm so sorry about your father. That's very sweet, she said. He didn't suffer. Quite the opposite. Good. The silence stretched out. Housden, under the circumstances, I'm hardly going to hold you to your proposal. I don't know what to say. If it was just down to me, then of course we'd stay together. But the family. Always the families, she said with a sad smile. I know. Perhaps you would be a mistress? Angela laughed, which made the agents stare at her. Oh, Housden, you really are the best. No, you go and find yourself someone wonderful, please. For me. I love you, Angela. I like having sex with you, too. It's more than that, and you know it. She held up her hand again, admiring the diamond ring for the last time. The raw diamond it was cut from must have been the size of a duck egg. Incredible. I'm wearing the ring. I'm looking at it right now. It's beautiful, Housden. It is yours. I had it made for you. You're really the best. But I can't keep it.
Literally. The bailiffs will take it from me and sell it on. I can't have that. It is the grandest romantic gesture of our generation. You have it back, and give it to your next fiancé. Anyone who deserves you deserves it. Let me talk to my family. Perhaps I can still make us happen. No, my darling, don't do that. It really is better to have loved and lost. You keep on living this life for me, okay? But what will you do? Again, that question. What use as a new Monaco citizen in the real universe? I'll be fine, don't you worry. And anyway, I'm a 1 in 10, remember? You and I will probably wind up together in the end. Some day before my 1,000 years are up. I will count every day. You do that. But right now, I want you to call an Agent Matthews. Tell him that the engagement is off and that the ring is yours. He'll make sure you get it back, okay? I will, Angela. I really did love you. And I will never forget you. Promise. Goodbye, my darling. She turned to face the cluster of agents. Hey, Matthews. By the time he was facing her, she'd eased the ring off. Catch! The panic on his face as he lunged for the spinning ring was comical. You'll be getting a call from my ex-fiancé in a moment. See he gets it back. The agent scowled at her. Now for the really important call. I can't believe you called me, Shasta said. We all know what happened, the cartel and everything. The prince has announced an extra day of partying. It's going to be fantastic. Really? Angela growled. So is he launching an Apollo to celebrate? It's not appropriate for you to call me any more. You know this. If you know about the cartel, then you know I could do with a little help right now. There are many trans-world charities I give to most generously. My EI will provide you with a list. No, Shasta, I need help. I need you to get me off this god-awful planet, today. This planet is paradise. Don't ever call me again. My EI won't allow you access. Goodbye, Angela. Bitch. Angela spat at the dead connection. That did leave her with a major problem. She thought she could rely on Shasta. If the roles were reversed, she certainly would have helped. Wouldn't I? Everything all right? Marlack asked. I don't know. Agent Matthews? He left the others and came over to her. Yes? It's the middle of the night. My father's committed suicide, and I'm a bankrupt who's about to be exiled. Do you mind if I go to bed now, please? Of course. Angela woke up alone. It was a habit she hoped she could quickly break. At least it was her own bedroom, which, even though its decor was utterly perfect, designed by some of the best home stylists to be found across the trans-space worlds, today didn't feel like home at all. Because it's not. Not anymore. It belongs to the banks. She took a shower and went into one of her walk-through wardrobes. Simple jeans and a sweatshirt were the order of the day, she decided. She started telling her EI to summon her maid and hairstylist, then stopped. Stupid, she muttered, on quite a few levels. This was when she had to concentrate. Is the surveillance still off in my suite? She asked the EI. Yes. Give me the visual location of everyone in the mansion. She studied the diagram her net lenses produced, seeing Matthews was waiting in the corridor outside her suite. Marlack was in her father's study with several board officers, who were hard-wiring their own systems into the family AI. She went back into her bathroom and took the jewellery from the pockets of her discarded robe where she'd left it last night. They were the items she'd removed from her collection, erasing their listings from the AI. She'd chosen 5 rings and 2 sets of earrings. Not big pieces compared to some she had, but the gems were all large and flawless. Between them they'd be worth $1.5 million US, if you bought them from a store. She was under no illusion that she'd be able to get that price, but it was a start. Concealing them was more problematic. She looked round the bathroom and finally decided on the soap. A nail file carved out deep slots in the side of a rose-perfumed bar, and she eased each item in carefully, then pushed soap flakes back in around them, sealing up the bar. It went in a wash bag, along with stuff like her sonic toothstick, and already opened bottles of oil and some makeup. The agents would let her take that without any question, but getting through the gateway was going to be difficult. She'd be searched and scanned,
Non-residents travelling out by themselves always were. And she knew they'd be exceptionally thorough with her for precisely this reason. Until last night she'd been relying on Shasta to travel with her. Staff accompanying their employers were waved through every time. It was something she was going to have to work her way round, and fast. Maybe Danielia would be open to a proposition. Angela sat in her dressing room and started combing her damp hair out. It took a lot longer than when her stylists did it. She hadn't imagined that something this basic would be so difficult. But she kept getting the brush caught in tangles. And why were there more of those than usual? Agent Matthews was ready when she came out of her suite into the main corridor. "There seems to be something wrong with the network in your private quarters," he said.
"Good morning, Agent Matthews. Have you had breakfast yet?"
"We'll need your AI access codes."
"No, me neither. Did you keep any cooks on? I suppose I can make toast and boil an egg. How difficult can it be? There must be a 101 instruction file somewhere on the Transnet."
"The codes, please." She rolled her eyes and ordered her EI to send them to the agent. "Thank you," he said in his monotonously polite tone. "And I know how to boil an egg. You won't starve today."
"You're very sweet. I think you're in the wrong line of work."
"It pays well."
"Really? Any vacancies?"
"I do have first-class knowledge of the new Monaco finance markets." He shook his head in wonder. "I never will understand you people."
"No, you never will. Poor you."
Matthews was right. He did know how to cook. She sat in the West Wing kitchen, which she'd only ever visited 3 times in her life, and let him serve her scrambled eggs with smoked salmon on thick toasted bread. He showed her how to use a delightfully antique orange squeezer, forcing the juice out of the halved fruit by pulling down a lever on the side of the chrome-plated apparatus gave her a ridiculous sense of satisfaction. The coffee machine, however, had more controls and flashing lights than a gateway control room, but again, he knew how to operate it.
"I do have a lot of things to get used to, don't I?"
she said reflectively, as she held up the espresso cup with its perfectly made contents. "Quite a few, yes."
"Any tips?"
"Take a while and work out what you want to do with the rest of your life."
"And how do I pay for that time?"
"Your father was born in America. That gives you a legal residency claim. They have Social Security. Not much. If you're young and able, you get shipped out to a new world and given 10 acres to grow your own food on. Same with Grand Europe."
"Shipped out," she said in distaste. "Maybe I should just have failure tattooed on my forehead."
"Won't any of your friends help?"
"Some might. My ex-fiancée. But I don't do charity, Agent Matthews."
"The Transnet media would probably be interested in your story."
"Yes, I'm sure they would."
Matthews frowned and looked up. "Excuse me," he said, and walked out. When Angela told her EI to find out what was going on, it reported that she didn't have access clearance to the mansion net anymore.
"Too late,"
she muttered under her breath. Matthews returned a couple of minutes later. A familiar figure was walking beside him. Shasta's father, Bantry, taller than Matthews and getting on for twice as wide. His round face had a full beard, which she remembered from her childhood as space black, but which was now submitting to an infestation of age's silver threads, and his brown eyes had all the merriness of a serial killer. He wore a dark purple silk suit that tended towards a more Chinese style than Indian. The diamond pinned to the front of his traditional turban would also be large enough to carve a ring out of, Angela decided. But then Bantry did fancy himself as a modern version of the old Maharajas. "My dear girl," he boomed in a bass voice, and opened his arms wide, the way she imagined a benevolent uncle would treat her. She walked over to be engulfed by his embrace.
"Hello, Bantry."
It did surprise her that out of everyone, he would be the one to come and offer sympathy and comfort. Acts of kindness didn't feature heavily in his life. She was already busy trying to work out what kind of advantage he was looking for at the mansion. "I'm so sorry about all of this."
"Not your fault, Bantry.
We should have been more cautious and certainly more alert.
But the bio-oil market was always profitable. Ah well, too late now."
He clasped her hands in his and squeezed tightly. "Your father was a great man. I will miss him terribly."
"That's very kind."
"And you? What of you? I see the parasites have descended on you already."
"This is New Monaco. Everything is about the money.
Of course, of course.
He took a step back and looked at her with greedy admiration. It was an expression which suited him far better than any attempted kindness.
So you have no money?
No, Bantry, she said coolly. But you know this.
I do, yes, I do. It is a terrible thing to be poor in the transstellar worlds. I wondered if I might help.
Angela was quite pleased with herself for working out the main reason why he was here before he made the offer. It meant she wouldn't betray any surprise when—
You would make a most magnificent acquisition for me,
Bantry continued in a hopeful tone.
I would be honored if you would accept.
A 6-month contract, and you obtain full Indian citizenship for me, beginning today. I'll need somewhere to live afterwards. He blinked at her immediate response.
18 months.
12, including a tax-free bonus, and I keep the clothes I want.
14. The bonus. A dozen outfits, but no couture dresses. I know how much you and Shasta spend on them.
She gave him a nod. He raised a thick finger that wore several rings, and beckoned. Angela recognized the man who hurried through the kitchen door. Tarek, Bantry's senior lawyer, Marlak's equivalent.
Tarek will draw up the contract, Bantry told her. I'm going to look at the artwork in your library. I feel I might make an offer for some of your monnets.
Good choice. His smile was unpleasantly triumphant.
Yes, it is.
You don't have to do this, Matthews said as soon as Bantry left the kitchen. Not this. Not selling yourself. I seem to be short of other commodities. You and the board officers have made very sure of that, Agent Matthews. But this. You haven't even looked at what's out there, the possibilities. Oh, please. You don't really think I'm going to squeeze my own oranges for the rest of my life, do you? He shook his head, anger dampened by dismay. Hell, you people. Angela got her EI to review the contract file Tarek formatted. The salient points were all there, not that she cared. Being a part of Bantry's staff was the goal. If she was going to have sex with a fat older man, well, it wouldn't be the first time. She added her certificate to the file and went upstairs to pack. One of the board officers supervised, making sure she didn't try to slip any of the couture dresses or designer shoes or anything else ridiculously expensive into her one permitted valise. The wash bag was never queried. They left that afternoon, after she buried her father in a grove of newly planted terrestrial oaks, his favourite. On the plane back to Bantry's estate, she made the first elementary mistake, thinking she would be sitting in the forward cabin with him.
No, no, my dear, he said. Your place is not here, not now.
And dismissed her with an airy wave of his hand. Angela stood up and headed for the staff cabin at the rear of the plane. None of them spoke to her for the whole duration of the flight. So Shasta did get to see Angela again, though to her credit she kept her word and didn't speak to her erstwhile friend. She arrived back home after another 24 hours partying at Prince Matif's mansion and found her father at breakfast in their palace's morning room. He sat alone at the table, eating slowly, savouring each mouthful as if it were his last. Angela was standing placidly 2 paces behind his heavy carved chair, wearing what would be her typical clothing throughout the contract, a halter top and baggy pantaloons of gauzy fabric. The serving maids ignored her as they brought Bantry fresh plates and poured his coffee from a silver pot. But then everybody in the palace ignored her. She rather welcomed that. Shasta walked into the morning room and kissed her father dutifully, even though she was obviously cross with him. They exchanged a few pleasantries, and she announced she was going to bed for a week to recover. It was that good. She walked away, pausing only to thrust her face centimetres from Angela's, glared without speaking, then stomped off back to her own wing of the palace. As petty and pathetic as any toddler who didn't get their way. Neither she nor Bantry saw the soft smile of contemptuous amusement that lifted Angela's lips for a moment. 3 weeks later, Bantry visited India at the start of yet another business tour. He spent about half the year away from New Monaco, inspecting his empire, taking meetings with managers and financiers, entertaining politicians and bureaucrats. Angela knew his routine well enough. It had been Shasta's constant childhood complaint that Daddy was never around.
As was standard practice, Bantry's entourage were quickly and politely waved through New Monaco gateway control. Angela waited patiently until they reached their five-star hotel in Mumbai. Once Bantry was asleep, she took her wash bag out of the valise and walked out of the hotel. Nobody in the entourage even knew she was missing for 10 hours. Why should they? She wasn't their friend. Tariq called her Transnet address several times in the first 48 hours following the realization she'd deserted her patron. First with questions, then with threats. The last call he made was to inform her that the contract was now officially void. Her Indian citizenship was revoked, her new bank account was frozen, and they were applying for a court order to reclaim all monies paid to her. It didn't matter. That 3 weeks of pay Angela had accumulated had already bought her a one-way plane ticket, standard class, dear heavens, to New York. She was standing in Central Park at the start of a new day and smiling round at the glorious old buildings by the time Tariq's first call came through. Sunday, 17th March, 2143. A bright sun in a cloudless sky brought a calm warmth to Newcastle's damp streets. Night was over, and the rains gone, leaving a freshness that finally promised the retreat of the fierce winter. Sid drove the short distance from Jesmond to the Arivela Medical's Royal Victoria Infirmary. The footings for the new oncology clinic were now dug deep across the old car park, but at 8 o'clock on a Sunday morning he didn't have to worry too much about finding an empty space in the remaining section. Sid found a charity store open in the main entrance lobby and bought a bunch of flowers and a big cube of chocolates. His EI guided him through the maze of connecting corridors that stitched the sprawling complex together, delivering him to the Hadley block after a couple of minutes. Tilly Lewis was in a private room on the 7th floor. She smiled up at him as he knocked on the half-open door.
"Hey, didn't expect to see you. Come on in."
Sid peered round the bright, clean room. It had the decor of a mid-price hotel. Certainly there wasn't any visible medical equipment, except for some blank monitor screens on one wall. No family about?
Hell no. They won't be here for another hour or two, hopefully more. I'm enjoying the rest.
You look okay, he told her in relief, as he pulled a chair over to the side of the bed.
Forget that. Are those Devon chocolates?
Yeah. It's only 8:15, though.
In real time. In a hospital, that's about midday. They woke me at 6 for breakfast. I nearly put the nurse in the next ward for that.
Sid laughed. So, when are you out?
Tilly started opening the cube. Possibly as early as this afternoon, depending on the next scan. I'd like to make it to tomorrow. A whole 2 days without having to look after the kids. Bliss.
So they're not worried, then?
A little bit of smoke inhalation? Nah, pet, I'm fine. This is all precautionary. We managed to get out before it got too bad.
I'm sorry.
For what? You weren't there.
My case. I should have known they'd try and wipe out as much evidence as possible. Ernie's garage was an obvious target.
Everything is with hindsight, Pat.
Those agency constables were idiots. It had been a classic distraction. A couple of joyriding kids racing along Western Road in a jacked car. They'd driven right into the garage's forecourt and side-skidded into the parked squad car before charging off again. The agency constables tasked with safeguarding the forensics team had ignored every protocol in the file and taken off in pursuit. Wasted, as it happened. They never caught the kids. 30 seconds after they'd left, Molotovs had come flying through the garage windows.
No real damage, Tilly assured him, and chose an orange creme from the cube's top layer.
Sid had to admit she didn't look any different to usual. I'm glad. So, are we going to get anything useful from the garage?
Ha! I knew it. You're not interested in me at all. It's always the case with you.
That's not... He saw her grin and shrugged.
Gotcha.
Aye, pet, you're evil. He plucked a walnut whiz from the cube. Jacinta says hello.
Weren't you moving house this weekend?
Aye, yesterday. Tilly narrowed her eyes to give him a look.
Shouldn't you be unpacking?
One of my friends is in hospital, pet.
What can you do?
She'll put you in the bed next door if you're not careful. I know. But the removal company was good. They didn't break anything, and all the boxes are in the right rooms.
Men, you never change.
And you never give up hoping you can change us. Tilly sighed and found a hazelnut truffle.
No, there wasn't anything there.
Where? Sid asked, innocently. Dickhead. The garage. We were going through the motions, but it was the weekend. Triple timer? Absolutely, Pat. Nothing? Sid asked. She'd been right. Shamefully, results formed a big part of the reason to visit her. Lab analysis of samples was important, but if someone with Tilly's experience said there wasn't anything useful at a scene, then that was enough for him. She knew what to look for, what to take away for examination. It would be Wednesday before Northern Forensics produced a report on the items already taken to the lab. Wednesday was just too long. No, nothing that could ever tie him to the Red Shields. That garage was his legitimate front, remember? Clean as a major GE company's accounts. I doubt you could even charge him for subbing spare parts. It's not what he did so much as who he did it with. We did pick up a lot of residuals. The lab is running DNA analysis on them, so you'll find out who was at the garage. Some of them, anyway. But it doesn't prove anything. Thanks, Tilly. She held up the cube. You bring these, and you can visit any time. Sid walked into Office 3 just after 9 o'clock, pleased to see the team already there ahead of him. Ian and Ava were sitting next to each other, both absorbed with the data their consoles were throwing at them, not saying anything. He'd tasked them with tracking down Reinert's secondaries. Laurel Burdett was busy working through Reinert's Transnet calls for the last few months, identifying contacts, trying to link him with known Red Shield activity. Deidre was checking through the alibis of the 9-2 Norths who lived in the St James, and covertly following up those inquiries with questions to their closest friends and colleagues about recent behaviour. Had they noticed a change in the last couple of months, perhaps? Did their friend forget topics they'd talked about? Did he suddenly have trouble performing his job? Anything that would indicate a substitution had been made. Aldred and Rihanna were handling liaison with the agency data operatives, who were compiling all the surveillance logs around the St James Singletown into a zone simulation for the Friday when the murder had been committed. Meanwhile, Ari had been spending his time compiling general network data on the St James, trying to find any leads on the RIP. Even RIPs had signatures if you knew how to scan for them. It was like walking into a church, Sid decided. No banter, no smiling faces. In fact, the silence was absolute. He liked to think it was dedication to the case rather than sullen Sunday morning blues. He saw Aldred sitting at a spare desk. Ava had checked and confirmed his alibi within a couple of hours last Wednesday. He had indeed left the St James at 9:45 and flown down to London the day his clone brother was murdered. "I've just visited Tilly," Sid announced. "She's fine, but she does think the surviving forensics material isn't going to produce much by way of leads." "What kind of idiots do the agencies employ these days?" Rihanna asked. "The very best idiots, clearly," Sid retorted. "Don't worry, their failure will be featured heavily in my report. O'Rourke will crap on their supervisor from a great height. Endangering lives like that could earn them a contract suspension." "Aye, man, that'll teach them," Ian growled sarcastically. "Actually, that kind of threat is the worst a company can have," Aldred said. "Hitting them in the cash flow is a lot more effective than whinging about procedures and inadequate training." "All right." Sid wheeled one of the desk chairs over and straddled it so his hands were resting on the back. "What have we got? Harry." "The RIP is similar to those used to screw the city surveillance. The code mutated, but it's from the same source. Whoever did it was responsible for launching both attacks." Sid couldn't tell if Ari was pleased at announcing the utterly obvious, or if he was simply being methodical, allowing procedures to rule him. "Any leads on who wrote it?" "Not yet, but it was good code, the best. That implies AI involvement with the formatting, which in turn costs money. Our digital counter-intrusion service is reviewing known free binary radicals to see if anyone dropped out after the RIP to live the high life on their fee." Sid didn't comment, but he could see the same thing on everyone's face. If the free binary who wrote it was that good, they wouldn't be on any DCIS listing, and they'd know not to flash the cash. But then, trying to pull anything factual from the Transnet was always akin to eating soup with a fork. "Thanks. Ian." "Ernie's good, I'll give him that. We've got a secondary he uses for the garage, plenty of decent cars sold legitimately for low cost, so he can keep your vehicle license tax to a minimum, while you pay him the difference of the true value through a secondary payment. Standard stuff. But it's like it was flashing red lights to show us he's a normal second-hand car dealer.
No other secondaries that we can find yet.
Laurel. Plenty of names on his contact list, but no cross-reference with known Red Shield members. I'm with Ian. He's got a digital ghost we haven't tracked yet, and without his EI to break down, we probably never will.
Looks like we're hanging on Ralph's interrogation for all our information, Sid said. Deidre? Deidre Foyster gave Aldred a sly glance.
All the alibis are confirmed. None of the 9 Norths who have apartments in the St. James killed our victim. The follow-up you gave me has taken a little more time. So far, I'm pretty certain about 5 Norths. No change in behaviour, no sudden holidays or time off work, no odd memory lapses. Everyone who knows them well says they've stayed the same.
Sid wondered if she'd checked Aldred's continuity yet. Would he be one of the people she asked? He quashed a grin.
Abner, we're about ready to take it to the zone, boss. The AI is running a last pass on mesh memory cohesion.
Great. I'll go in with you. Taken in isolation, the St. James Singletown was uninspiring. A large central dome containing the commercial sections, with 5 residential towers, each one different. A twisted spire, elongated pyramid, squat barbican, a weird narrow tower that looked as if it had been squashed into place by other skyscrapers on either side, now missing, and the living globe stack, whose external surface bands between windows were all shrubs and vines. Standing above the structure's projection in the theatre, Sid felt that the architectural software that had been used to produce it had been left to run without any human intervention. It lacked ambition and vision. Build big and impressive, but don't try anything new. He was used to seeing the real thing, of course. It sat on the other side of Barrack Road from the St. James's Stadium, where many a Saturday afternoon had been spent in exultation or misery as Newcastle United slipped in and out of League One with terrible monotony. "Expand it to fill the theatre floor," Sid said. "But leave a 50-metre boundary. We need to see everybody who comes in and out." In the control room, Rihanna changed the projection parameters. Sid and Abner watched the Singletown expand in front of them. "Take me back to midnight, Thursday, 10th January, and highlight all entrances, public doors, staff door, delivery bays, garage ramps, emergency exits, utility access hatches, the lot." The roads darkened at his feet, while the vehicles rolling along them squirted low headlight beams across the snowy surfaces. "What are you searching for?" Aldred asked. He was pressed up against the control room window, looking in on the zone theatre. Sid and Abner swapped a glance. "For the next 24 hours, every North that goes in, either on foot or in a car, taxi, bike, whatever," Sid said. "One of them has to be our victim." Green symbols appeared on the doors and ramps down into the garage. Sid hadn't been expecting quite so many. But then this case had acclimatized him to the amount of detail in the zone. "Let's go," he told Abner. He started to walk anti-clockwise, up Stanhope Street, examining the tiny figures on the pavement that were hunched up against the cold winter night. Ian got back to his flat at 8 o'clock that night. He'd just spent 3 hours in the zone theatre himself, and was tired by the endless repetition of searching the miniature people, asking for them to be expanded, for the AI to run characteristics recognition on the shadowed faces. After those thankless, dreary months of backtracking taxis, to be back in the theatre qualified as cruel and unusual punishment. At the same time, the dread and despondency of the taxi backtrack was missing. They'd already found 6 Norths going into the St. James by 10 o'clock Friday morning. The case was picking up momentum now. He was impatient for Ralph to return, with the results of Ernie Reinert's interrogation. That would propel them into the final stages. Contrary to all the gloomy expectations he'd had at the start, they might actually arrest the murderer. Not the people who ordered it, mind. You had to be realistic about such things. But even so. Ian sat on the bed, put on his net lens glasses, and accessed the Apple console. The weekend's activity by Marcus Sherman and his crew that the AI had managed to track was all there waiting for him in a depressing number of files that needed examining and cross-referencing. Just looking at them all laid out in a neat 3-dimensional matrix of red and green icons made him sigh. Sid and Ava were going to have to come over tomorrow night and help, he decided. That, or they'd all have to agree to calling it off. In the meantime, he started with a simple timeline overview.
The AI's monitors had started to slowly reacquire data. It helped that they had established physical residencies where Sherman and his people had to return to at some point. Gede had gone back to his flat in Felling on Friday night. When Ian reviewed the local Transnet cells, there were several calls made from the correct location, but with a new EI access code.
What you are asking for is going to take time. There is a synthesizer which can produce the items, but it is restricted. Raw for that kind of tox is license only. What you have to do is go back 2 stages in the chemical process. Ready for delivery.
Ian grinned behind the glowing symbols of his net lens glasses.
Aye, bollocks, he grunted.
You didn't have to have much by way of smarts to know that was all a lure. Sherman's crew were trying to sucker them into acting on an exchange that never was. A good way of finding out how interested the police were in their activities. Very, was the simple answer. But they mustn't know that. The smart counter-entrapment played out with Rugby and Boz as well, both of whom made calls with new interface codes, all skillfully building the fiction. Even Sherman himself reappeared for a while at Dunstan Marina, when Rugby delivered Valentina to the Maybury Moon for the night. Ian almost stopped the review. Joyce would be arriving soon. Then he spotted an untraceable call routed through the cells serving Gede's flat at 7:04 a.m. Saturday, to yet another EI code they had no record of. It was short and encrypted at a level that the AI couldn't break. He immediately pulled the rest of the logs for Gede's flat. Whatever the call had been, it fired a quick reaction from the man. Sure enough, Ian watched a mid-res mesh log from the street outside, showing Gede hurrying out at 7:11 a.m. He climbed into his parked car, drove off, and the macro mesh lost him less than 2 minutes later, when the license code vanished. As always, it would take a proper police operation to reacquire and follow the car. On a hunch, Ian pulled the logs for Boz and Rugby. Sure enough, they'd left their homes by 7:30 on Saturday morning and promptly vanished into the city, swiftly evading the surveillance routines. None of the crew reappeared until much later. Boz was on Valentina chauffeur duty that night. Rugby went out clubbing that evening, showing up in front of half a dozen high-res public meshes. And Gede used a secondary account they knew about, for the first time since the last mile debacle, to pay for a pair of high-class escorts who turned up at his flat. All perfectly normal, not hiding anything. Ian removed his net lens glasses and gave the silent Apple console a thoughtful stare. Whatever data they needed to confirm Saturday's game plan plainly wasn't in there. So, what were you all up to yesterday that was so important? He asked. Pay Ernie's garage a visit, did you? Monday, 18th March, 21:43. The light of a March dawn wasn't particularly intense, but the bedroom curtains were worn and ill-fitting. The windows seemed unnaturally bright to Sid, as the light tickled him out of his sleep. He stared at the clock, whose green digits told him it was already 6:20, braced himself for the start of another day in the Hurst household. There were some footsteps scurrying round somewhere outside the bedroom, but no bickering, no shouts, no fists banging on the bathroom door. Zara's bedroom had a tiny ensuite, because, as Will sneered, I'm not having a Kazi next to my bed. He was free to use the big bathroom all by himself. Heaven, Jacinta muttered. She had her eyes closed, but there was a smile on her face. Aye, I think we might have made it, Sid agreed. Mind, heaven would have proper curtains, like. We can't afford them. So it's a pious heaven, then. Looks like it. And I don't suppose there's anything in the fridge for breakfast. Last night's supper had been a Chinese meal delivered to the house. No, Pat. Strangely, I spent more time unpacking yesterday than I was expecting to. Can't think why. No time for my EI to go shopping. Sid eyed the stack of unopened boxes along one wall, and decided on cowardice. Lucky that in a place as posh as Jesmond there's a cafe on St George's Terrace that serves a canny breakfast. Jacinta opened her eyes and grinned. You've not forgotten how to show a girl a good time, have you? Oh, no, not me. Sid climbed out of bed and made a real effort to work out which case had his clean shirts in. "The blue one," Jacinta said. "I remember." St George's Terrace was a 5-minute walk away, a road with shops and businesses along one side, and neat terrace housing on the other. Tall cherry trees down the pavement were just starting to bud. Sid imagined they would look wonderful when the pink blossom came out. Café Black was a small family-run business, offering a reasonable menu. Sid went for a full English, with scrambled eggs on toast, bacon, mushrooms, grilled tomatoes, and a slice of fried black pudding. "Careful, pet," Jacinta said. All she'd ordered was tea and toast. The kids were having cereal and toast. "It's going well," Sid told her. "Is this the Dead North case?" Will asked. "Aye. Everyone at school says it wasn't a carjacking. They said that Brussels had him whacked." Sid nearly coughed up his orange juice. "What?" "It's on all the unlicensed sites," Will said. "Does the government really kill people?" Zara asked. "No, absolutely not." "I don't want you accessing unlicensed sites," Jacinta said. "What else are they saying at school?" "Sid, don't encourage him." "Aye, that's not encouragement, it's inquiring." "What are they saying?" "Well, that Brussels wants to make St Libra part of the GE, and the only thing stopping them is the Norths." "Brussels doesn't want to make St Libra part of the GE. Do you know why?" "The independencies," Zara answered, smiling proudly. "That's right. See, St Libra is the place people go to when they're not happy with the government where they're living. There's room for all of them there. The last thing the GE needs is millions of people who fight their authority." "Do you like the GE, Dad?" Sid was pleased with how he managed to avoid giving Jacinta a look. "They pay my salary, so they're not all bad." Zara screwed her face up into an inquisitor's expression. "But—" "Eat your cornflakes," Jacinta ordered. "Yes, Mum." Sid finally risked glancing at Jacinta. "It's because it's taking so long to arrest someone for the carjacking. Everyone expected us to find the suspect straight away." "When will you get him, Dad?" Will asked. "This week, I hope," Sid said. "You sound very confident about that, Pet," Jacinta said, holding her mug of tea idly in front of her face. "Aye, reasonably," he said. "Will you be on the Zone News?" an excited Zara asked. "No,"